Hello. Hello, everyone. We need a little less room here, huh? Whee! There we go. A little bit better.
Perfect.
Awesome. Welcome to today's patron. Why are you leaning? Welcome to today's patron deck techs. Today we are going over, oh goodness, 3, 6, 9, 10, 11? 11 decks submitted by our wonderful patrons. And that's it. Welcome, welcome. You excited?
Yeah, there's some good lists today. I got to have a lot of fun working on stuff for you people.
Whee! Today, the first list is going to be by Twilight Sovereign. We're going to be taking a look at a Gonti Canny Acquisitor list. But before we do that, I want to make sure that you guys know you guys can find links to the list down below in the description of the video. For those of you who are on YouTube, or if not, go check out our Commander Countdown list, which you guys can find in Discord or in any video. And then finally, if you guys would like to check out any of these decks for yourself, you guys can shuffle them up and play on Moxfield, right? There's a like a goldfish way for you. If you export, you can actually do that. We're sponsored by Moxfield, so heading on over there, making an account, following us, goldfishing decks is a great way to support the channel for free. But then you guys can also purchase any of the decks that you see or cards that you think are really cool by using our sponsor TOA. You get 5% off if you use code DECKEDOUT at checkout. That is another great way to support us. We don't get a direct sales kickback, but they do support our channel every single week. And without them, we probably would not still be making videos.
Yeah, look, I'm gonna show you all some spicy tech today, and so if any of this you're like, oh, I need that card, at least help us out and get it from TOA.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so thank you so much again, guys, for submitting these deck lists, and a big thank you to all of our patrons. Twilight Sovereign, you're first up, so let's go ahead and talk about Gonti. If anybody gifts like the memberships or subs, we're doing doodles. So I'll be doodling on the side monitor as well. It's 10 subs or memberships. I'm not really sure how YouTube works, but I know you can gift them, but whatever. All right, tell me about Gonti, Veggie.
Okay, do I don't have I lost my control of the Yes.
You can have a mouse.
All right, cool. Now I can do this like I always do.
And give me a seizure.
Yeah. This is important because I had to make sure that the name was on the screen. Gonti, this is a cool commander. You're trying to cast your opponent's spells. Anything that you cast but don't own costs 1 less. And whenever you have a creature that hits an opponent, you can steal the top card of their library, and that is a card that you're able to play from exile for the rest of the game. Now, what Twilight Sovereign has done with this is specifically made it a merfolk deck. It's in good colors for merfolk. You've got blue, you've got green, and merfolk tend to be little creatures that are able to get through for free. So I'm like, yeah, I like this idea. So our challenge for this deck is to find 2 recommendations to add. Ideally, at least 1 from their considering list. And the second goal is to figure out what is the reference in the name of this deck. Gonti Isekai Apocalypse. And I don't know what it is. You have other nerd like areas of expertise, so I thought maybe you would, but surely somebody
in chat
knows what this reference is.
Okay, a good little Easter egg. Awesome. I do like the merfolk aspect. I think that's really cool whenever you take something that isn't necessarily meant to be a specific type or something else, and then you sort of like smash it together. I always like that. That's really cool.
Yeah. And especially when you have a pretty wide archetype like this, where it's like, oh, I could just play, every single best possible card that I can find that plays my opponent's spells, but that is a lot of things. This also helps you to like find a real direction for the deck. Okay. We have an Oko. This I think is just because the card is fun. I couldn't find a specific use for this. that like mechanics wise, but it's a card that's like fun and generically powerful. I guess in a pinch, it can be a copy of one of your non-legendary merfolk that does a good thing, you know, whether that's just like a lord effect or it's, you know, drawing more cards or something. But
yeah, Rob is mentioning that they've only seen like one or two isekai animes. I watch some anime, but I don't know that I've seen any.
yeah, like they're thrown into a world of hot fish people or something, maybe. I don't know. So we were talking about merfolk are really good at getting in, and you only need it doesn't matter how much damage you do, you automatically get a card as long as you hit an opponent. So we have unblockable, unblockable. That's a merfolk. Unblockable. So you're able to get for sure get some stuff down early that's able to get through. Even better if you have an opponent that's running islands to get the island walk. But yeah, you're able to put creatures on the board before Gonti comes down, and you know that as soon as it comes in, you're going to be able to get some free cards.
So Iconoplast says, has Gonti been isekai'd from Rogue World to Fish World? So maybe it's a term that means changing your environment.
Oh yeah, no, that part I generally understand. The isekai,
I don't
understand. Yeah, that's like somebody that's like kind of just thrown into a totally different world that they didn't know existed.
Okay, so maybe that's just it. Maybe it's as simple as like, this is an anime term that we used because we did the thing.
I have a feeling there's more to it, but that also makes sense because like this is literally from the we've thrown everybody into the, you know, the Wild West set. So it's like, look, it's Gonti. He's got a hat on though. I think, yeah, we've got a lot of the regular supporting cast from Merfolk, but we do get a little extra fun because usually you don't have black in Merfolk. So it gives us the one extra unblockable one drop, and then also Rev, which is doing exactly the thing that we want. We get rewarded for getting in on each opponent, and it's also stealing their cards. So we have like a second copy of Gonti if we need it. Sorceries, I mean, we're rampant. We're getting stuff back from the graveyard. We have two board wipes here. The Deluge, I guess, is thematic, but this is a little tricky because it cares about how many islands you have, and we are in a 3-color deck.
Yeah, that's true.
As far as instance, good. I like it's a good amount of interaction. In particular, Merfolk just generally end up with counters on them, so ripples of potential and change of plans are pretty nice. We don't have much in the way of counterspells, which is fine, but I think it makes this deck pretty susceptible to like board wipes. So I would want even more of these kinds of effects. There's a new one from the Fallout set that gives all of your things with counters hexproof and indestructible. And I think you proliferate even. Something like, yeah. But I would want to make sure that I don't get board whipped.
Is there the counter bounce spell? Right? Or Merfolk only bounce spell? Like one-sided cyclonic rift for Merfolk? That's a thing, right?
I don't know this card, so if you know this card,
I think it was in the pre-con. I think it was like creatures with count. It might have been blue. With
creatures
with counters.
Yeah, creatures with counters. Yes, wave goodbye.
Yes, but the kind of designed for Merfolk.
Yeah, that would be, I think, pretty solid. Let's see.
Citadel's kind of funny because everything's so cheap.
Right. Yeah, you can just kind of run stuff off the top. I like that. Now, we notice our ramp is visits, a Nature's Lore. I don't know. I don't think we have any dorks. I'll count Kior's Follower because this can untap a land. And instead of rocks, we have 3 medallions. Personally, I would just put the rocks in because in 3 colors, the amount of times where you're actually able to cast 2 spells that are in the same color is not often. That's the only instance where this is better than just like an arcane signet.
Yeah, and your creatures, there's a fair amount of Simic creatures, but for the most part, you're really deep into the blue. So if you don't get the blue one specifically, then you're just kind of in a bad spot.
Right. Like, and there are a lot of pips. Double pip, double pip, double pip, double pip, double pip. And these are not reduced at all.
Yeah. I mean, like a Soul Ring doesn't help with that, but
any other 2-mana rock is.
Yeah.
We have a little meanness, Winter Moon. I guess the merfolk are generally okay under an effect like this, but again, we don't have any like mana dorks or anything, so I'd want to see more of those if we are comfortable running an effect like this. Okay, enchantments. Yep, love this card. This this makes me very happy. You all know that I'm very entertained when I get to see real weird random old card in list. I will be honest, I don't know what this is for, and I don't care. It doesn't set up much of anything.
Do we have like attack triggers that like we want our creatures to stay safe from?
It doesn't even matter because it's end of combat. They don't phase out until the end of combat, so they can still be like blocked or stopped or whatever, unless there's something else.
Oh.
Because like I saw it, I was like, oh, maybe because you can board wipe, but we only have 1.
Is it just like you have like so much unblockable stuff and then you keep them safe for the because is it phase out until your next turn?
Yeah. So they would be gone until your next turn. So like it does protect them as long as they've made it through combat, which they probably will since they're unblockable.
Yeah, unblockable or little flying idiots, or don't they have ones that like make merfolk with island walk or counters unblockable? Yeah. So yeah, maybe it's just attack idiots, protect idiots, call it a day.
Yeah. And if that's as much as it is, great, because this is very, very cool old card. That you can also do some weird stuff with, but that's a whole video that I won't get into. Merfolk stuff, drawing card stuff, and Elven Chorus I think is super important here just because we need the mana. Running a healthy 38 lands.
Too many.
It's okay. Hold on. So even more than usual. I think this is the first place where I'll start is a deck like this gets one big advantage, right? It gets a lot of one resource, which is access to cards to play. You have a ton of things in your deck that draw cards from your own deck. You have a commander that's going to be stealing cards from each opponent's deck constantly. So the one thing that you want the most of is mana. You're rarely going to run out of things that you can cast, but your choke point is mana. So having a high land count, I think, is really important, but also having more ramp. And I actually get to just say this outside of just saying it generally to all of you, that you should be doing that anyway. But this style of deck in particular should absolutely be running more ramp.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
I would definitely, even if you really like the medallions, keep the blue one, toss the rest, put in like Arcane Signet and all the other goodies. Just to help you cast some of these things, because those are just simply not going to cut it.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Also, just going down my list of stuff. So if we look at the bracket information for this, this is automatically, this is bracket 4 optimizes. Just off of like your experience, do you feel like this is a bracket 4 deck? Bracket 4 is optimized commander, just shy of CEDH.
I would say no if I were just looking at this, because I don't see any of the big scaries that, like, it doesn't seem overly high powered. Now I know merfolk do some pretty messed up stuff, so they themselves are kind of doing some of that, but this doesn't feel like something too far off of what I might accidentally build, and I tend to build pretty low power. Right. I would have guessed it's a 3.
Right. I think that this plays like a 3, with the exception of, and thank you Moxfield for making this very, very clear, the 2 mass land denial cards. You have a Winter Moon, and you have Harbinger of the Seas. I think you should pick a direction and go with it. The easiest one would be cut these cards. This deck does not need these cards, and occasionally it just means that your table either is going to run into a challenge that their decks are not equipped to handle, which is suddenly not being able to use their lands, or you're going to have to play this at bracket 4 with other bracket 4 decks, and like they're just going to be running many more powerful cards than this, and then you won't have a good time. So I think either cut these out, make it a clean bracket 3, or power it up if you want to keep these kinds of effects in.
Maybe the Winter Moon, but like the Harbinger of Seas, at least is a merfolk, and it's on a body, so you can just kill it. So I feel like if you aren't equipped to handle that, then haha.
I mean, it's on a body, but you better have a mono blue way to deal with it in your deck.
It's only non-basics.
Yeah, this is commander.
People have basics in their commander.
Only when they don't feel like going through their mana base to build their mono white deck, you know.
There's plenty of 2-color, 1-color, 2-color, even 3-color decks that have enough basics to deal with this.
Yeah, this is from experience. That's not the number of times you will have an answer for this in time to have a fun time with the rest of your game is not often. You will have answers to it, but it means that you better have the basic that you need to be able to cast that spell, and probably every way that you have to get that spell is also locked out.
And there's 3 people, so it's fine. Nah, I disagree. Keep the Harbinger.
I like this card. Get it out of there.
Yeah, if they don't have a basic amongst the 3 of them to cast a spell that kills a creature that's a 2/2, then they deserve death. I feel like that is a reasonable task.
I think it's a lot harder than you realize. But that's if you keep it if you want, if you like these cards, keep them if you want them, but just put more stuff, more powerful things in then. Okay, so we have our challenges. So let's first take a look at their considering list. We should pick at least one thing from here. I know exactly what I want out of it, but it's not terribly long. We have Tasha here because she likes casting opponent's stuff. We have some other utility merfolk. Filth is kind of cute to give all of your stuff swamp walk, so you'll be able to walk the swamps and the islands. A couple more things to like steal opponent's stuff. You have some generically powerful cards. But yeah. And then, okay, here's the final line of things. Couple things with counter synergy, super broken combo piece. Yeah.
All right, so what is the card you would want?
To me, immediately, it's Nature's Will. This is so exactly what this deck wants. Whenever a creature deals combat damage to a player, then you untap all of your lands and you tap theirs. So all you have to do is hit one opponent with your super unblockable merfolk, untap all of your lands, where we were just talking about how this deck wants extra mana to be able to cast stuff, because it's like, okay, I hit you with my unblockable merfolk, I steal the top card of your deck, and now I have all of my lands untapped to be able to play whatever I just got. That's ideal. And like, if you can sneak it, this does trigger per each opponent. So like, if you hit instants or something, you can cast them in between resolving the triggers for Nature's Will.
Or mana sinks.
Right, or mana sinks.
Or any creatures that like want you to like dump a bunch of mana into them to make dudes or something. I know hackball and stuff like that's untapped like creatures and stuff, but I don't know if there's anything else.
I don't think so. Not here. But yeah, at the least you have like hitting instants off the top of yeah, you can sink 3 mana into your Maskwood Nexus. But yeah, to me it's absolutely this card. Yeah, Nature's Will I think is just so perfect for this. Some of this other stuff is like either thematic or strong, but I think the deck's already kind of doing what it wants to do. So there are some cards that I have to suggest. We're in a Gonti deck. We should add Gonti, but not the Gonti you're thinking of. New Gonti, whichever one that is.
It's not Lord of Luxury.
Not Lord of Night Minister? It's got to be. That's the only other Gonti. Gonti Night Minister from Aetherdrift. Whenever a player casts a spell they don't own, that player creates a treasure token. Great, that's always going to be us. Except the second ability is whenever anybody hits one of your opponents, they steal the top card of that player's library, and they can cast it for as long as it remains exiled. One, that's just fun. Getting to play cards from other people's decks. Now you've given that ability to everybody, but in a way that encourages them to just hit each other because they don't get cards off of your own deck.
Yeah.
So two, it gives you extra mana because you're playing your opponent's spells. It gives you another way to get your opponent's spells, and it helps to encourage your opponents to hit each other instead of you.
Yeah, I think this is better. One of the cards that does something similar, well, not necessarily, but just like helps you get more cards and benefits you for getting those cards in the suggested list was the Tesa. I feel like this is kind of doing that, but better. It's not as slow and roundabout because Tesa you have to like plus
Right.
and then like do the thing, and you're getting the 3/3s from your commander. But if your commander's not out, I feel like she's not as all inclusive, and I think Gonti is pretty cool for that spot.
Yeah.
I think
I think
black though.
I think Tasha also does that.
Oh, did I say the wrong one again?
Yep.
I always say the wrong one. In my head, those two words are the same.
Yeah, but I think that's totally right. But I think this does it cleaner and more in line with what you want to do. I like that as an ad. I think this card is really cool. This one's brand new, Fangkeeper, right? Yes. Not a merfolk, so maybe out of your theme, but I think this is just a fun card. It's indestructible, and when it hits a player, you exile the top cards from their library. Hi. And you can play them. You can play them for free.
Yeah, I like how hard they've committed to the merfolk here. So, I think there are lots of cool cards that probably fit that description. Like there's, what's the one that lets you draw a card whenever someone casts something not from their library or whatever? It's like a 2-drop, the Pilferer or something. It was definitely in Malcolm. I think, never mind, irrelevant. But it's not a merfolk, so I don't think we care.
Yeah, I mean they've broken it. They've been willing to break it a little bit here. We have human rogue, fairy wizard. This is right. Yeah, this is cephalid. But if you are not totally committed to it, then that I just think is a fun card. I don't know if this was in the considering list. It was not. Svalin, I think, is a pretty easy ad if we're sticking merfolk. Indestructible as long as you control 2 other merfolk. Attacks, draw a card. Merfolk you control and ward 1.
Yeah, I like this.
Yeah, it does everything. That's it. Easy. Helps give you a little extra protection so that your creatures can just go to combat and you're like, all right, cool. Do you want to spend more on your removal?
And you get to trigger all of the stuff. I like that.
And I think the last one that I had, again, outside of the merfolk theme, but this card is just always overperforms for me. Fallen Shinobi. So it's got ninjutsu, perfect since all of your merfolk are cheap and unblockable. You're guaranteed to be able to get this in.
Yeah.
And then when it hits, you can play the top two of the defending player's deck for free. That's a whole lot of what this deck wants to do in a shell that already makes it good.
Makes it very, very possible. Yeah, that card gets it, that card is quite the spin of the wheel.
Mm-hmm.
He's very scary.
Yeah, I think it's a great card. I think it's a lot of fun, and it does totally what this deck wants to do. I think those were the big things that I had for this deck. I think this is a great direction to take it in. Doing the merfolk thing with this it plays well into what the commander wants to do. It gives you a good theme and a good like building direction.
And I like merfolk. So I think this is really cool. I love that merfolk, you don't get to see them have access to black a lot. So I think there are some really cool things that you get to include here that you wouldn't normally. I know it's not anywhere near the top of the list for consideration from the recommendation section, but like cards like Cover of Darkness. I like this card, and it's not a thing you get to run with very many different creature types. It's like pretty stuck to, zombies, vampire, like anything that's like, very split in black. You don't get to see that in merfolk. I want to see this with like goblins or, things like that. And this is really, really cool option or opportunity to do that. Mix it up.
Yeah. Okay, so I think in summary, I would adjust this to be the bracket that you want it to be.
Get rid of the one artifact, keep the other one in.
And then add a bunch of other powerful things so that you can make a bracket 4.
No. 1/2/2 does not make a bracket 4.
That's true. That's the whole thing, is because with this card in your deck, it does not make it play like a bracket 4, is true. But you have to be honest and say, I have cards in this deck that would make it bracket 4. Automatically, people are going to be like, oh, bracket 4, I will also play bracket 4. Or you have to be like, hey, so sometimes, like 1 in
1,000.
Like 1 in 5 games, sometimes I will have single card that will shut down the majority of what we are trying to do in this game.
What they're trying to do, not what I'm trying to do.
Right.
If they can't kill a 2/2, they deserve death. Period. Everybody has basics. Anybody playing at bracket 2 and 3 have basics. It's fine. They just need more removal in their deck. That's the problem.
Yeah. You all know the thing. Don't listen to her.
Let's look at win rates, shall we?
I'm not saying that I'm a better player, but I'm saying that I'm very good at having fun and I'm very good at making sure everybody else has a good time, usually at the expense of winning the game. But that's at least my experience with these cards is, even if your deck should be able to handle it, getting a nice surprise of, hey, did you not plan for this one outlier in my deck? Great, now spend like 5 turns waiting to draw the card that you need. Ugh.
It's a merfolk. It's a merfolk deck. I feel like it's fair game. I'm keeping it in.
It's just stasis. If you can't remove an enchantment, then your deck is bad, If you can't, it's a 2-mana enchantment.
It was an artifact, isn't it?
Huh? I'm making the same argument for a different card. That's not in this deck.
There are plenty of colors that don't deal with artifacts or enchantments. If you can't kill a 2/2, all the colors can kill a 2/2.
Add Nature's Will. Add some of the stuff that the other things in there. Swap your medallions out for actual rocks. And honestly, just put a lot more ramp in this in general. You will get to play a lot more of your opponent's fun cards. But this is a great place to start off the day. That's the cool idea.
It's a really good twist on Gonti. I like putting it into something that isn't just all of the basic stuff that do the thing that Gonti does. Sort of giving yourself the building requirement or restriction of like making it into a merfolk and feel merfolk is really cool. Final verdict on what we think this is meant to be, because that was part of our task. I'm guessing it's just generic. If the term means to displace, put somewhere it does not typically belong, I think that's just the reference.
Yeah, the thing that throws me off is that it's Isekai Apocalypse, which seems intentional. Like, I don't see how Apocalypse fits into any of the rest of the theme of the deck. So maybe there is like another. I feel like that phrase together is a reference, but I don't know what it is.
Iconoplast said it's a bracket 2 deck that's isekai'd into a bracket 4.
There we go. We got it.
Nailed it. And then you die, therefore Apocalypse.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much, Twilight Sovereign. Again, guys, there's links to this on our Commander Countdown Moxfield list, so you guys can check it out. You guys can play it on Moxfield for free. You just have to like do the tester thing. How do people do that, Veggie?
What?
You do the tester thing.
Oh,
Tell us how to do it.
You literally just go to here where it says playtest.
There it is.
And then it brings up this, and you can just kind of like, oh, great, all right, draw and play my land. We'll pretend it's a swamp and do this. Great. It has a lot of, it's just a really good way. Run through your first couple turns, make sure your deck functions. Even if you're just like, okay, let me get a test hand. Okay, good. I think this is pretty playable. Great. Let's find another one. Yeah, look, all right, nice balanced mana base. I'll be able to play a couple turns of this. Great, cool. That's also really helpful. I run all of these decks through the playtester a couple times just to get a good idea of what I would be able to do in the first few turns.
And that's super, super quick and easy. So another great way to support the channel, guys, is just follow our Moxfield accounts. We've got two. We've got the Decked Out one and the Commander Countdown one, where we do our patron deck lists or countdown lists. So please go give those a follow. Aztec, thanks for the gifted sub. I really do appreciate that, my friend. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, are you guys ready to move on to the next deck list? This one is submitted by Terrible Norwegian Gaming, and we're going to be doing a Tamesi list? Tamashii list.
Yeah, Tamesi, this is the card for me. This is a lot of wheel spinning, and then you have to figure out what the win con is, which is funny because that's one of our challenges for this deck. Is it needs more win cons, unsurprisingly, not because of not any shade to Terrible Norwegian Gaming, but this is just exactly the kind of card that
we're getting another gifted sub.
Ooh.
Oh, that's 3 gifted subs from Aztec. Thank you so much. You can, it looks like they're maybe gifting it to specific people, but if you just do random, you can also do it all at once, and then you don't have separate charges. But anyway, if you get to 10, I'll draw you a doodle. Thank you so much, my friend. Thank you for the gifted subs.
Thanks. Yeah, this is just exactly the kind of commander that goes, imagine all the things that you can do. They aren't win the game. You figure that one out, but you'll be able to do a bunch of stuff. So we have to figure out some more win cons for it, suggest some swaps for the deck. So specifically what we would add, what we would take out, and a bonus if any of those suggestions come in old border. So Tamesi, whenever one or more non-creature permanents are returned to hand, draw a card, but it only triggers once each turn. So you're rewarded for bounce, whether it's yours or your opponent's. And then for X and a white, and you return a land you control to its owner's hand, you return an artifact or enchantment with cost X from your graveyard to the battlefield.
Sorry, guys. Doggies. Continue.
Activate only as a sorcery, so that is a thing that is only happening on your turn, which does make me a little sad, but it would be super broken if you could do this at instant speed and be able to trigger Tamesi once per turn. I think, ooh.
The dogs barked at Airball, who brought coffee, because he doesn't have to do the deck text today, so he has to go get coffee.
So we're trying to bounce stuff. We're trying to return artifacts and enchantments from our graveyard to the battlefield. Let's take a look. So we barely have any creatures. We have 14 creatures. But they're pretty intentional here.
Also, probably 13, right? Because without a ton of creatures, Heliod's not going to be active.
Very true. Yes. Yes, I think, yeah, we 13 creatures.
Unless there's a lot of hefty white enchantments in here.
Oh, so here's my Teferi's Veil of the deck. I saw the Azorius Ether Mage in here. I was like, all right. Yeah, we're speaking my language now. I played so much of this card back in the day, from Dissension, I think. But yeah, just whenever you bounce something of your own, you can draw a card by paying 1. Great, exactly what we need. Maybe a little inefficient, but exactly what the deck wants.
Oh, this is irrelevant. I'm doing my set reviews for Tarkir, and there's a new draft card that is a flash, I think, unicorn, pony, Pegasus. I don't remember. I think it's a Pegasus, but it bounces something, yours or theirs. If it happens to be yours, I think it has to be a token, in fairness, but you get to draw 2 cards.
2?
Yeah, I think so.
2.
Maybe it's 1.
I remember seeing. I think it's 1.
It might be 1.
But it's still, yeah.
But that's cool.
That's
it's like
cool
on a
and good
body
for
and
this.
does the thing if you're looking for stuff.
Yeah, it's like I think it's like a flying body too.
It's a 2/1, I think. 2/1 flyer. Yeah.
Yeah, this deck will take whatever it can get to finish the game out. So if we look at some of the choices here, though: Chrome Host Seed Shark, Kappa Cannoneer, Monastery Mentor, Psy Master Thopterist. We are able to make a lot of tokens. We are going to be casting a lot of artifacts, spoilers, so that triggers all of these cards and does give us our main path to victory as the deck stands right now, which is go wide tokens. But man, I don't know what you do if you can't keep one of these on the board. And I guess, yeah, this is not really go wide tokens, but this builds up a thing that kills people. We have practically no instants of sorceries per design. I believe in Terrible Norwegian Gaming's primer, they said, we're trying to make all of our interaction repeatable, so it is all sunk into the artifacts and enchantments. 31 artifacts. We have some free costed stuff, which is very important, because then you can activate Tamesi for X equals 0 and get this stuff back. Especially relevant when you're able to sacrifice your own stuff for additional bits of value. Again, just other ways to make creatures. Halo Fountain does give us a win condition. You need 15 creatures, so you still need to do some work in this. This is not going to be able to make creatures as efficiently as, like, you know, a Selesnya tokens deck or something, but it does give us another
Monastery Mentor plus Halo Fountain only win condition.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I healthy amount of ramp. Good, love to see it.
What are we Greavesing? I guess like Greaves on vehicles and stuff makes some sense.
Yeah, and also it's probably just for Tamesi, because this deck does not do much without it out. So that's my assumption, because also, like, it's still a Greaves in a 13 creature deck, but
well, you don't want to give your
Heliod?
No, you can give your Spellskite haste.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's ideal.
Or even your reality chip, or
yeah. No, I think it's even funnier giving the Spellskite haste, because you've also given it Shroud, eliminating the only thing that the card does.
So realistically, this is like now we're at like 11 creature deck.
Right.
Okay, continue.
We also get so many little utility pieces. All right. Either Spellbomb. You bounce your opponent's creature, like their attacker or something, and then for X equals 1, Tamesi just brings it back. So you have this repeatable effect. We're going to see some other stuff. Wayfarer's Bauble, repeatable ramp, great. We're just looking for stuff where the cost is low, so we can bring it back for not much. Archaeomancer's Map is really important for this deck because you're constantly bouncing your own lands. So you will usually be behind on land count, and your lands will be in hand. So with this on the board, you're able to keep pace with your opponents because they're not going to skip their land drop, but you are able to immediately put your lands back down onto the board that you've bounced with Tamesi.
Rob's asking, doesn't it make Spellskite really good because it can't be targeted? Does the ability fizzle? But I think you have to target it to activate the ability. You change the target to this.
Yeah, you can't.
So you can't actually do the thing.
Right, you can't change a target to something that is illegal. And if Spellskite has Shroud, that is an illegal target. So the ability does not function. Yeah. Like you can't even say that you're doing it. It's just like, oh, you're declaring an illegal action. So this does not ever happen.
So like ignoring the redirect, if it has boots and someone goes to blow it up, it doesn't just get like countered.
Right, yeah.
It's just an illegal move that you cannot make. And I think that the change in direction is the same.
Yep.
Oh, isn't there a win condition on the back of Motsolani's Great Door?
Nope.
Oh, I'm thinking a different one. Yep, definitely thinking a different one. It's like the put counters on it one as well. Like I think maybe that's the one I was thinking. The untap one.
Yeah. Right. Okay. Along the lines of this, so being able to get our lands back onto the board is very important. Otherwise, we just fall behind on mana resources. So Sword of Forge and Frontier allows us an extra land drop because we're in Azorius, so we'll take what we can get. And then Sword of Feast and Famine allowing us to untap lands also. Yeah.
Just to answer a question, Red's asking if there's a walking ballista. There is not. And Terrible Norwegian said that would take it away from bracket 3. So we're trying to avoid that combo. The walking ballista, I think, and Heliod combo.
Oh, yeah.
So the goal is to not do that, which I think is a fair goal.
Yes. Yeah, I'm on board with that. Enchantments. So Tamesi can also bring these back, so these are relevant. Mystic Remora, great. Just stop paying the cumulative upkeep and then just bring it back for 2 mana. The Seal of Removal, again, repeatable bounce, repeatable artifact enchantment removal. The Angelic Shield is cute. It gives you a little boost to your 13 creatures, and again, repeatable bounce.
You only need 50% of your white enchantments to make Heliod active.
Right.
Easy.
Yeah.
I spoke too soon.
And you're putting them back, and you're sacrificing putting them back on the board too. So like you're turning Heliod on and off. I do like having Ghostly Prison here because
you like the Ghostly Prison.
I've actually been cutting this from a lot of my decks and trying to put other things in its place. But here, like, the problem is, usually with Ghostly Prison, everybody goes, oh, well, okay, get rid of that so we can attack that person. We don't like not being able to attack that person. But if your commander says, great, I can replay Ghostly Prison every turn, that makes it significantly better and disincentivizes people from removing it at all. They at least have to be pretty smart about when they do it.
I like that.
Yeah. Oh, the Oath of Liege is here. Also cute random old card. Because we again are always going to be behind on our land drops. So this helps us to stay in line. This is a symmetrical effect, but you are certainly going to get more out of it than your opponents will. We have 35 lands, which is fine for this deck because we're certainly not going to be missing land drops. We just will not often have as many lands on the board as people because we can just bounce them. So importantly, any utility we can get out of land ETBs is very good in this deck. Whether it's the Surveil here, We have Urza Saga, which is repeatable. Unfortunately, because Tamesi is only sorcery speed, you can never stack the third chapter, which is the good one, and then use Tamesi. You can only get the first two, but it gives you, you can continue to make constructs off of it, so that's something. And then, oh yes, Glacial Chasm. So this, it's a very powerful card, and being able to reset its cumulative upkeep is good, but bouncing it is not the most ideal way to work with this, because you have to sacrifice a land every time you replay it. We're already going to be behind on lands, so I don't... It may just be so powerful that you run it anyway, but definitely be careful with it.
It does seem tricky.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so we need more win cons and some swaps for old border. Let's start with win cons. So what do we have currently? We're looking to go wide with some tokens. We have a ton of artifacts, a ton of enchantments, and maybe occasionally a Halo Fountain to get us there. My first thought was Dance of the Mance.
Oh, yeah.
Other effects like this. It is Dance and Mance with an S. Dance Mans.
I think you have to click on the... Yep. That's just slow.
All right, so, oops, it's a sorcery. Return up to X target artifacts and non-R enchantments, which we've got many of, to the battlefield and turn them into 4/4s.
I hated this in Standard. Hate it.
Oh yeah, that was a deck, wasn't it? Yeah, you swinging in with small mono red creatures probably did not love a bunch of 4/4s coming back and probably giving them a bunch of life.
Yeah. This, so it, yeah, returns them all from your graveyard.
Yeah, it's a little pricey, but I think this deck is down to grind, so you'll get to the late game.
This is not at all part of the assignment, but I have a Draft Chaff card for you.
Okay.
Isn't there a 3-mana 2/3 that if you are behind on lands, you make a treasure and then you can use those treasures to like get cards and stuff? Isn't that a thing? In maybe Eldraine, I think? The most recent one?
I think you're thinking Outlaws. I don't remember the name of the card. Yes, that exists, but there are better ones. Actually, oh, man, what is the name of that card?
I think it's called Appraise or something is the one I'm thinking of. That's probably not it. Okay, ignore me.
I do know what there is it's like an uncommon for 3 that I think makes you a treasure if you're down on lands at your upkeep, and then you can like donate treasures to draw cards.
Yep. But the treasures will help mitigate being down on lands, and then if you don't need them, then you can like get cards. I don't know. It just seemed like a tricky curve filling thing that kind of did what we're doing.
Yeah. I'm actually very much with you. I think this deck could use more of those cards. Stuff like that. There's the better one in the same set. Claim Jumper, or maybe just Claim Jumper.
I think Claim Jumper, the bunny, right?
Yeah, because that can ramp you up to 2 if after the first one you are still down on lands. There's Keeper of the Accord, which is I think at each does that do lands?
There's one that when you play it, I think it's 4 mana. If you're behind on lands, you just get a land and search for it and put it into play. I was using it with the Philia deck. That every time. So if you're bouncing, that seems not bad.
But you're only bouncing lands.
We're only bouncing lands. Never mind.
I think there are like a few ways to bounce our own stuff, but not a ton. Keeper of the Accord I think also good here. Okay, wait. So I saw it earlier. I think it was I kind of blast said, "Hey, is this good for Moonshaker Cavalry?" Yeah, that's one of the ones I have on the list. I think that would be a fine win con in this deck, because we're just making a bunch of dinky little creatures and grinding the game out. So eventually we hit a state where we've got a ton of 1/1s, and we just go, great, Moonshaker Cavalry.
Do we have enough cards that make a ton of 1/1s to make that viable?
I think it could use more.
Because it doesn't feel like there's enough. Oh, what about that artifact that when it dies, it makes 1/1s based on how big it was? And then if you can bring that back, that seems sick. Right? Am I crazy?
I don't know the card, but if it has those properties, that would be great. That would be very good for this.
Man, now I'm going to try to think about it. But there's definitely, and I know there's another one that you can pay to remove counters to make Thopters, and you can also put them back on to make Thopters. But what you do is you play it, remove the Thopters, kill it, bring it back to your hand or whatever, and then do it again. That's a card for sure. That was a tricky one that I liked.
Yeah, I don't remember what that is, but
someone said Hangerback Walker. Hangerback Walker is you shoot things, right?
That's Ballista.
That's Ballista. Hangerback Walker, check that one.
Hangerback is, I don't think exactly what this needs, but it does make 1/1s equal to its power when it dies. It's an XX that when it can put a counter on itself for like 1 in a tap.
And then when it dies, it does what?
Make 1/1s equal to its power.
Okay, so that's one of the one that was the first one that I mentioned, and then the one that I'm talking about where you manually put Thopters on and off is definitely one. Brownie points if someone can think of it in chat before we move on. But anyway, those are two that I like.
Yeah, but Hangerback Walker specifically here, not good because even though it's theoretically we could bring it back with Tamesi, it just dies.
Okay.
Because we can't pay for the X, so. That one a little trickier. Also anything that's animating your artifacts, you have so many. And the Chrome Host Seed Shark is making non-creature tokens that you turn into creatures later. But you can just let those kind of rack up and then play like Cyberdrive Awakener or Rise and Shine, both turning all of your non-creature artifacts into 4/4s. That's a good way to get it going. That could probably give you enough to finish a game out. Cathar's Crusade, I'm not a fan of the card because I don't like having to keep track of the board state, but it would be really good in this because over time you're continuing to build up more 1/1s and just put them in one at a time. So giving counters to your full board eventually allows you to create things that are big enough to kill people.
No, so that's close. The card I'm talking about is pretty old. I think this is older. So this one is comes into play with 6 counters. Red recommended this. It's Havaxis. You can remove a counter to put a flying counter onto another creature, or you can remove a counter from another creature and put the 1/1 back on this. It does do that. You're in the right ballpark, but the one I'm talking about makes Thopters.
And it's definitely not Pentavis. Because if you're thinking old thing that kind of does that was what comes to my mind. Because the Hexavis was based on this one, but
it might be. Enters with 5 counters. You can pay 1 remove to make a 1/1 colorless Pentavis artifact creature token with flying, and then you can pay 1, sacrifice one of those tokens, and put a +1/+1 counter back on this. He's 7, but that is basically what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
I want to say it was like Mirrodin Besieged, like something in that time frame, but that one works. It's 7 though. It's very expensive. But when you bring him back into play, he still gets the counters.
Yeah.
Red, that's around the time I was playing. And I remember doing it in limited because there was also a way in the set to give something unblockable with power 2 or less. And I remember taking them off, making little flyers, making them unblockable, and then putting them all back on. And then hitting them. And that was fun.
Yeah. I think that makes even more sense that it is Pentavis, because Pentavis is from original Mirrodin Triskelion, even though I can actually read on this one. The original printing of Triskelion was in one of the old black border sets, probably Legends or
It's really old.
Something. Yeah, it's really, really old, but it was also reprinted in Mirrodin.
One of my favorite decks as a kid was Triskelion and Mephidros Vampire, which just wipes the board. That was my favorite mean thing as a child.
Yeah.
Well,
oh, man.
my second favorite.
You could like, that was all in one set. You could tooth and nail Mirrodin into Triskelion and Mephidros Vampire Mirrodin and just auto win the game. What a set.
All right, I'm done making you go down the rabbit hole. Sorry, continue.
Yeah, I think there are not a lot of good options for like, hey, just slam this and win. I think you would want to go for something like Cathar's Crusade, or because even the cards like Rise and Shine, or Dance of the Manse that are bringing a bunch of your stuff back, it's not like giving them evasion, and they're still only 4/4s, and this is not quite enough to be like, great, I play this and have enough to kill the table. So you're probably looking to just slowly over time also build up your creatures. So I like Cathar's Crusade much better for that. Okay, my other suggestions. You have to be running the Tamesi tech in this, and that is spells that don't have mana costs. Let's take a look at Lotus Bloom. Lotus Bloom. The only way you can get this into play is by suspending it for 0, and you have to wait 3 turns, but then it makes 3 mana. That's nice, right? Except, if it's just in the graveyard, then Tamesi can bring it back for X equals 0. It doesn't care that it doesn't have a casting cost. In the graveyard, its mana value is 0. So there are a bunch of these. There's Lotus Bloom, which is a black lotus like this. There's Soul Talisman, which is a soul ring with no mana cost. There's Mox Tantalite, is just a Mox with no cost. And you might be saying, but then I have to get them into the graveyard. I don't have a ton of ways to do that, especially if I can't get them on board to sacrifice them with something like Claws of Gix. This deck definitely, even if you don't go with the suggestion to add those in, I love this card. If I can spell, oh my god.
My keyboard doesn't help. And this mic. I have a new mic stand. It'll be better next time.
This card is Artificer's Intuition. Pay 1, discard an artifact, search your library for an artifact that costs 1 or less, and put it in your hand. Oh, what a spin the wheels little enchantment this is. But it's exactly what this deck wants. Toss the artifacts that you want to bring back. Search for your utility pieces, whatever thing that is that you need right now. And if you add those 0 costs, then you can have an easy way to search for them and throw them into the bin. It's not really. Oh, all right, I forgot. Okay, it's not really a win condition, but I think will set up for your wins much better. You could also throw a Junk Winder in here. You are making enough tokens, as long as one of those other creatures is out, to make this cost 2 mana, and then whenever a token enters, you can stun something. So before, your monks maybe not making it through, but if you've cast a couple spells and you tap them on their blockers, now they're getting through for free.
I feel like Junk Winder's like not that scary, but it's always like a kill on sight because of the rest of the it's sort of like this big enabler for what everybody's trying to do with those cards.
Right.
When I see it, I always just have to kill it.
And it's 2 mana. Like, no, you're never paying 7 for this. Okay. Now, all of my other stuff are in the lands department.
What about like Thopter Spy Network?
That would be. That's the. I'm trying. Yeah, that's not where I'm. Get it confused with Whirler Rogue.
Whirler Rogue's the one that
makes unblockable.
This is just an artifact that if you or an enchantment, if you have an artifact, you make them.
Yes.
So it's not going to help with the game plan of the commander, but it is going to help make the tokens to utilize for other things, including your crew and stuff.
Right. Oh, and also the part that I like the most is when you hit an opponent with an artifact creature, you draw a card, and so you have some other ways to make that. I think that's a reasonable add here. All right. We get so much utility out of repeatable land effects. We should be running every single one we can possible. Talon Gates of Madara is too expensive for a land, but man, is it good. It enters, phase out a creature. If you can repeatedly do this, that's really powerful. Even if it's just getting rid of a blocker or a creature that your opponent is using to kill you. You just keep it on lock every turn after turn. But also, this card ramps itself. You can pay 4 to put it from your hand onto the battlefield. Another thing that this deck desperately needs is a way to be able to put more lands out. Like this is so good for this deck. It just is like a $20 land. Speaking of $20 lands, also like Otawara and Iganjo would be great here.
And if you guys do decide to pick up these $20 lands, you guys should definitely use TOA, and you'll get 5% off.
Yeah.
And you'll help us make more cool content.
I mean, honestly, if there are any cards to invest a little bit in, it is the lands, because you will put them in everything, and they always stay nice and pricey.
Yeah, the Otawara, I think between us we have like 7 of them, and during like big recording weekends when we're building like 20 decks for one weekend, we just like don't have enough.
Yeah.
So I think we end up, having to buy more, or what we'll do is we'll put like a little marker in it, and then after the first game, we'll go and steal the Otawaras from the first decks and put them into the later decks for the weekend.
They're just always good. Right. Those. Yeah, Teleria West seems like a great land for this. You can transmute it. So you just pay 3, discard it, and search for an artifact. Well, search for anything that costs 0. So it's a tutor for any of your utility lands. It's a tutor for your artifacts that cost 0. It's great. And in a pinch, it, is a land. And then later on, you're like, oh, I knew the card I need. Great. Bounce this to my hand, then transmute it.
The same thing can be said for Iganjo and Otawara. Like, you just play them early. You don't have to worry about, like, ooh, I can try to save this for the value later and play my other lands. No. Just play it, and then you can bounce them later when you don't need those lands.
Right. We're running the Urza's lands, so might as well run the 4th Urza land, Planar Nexus. It's every non-basic land type, so it is all Urza's lands in itself. So if you have this and any other Urza land, the land just does the Urza thing. Cool. And then Horizon of Progress, I think, is the other one that this deck really wants. Horizon of Progress. Specifically because of the middle ability, pay 3, tap, put a land from your hand onto the battlefield tapped, that you just only have so many ways to do that thing in Azorius. You take whatever you can get.
Oh, I like that.
Okay. So let's talk about some cuts, because we are supposed to swap things out. First, this was my immediate cut. I think these cards are bad. It does mildly fit into the theme because it has the ability to return a card into, like, a land from your battlefield to hand, but you don't want to do that any more than you have to. That's not the good part of Tamesi. This is better served as literally any card. I think these are bad. Trade Routes is another one that feels like it's in theme, but you don't need this. Again, you don't want to be returning any more lands than you have to your hand. And while, yes, you can start pitching lands to draw cards, like the Gonti deck that we just saw, that is the advantage of this deck. Your commander draws you cards and and gives you access to essentially your whole graveyard. You will not run out of plays to make, so you don't need other ways to draw cards.
And I'd rather, instead of pitching lands that I could use or bounce for something else, I'd rather hit them with a Thopter from Thopter Spy Network
Right.
to draw a card, and then you are also hitting them and making more Thopters.
Those were my two big cuts.
Also, Ristic Study, that's annoying. Just get rid of that one.
Yeah. For your edited content, it's don't run it.
Yeah, little behind the scenes. We don't run a lot of cards that make you ask a question every 2 seconds because it makes the editing clunky. So like,
right. And also, you all already know that Ristic Study is good, and you can just jam it in whatever deck that you picked up off the show. Like, you can just do that. You don't need to see that it's good. We want to show you the other cards are good.
I do have a hard time getting rid of the treasure one, though. I definitely...
Smothering Tide?
Yeah.
Oh, I have much less problem with that, because with Ristic Study, every time you ask, it is a legitimate question. The player has to think, do I need that 1 mana, which could be very relevant, or do I want to give them a card draw? With Smothering Tithe, it is almost always, yeah, just take your treasure. Just take your treasure. You're like, the players like know that it's, this is a bad thing. That person is getting a lot of treasures, but nobody ever pays for it because 2 mana is not, it never feels like it's worth denying a player 1 treasure. But with Ristic, 1 mana to deny a player a full card draw, you're like, every time.
Because, it's a lot more important, I agree.
Yeah.
Plus, I just like it.
Yeah, what?
Zan says, I pay my taxes.
Those were my big cuts. I don't know that I saw. Also notable, we did miss 2 of these things. Mirrored and Besieged and Efficient Construction. Both are non-creature versions of play stuff, make more Thopters.
Yeah.
So, gives a little bit more legs literally to this deck. Okay, that's what I got. I really like this commander. Tamesi is cool, and your struggle with it is the struggle that everyone has. It is a hard one to figure out what the win condition is. You have a lot of fun putting together the deck and being able to do the thing that this card wants to do. It's just then figuring out how to translate that into, great, I have now won, is hard.
Yeah. Parvaxis. Make Thopters. Bring it back. But it's expensive to bring back. I thought there was like a 5 mana version. I'm sadder about it that I can't figure it out.
Yeah.
Because I don't think that was the one, the 7 mana one, but my brain. It's a little fuzzy and usually mostly incorrect. Someone says land base like my Omo deck. I was wondering if Omo, I mean, obviously that doesn't work here, but is there an everything land to help with the Urza's lands? But I don't think so, not without being green.
You see, it tunes me out when I'm like, oh yeah, here's this thing that is an everything land that turns on all of your Urzas.
What? That was a different land.
No.
Which one was it?
Planar Nexus. I did a whole bit. I put it on the screen. I was like, hey, so you're running the Urza's lands. We should run the other Urza's land because this is an everything land that turns all your Urza's on.
I did hear that. But someone mentioned Omo in the chat, and I thought of Omo in my head when we were talking about those lands. Because that's a thing that makes more everything lands. What if you don't draw that one?
Then you have the other Urza's lands.
But you still have to have 3 of them.
Yeah. You have Urza's Cave to find one. You have the Teleria West that they're going to add from my recommendation to be able to search for it.
And that's all fine, but I'm talking about the Omo suggestion. Because that was the most recent thing that we've done on the show.
Hold on,
that had
actually,
everything lands.
Decked out Ed in the chat says we should check out Planar Nexus. It's like an everything land that turns on the other Urza's lands.
I'm leaving.
We should...
Airball, you can do this now.
Look, we got it out of the way early because there's usually at least one every stream where I'm like, hey, so there's this and it does exactly this thing and that's why it's good. And then later on, NerdGirl goes, well, you know, I wonder if there's one of these things because that would be really good here. And I'm like, I know that I talk a lot, and
Hi, it is I, MTG NerdGirl, who has certainly not quit and threatened Airball into taking her place.
Yep. Okay, so
Yeah, so Planar Nexus.
Planar Nexus, I think, is really good for this deck. We should check it out. Yeah, I think this deck is a lot of fun. We skipped the question for the first deck, but I think both of these decks are decked out decks. We would definitely play these with minimal changes. Yes, win cons, things to animate all of your stuff. Dance of the Manse, Rise and Shine, Cyberdrive Awakener, or Moonshaker Cavalry is probably your only like single card that's like, great, slam this and win. Cathar's Crusade as a more like long-term build up my creatures kind of thing would be good win cons. Swap out your lands for some more utility, etc., etc. We did it.
Good. Someone in the chat's yelling "Good time, boys." This is stupid. All right. Thank you, Terrible Norwegian, for submitting this funky deck that I would certainly not be the one to play if we were to have it on the show. I think I would play the merfolk Gonti deck. That's more up my alley. But this looks like something Veggie would love to sleeve up.
Mm-hmm. I like when you play a deck that's like, all right, this is going to be a great time. How do I win with this?
Yep. And then everybody's like, man, Veggie didn't win. NerdGirl's so mean.
Mm-hmm.
This was a bracket 3 is what this is suggesting.
Yes.
So that makes some sense. Do you agree with that evaluation?
I think yes, for sure. And I think it easily swaps to a bracket 2 because it does not really need the things that make it bracket 3 aside from maybe Glacial Chasm.
All right. Let's go ahead and move on. We've got a Saskia deck that's submitted by Big Daddy Magic. And if I remember correctly, this is not the first time we've looked at this particular Saskia deck. Like, I think it's been upgraded or changed or...
Yes, I think you're correct. It's certainly not the first time we've looked at a Saskia deck from Big Daddy.
That is what I meant. Yeah, whether it's been retuned or swapped around or something. In fact, I think the old version of this Saskia deck is going to be on the show. Yeah, this was 4 CMC winner, I think. Maybe it was already on the show. But again, it's been completely reworked since then, so we're going to see what changes there are.
All right. Saskia, what an old classic. 4 mana, everything but blue, yuck. 3/4 vigilance and haste. When it enters, you choose a player that you don't want to be your friend anymore. And then whenever a creature you control deals damage to any player, it also deals that much to the chosen player. This ended up also being one of the most broken decks we've ever played on the show because it killed 2 players on like turn 5. Granted, it was because you rolled some dice very well, but still, it did it.
I didn't do the math and just like oopsed everyone to death. That was a fun time. Yeah, this has also been on the show twice. 4 CMC more recently as well. And again, that was the previous iteration from Big Daddy.
Right. Or, hasn't been on for 4 yet, right?
Oh, we're not in the 4th month yet, are we?
Right.
Oh, it will be next month.
Yeah.
In like a week, I think. What is happening?
But okay, so for this one, this is Saskia Voltron. We are suiting up Saskia because because Big Daddy Magic has a thing for the equipments, which is good. I personally like, because equipments are not my thing at all. So I have to do a little extra research into an area that I know less about. But our goal for this is to swap some stuff with the considering list, maybe. So we'll take a look first. So our our creatures are either very much geared towards equipment or are already equipment themselves, thanks to Kamigawa. So like Blade of the Oni it fits the bill. It does not actually power up Saskia too much. It just turns it into a base 5/5. The menace is solid here. But it's also just like a cheap creature that we can get onto the board early. And we have a lot of ways to dodge the reconfigure cost, like Brass Squire.
No, it was I think it was International Women's Day. The Saskia list got played. So I'm pretty sure that is out.
Oh, okay.
Yep. I was like, no, because I was talking to Big Daddy about the switch in deck list because I needed the deck list to go out that week. So yeah, we played the first version of this on International Women's Day.
Yes. Okay. We have, your equipment staples, Stone for Mystic, SRAM, Arden for your free equips, etc., etc. The Sulfum here is kind of brutal because it is doubling your non-combat damage, which is specifically just the extra damage to the chosen player. Like,
also, Ketis is cute in this kind of a commander because you're just doing so much damage all over the place that, like, this is a scary lizard.
Yes. Yeah, I think this even did a bunch of work specifically in that original game with this, but
I don't think so. The Delina Wild Mage is how everybody ended up dead.
That's true. I thought that this was also a big player in it later in the
game that I remember where Ketis did the winning was with the coin flip deck with Z. Ketis was the meanest lizard of all time.
Yeah. Yeah, especially when you're Voltroning. Keep in mind for those of you out there that this does only care about combat damage. So like the extra damage that Saskia is dealing does not count for Ketis, but she's going to be real large anyway.
It's just another version of copying damage.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, like it's very good here. I'm not saying anything about that, but sometimes I've seen a lot of people get carried away and be like, "Oh, right, all right. So all the damage that I'm dealing, I also deal again." It's
we get that comment every
just
time.
Combat damage.
Yeah.
Let's see. Oh, some of the other outliers here. There's Stonecloaker here, which was one of my early cuts for this deck. I could not find much of a purpose for this other than resetting Saskia, which like is relevant. You've killed the one player that you chose earlier. You need a way to replay Saskia to choose a new player. But I'd rather this just be like a blink or something, because I don't think the creature is terribly good. And that's pretty expensive for this ability. Some other notable stuff. The Guardian Faith here is very cute because this deck does not like removal too much, especially not board wipes, because later we'll see that a lot of the equipment is going to help to protect Saskia, but it's not going to really protect it too much from a full board wipe. This says, cool, phase out Saskia, and with phasing, anything that is attached to that creature also phases out, so you can use this to protect your equipment. Say if they're doing like a Vandal Blast or something, you're just like, great, phase out Saskia, saves all of my equipment. All right, we have some tutors. The Diabolic Intent here is a little questionable. Our creature count is not terribly high, and we have to sacrifice something to be able to use it. It is another way to reset Saskia, I suppose, by putting it back into the command zone. But I don't know. I don't like having a card that I can't necessarily play early. But it is also 2-mana tutor, so it can only be so bad, right? Not a ton of interaction as far as instants and sorceries in general, just because most of it is going to be in the things that our equipment do. But what we do have hits everything. target permanent, target non-land permanent, target permanent, target permanent, target non-land permanent. So you'll have to be choosy with when you use your removal here, but you'll usually be able to hit anything that you are concerned about.
Yeah.
Artifacts. Okay. This is they pointed this out early in it. This is a really good fun spot for the Ether Spark. So when the equipped creature deals combat damage, you put that many loyalty counters on it. And if you're Voltroning Saskia, that's going to be a lot of damage. So it does a lot of like, it's either draw 2 cards pretty much every turn after it's attached, or make a bunch of mana once Saskia is big enough.
I don't know that I've ever seen that card.
Really? Oh yeah, right, because you're not on the internet. This was one of the Ether Drift cards that people were like, whoa, what is happening?
Is that in the main set?
It's in the main set, yeah.
I have not drafted. I didn't do a set review for Aether Drift, and I haven't played a lot. I mean, the number of drafts I've done is like sub 10 or 15.
Yeah.
So yeah, I just haven't come across that card, and yeah, that's weird.
Yes. It's super busted in limited. It's so good.
I'm glad I haven't seen it on the other side of the table yet.
Yeah, I had a deck where I picked it. I was like, great, just like I guess we'll take every flyer that I can find, and there's a tutor in the set. There's the 3-drop. There's a 3-drop that finds an artifact that costs 4 or 5. So I had like 2 of those. So I got to play this every game, and I felt very bad for my opponents, but very good for me. I had a wonderful time. Anyway, lots of equipment. Doing everything. We had to have Colossus Hammer because we have a lot of ways to dodge the equip costs. Also, because like, what are you doing building an equipment deck if you're not running this card? It's just a good time.
Secret Commander time.
Secret Commander time. Again, phasing really good for this deck. I would put every single thing that I could put. Let me reset my brain on words for a moment. I would put every card that can phase out my commander into this deck. It is really powerful for what the deck's trying to do. Repeatable, even better. It is important that we're able to protect the commander because without the commander on board, the deck does not do a whole lot. We have a couple ways to do it. Why am I'm blanking on the things though. Conqueror's Flail in a way, because your opponent can't cast spells during your turn. So that's pretty safe to be able to at least cast Saskia, who has haste, and then like do your equip everything to a creature and swing in and not have to worry about it getting blown up before your equips can happen. Boots, of course. Champion's Helm also gives hexproof. And then we have a couple weird little ones that are helping us to bring it back, like Resurrection Orb. Also kind of helpful, again, if we need to reset Saskia, but does not give us a way to kill her. There is a Mirror Shield here, which also gives hexproof, but I think this card is not good.
I'm not a fan of that card at all.
I think this is not good. I would totally cut this and put anything else in. We don't see a lot of the sword ofs in this deck, which surprised me, in particular coming from Big Daddy Magic, who is a fan as far as I understand. You do run into the problem that giving protection from colors in your 4-color deck means you may not be able to target this sometimes with things that you want. But there's not that much stuff that you're worried about targeting.
I wouldn't go overboard.
I wouldn't go overboard, but I would definitely pick the ones that help you out the most. Especially like giving protection from removal colors or something like that.
I want to stop here. Here's my nerd girl recommendation of draft cards. The enchantment class that makes a 1/1 crappy +1/+1 token equipment. And then as you level it up, it gives you the free equip every time.
Blacksmith's Talent.
Yeah. that would be really cool because it's not attached to a creature that they just blow up. Because every time I build this deck, equipment decks, because I like them, then they just blow up my Pure Steel Paladins or my whatevers, and then I don't get the free equips anymore. So I like having it attached to an enchantment that they can't interact with as well. Yeah. Plus, it wins games in draft a lot.
Yeah. I thought that the Nerd Girl recommendation was going to be your preview card from Lord of the Rings, Forged Anew. Which,
That's not as cool.
I think this is pretty. Wow, here. There's too many forged cards.
Yeah.
Forge Anew. It's Forge Anew. More free equips. Equipping as an instant, also pretty relevant. And then return a blown up equipment. But blacksmith talent also.
Can someone ban Zand from my chat, please?
Oh, I feel like that would be pretty good here. Like if it was something that like turned on Urza lands.
I can't commit physical violence on our YouTube channel normally, so.
And then we have lands. Okay. So swaps with a considering list. Let's start there. We have 33 cards. I have a couple recommendations, but if we just go over this in general, we have like pretty much all the rest of the reconfigured creatures. I think it's correct that these stay here. They're not great.
Agreed.
I do like Tanuki Transplanter here because it plays into the Voltron strategy nicely. I just don't know that we can make a great use of a bunch of green mana. Because like the only thing we'd really be using it for would be equip costs, and we are dodging all of those anyway. So yeah, I think all of those not needed. We have some untapped stuff, which like I also don't know necessarily what that's here for. What we would be able to use it for other than, oh great, our attacker, which is vigilant anyway.
We have a handful of instants and sorceries, but not enough to justify the mana base being untapped.
Yeah, I don't think we need that either. I do like Steel Shaper's Gift, and honestly, I would swap this out for the Diabolic Intent. Because, like, a narrow tutor, love that. And I don't have to sacrifice a creature, of which we don't really want to do here. Full Throttle. I think this card is a blast. This is a very fun card. Put this in. That was my number one choice to swap into the deck. Getting double extra combats, and this is a good rate for it. We have two of these types of effects of draw equal to greatest power. Sure. I think those are pretty good. I would pick the Season of the Gathering over the Rishkar's Expertise here, because you're able to give trample if you need it, which isn't on Saskia and not necessarily on a lot of your other equipment either. So sometimes you just need to get the damage through. That's great. Being able to take the second mode to destroy all enchantments, really good for this deck since you're only running 2, and one of those is Rancor, which just comes back.
No, we're gonna run 3.
Yes, which is just 3, which is great because when you destroy all the enchantments, your sword token sticks around because yeah,
you got value.
Right,
see?
you got value. Yeah, I like this better than Rishkar's Expertise here.
Helm of the Host.
Helm of the Host.
I love that card. Put that one in.
I actually have this on my list.
Yes.
I think this absolutely should be in this deck because this deck is built to get around the thing I like least about Helm of the Host, which is equipping for 5 mana. you feel very good about making multiple copies of Saskia, because now you can kind of chain them together, and you're like, great, I can hit the one person that's open and everybody else is taking a huge amount of damage. Or you can line up multiple copies on the same player, like somebody has done before on the show, and been like, oh, oops, I just dealt 80 damage by accident. Helm of the Host is very good for this deck. Totally put this in.
Oh, I feel like Greaves is also, like, we want Saskia to have haste as much as possible.
Saskia does have haste itself.
Naturally?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, okay.
And the Shroud is a little rough for your equipment stack.
Yeah, you can take it off and then on for free. So you equip a bunch, right? And then you do the thing?
Yeah.
You have to have another creature, but...
Right. But yes, so the fact that Saskia has haste itself, I think, is pretty good. I do think this deck is pretty low on targeted removal. I if you can find some spots for it, I would run this stuff, because
you had 4, it was 5, I think, like that hit any permanent.
Yeah. But aside from Assassin's Trophy, 3 of them are 3 mana. So if you get into a situation where you're like, I kind of need to hold up removal, holding up 3, that's tough. And also makes it pretty obvious what you're doing.
Yep.
But holding up 1, a lot easier to do. The things I would cut. So we talked about Mirror Shield. I think card is just bad. The only reason it's here is for hexproof. There's other cards. I would drop from the creatures. Archetype of Courage. I don't think we have to remove First Strike from our opponent's stuff. I don't think this is important here. Saskia should just get thick enough to survive pretty much any combat, and I don't think the First Strike will matter. And I don't want to have to pay 3 mana for this. If I'm going to give it First Strike, I'm going to do it with equipment.
Yeah.
I would cut Charming Prince. I think the only reason this is here is, again, to reset Saskia. I'd rather do it other ways.
Well, originally you said you didn't want this. You'd rather it be a flicker effect, and that's what Charming Prince is.
It is. I still think this is inefficient for it. I would want, like, Ephemerate, maybe. Or Sword of Hearth and Home. That was one. Then you have it attached to an equipment, and it's a repeatable thing. But yeah, I still don't think this is worth a spot in the deck, with other cooler things you have in your considering pile.
What about the Planeswalker that equips? I'm not like, I don't love shoehorning Planeswalkers into every deck, but I really like them when they're like highly synergistic with what you're trying to do.
Mm-hmm.
It's one of the Aries or something. Nishlar. I'm bad with names.
Ari Nishlar. I forgot about Ari Nishlar. I think is a great inclusion here. I don't know which particular Planeswalkers you're talking about. They're probably Nahiris, because those are all equipment ones. But
yeah, that's Nahiri. If you put the 2 words I said together, that's the word. That's the name you get.
Yeah.
Ari and what did I say? Nahiri
and Ari Nishlar.
Yeah. Nish, no, Ari. Yeah, it's close.
Right.
Shut up! Don't be mean to me.
Okay. Here's my hot take. Pick for this. I would cut Brass Squire. I think this is. I think this has been power crept. I don't think this does. I think this does a thing that many other cards do at a worse rate.
I think the Brass Squire was your cut the last time we looked at this deck, because there was an equipment deck. I'm pretty sure it was this. I
probably said the same thing. Yeah.
Yeah, and so like my guess is that is a little bit more of a pet card. They really like it. It is quite cute. It's a body that does it, so I think that one is probably non-negotiable, just based on how many times we've reviewed this deck, and I think that card has stayed in every time.
I will cut Brass Squire. I think this card is not good. You have so many other cards that can equip for free. The only thing that this does, well, you have so many things that equip for free, and this only does a single equipment. And there are many that do multiple. This can do equips at instant speed, which is the only benefit I see for it. But I would rather just have things that are that can do a big batch of equipment or make other ones free.
Yeah.
But yeah. Keep it if you like it. That rule always overrides everything for deck building. If you like the card, keep it in the deck because it makes you happy, and that is why we play the game. Some of us.
See, Red is asking, why is Charming Prince in here? So someone clearly wasn't listening to what Veggie was saying.
It does happen. Yeah. Something. Okay, all right. Oh, so we talked about Solfim earlier. So this does a cute thing of doubling the extra damage from Saskia. I think that's not enough. This card only interacts with 4 cards in the deck. Kedis. Now, I should have written down which ones it was.
We believe you.
Kedis, Lothlorien Blade, Fiend Lash, and Mage Slayer. That's not enough. Either cut this card or swap it out for something that doesn't specify non-combat damage, so that you can double everything. The one I can think of is Gratuitous Violence, which costs 1 more mana and says double all damage from creatures that you control. Yeah. Armory Automaton. Is that in this deck? Is something that this one here. Yeah. That I think you keep, because sometimes they've killed your Saskia a whole bunch. And you just need a thing that comes down suddenly is your big Voltron, and this I think does a really good job of it. But yeah, Brasquire, no.
With cards like Eternal Witness and then Saskia herself and a bunch of other cards here that do cool things, we should just have Delina.
I mean, yes, you absolutely should, if that's what you want to do. We've seen that it does it's very good.
I always want to use Delina.
Mm-hmm.
Even not in this situation. It's just a card I really like. So.
Right. Any way that you can make copies of Saskia are very good. The problem is it's hard to get around the legend rule in not blue. And Delina, I think, is one of the only ways that you can do it.
And Helm of the Host. Which is going to be in the deck.
Yes.
Right?
Yes. Red, I also support you. Suggested Furnace of Wrath is the most efficient way to double your damage. It just doubles all damage, period. It's symmetrical. But I think the card is fun, so I would also run that over Solfim.
What about the Ixalan card? Does that deal... It doubles non-combat damage, right? The 4/4 that comes into play with counters or something? Or it's just a... Is that non-combat damage? I'm pretty sure he doubles non-combat damage. If he dies, he turns into a land. And then when you deal
O'Hare Ashenil. That one is strange, and I think not what we want here, because it amplifies damage up to its own power.
Which is
4.
More than Saskia's currently.
It would amplify things up to 4.
Yeah.
But as soon as you put any equipment onto Saskia, it does not matter.
But what if you put the equipment on him?
Sure.
Like, if he's also thick, then he do thick things.
Yes. If you wanted to take it in that direction where you're kind of spreading out your equipment, I think that's a really good choice. But if you want to keep it to Voltron, I'd rather have just a thing that's like double my damage.
Well, Big Daddy has mentioned several times that the way that they wanted to build the deck was so that way that Saskia did not need to be Voltroned. Mm-hmm. So I'm assuming that there's lots of other sort of creatures and win conditions that you can do without needing her to be the thing.
Yeah.
Bloodletter of Aklazatz. That's the black bat.
Yes.
That also doubles damage.
Mm-hmm.
That's
it doubles
all
damage in a... it doubles damage in the black version. So it's only your turn. If an opponent loses life, they lose that much that twice.
So that would actually double both sides, the combat and the non-combat damage.
Yes.
But isn't it like triple black or something?
It is triple black.
That's going to be awfully hard to cast. I remember the triple black, but I don't remember the names.
there might be like a double black version that costs like 5 or something, but I don't remember. I know there's like Wound Reflection, which is a enchantment for 6. Also wouldn't be terrible because there's only one black pip, but oh, I did have some other suggestions for this deck that are not on the considering list. You have a brand new toy with Tarkir. You're already running Ishin, which doubles your attack triggers, but is triple pipped. How about Windcrag Siege, which is only double pipped in enchantment, so a little harder to remove. But the first mode is just double your attack triggers. Like I think this is going to be an auto include in a lot more decks, so that would be a good one to pick up from Tales of Adventure. Oh, we talked about phasing. I think this is just missing my favorite one. Galadriel's Dismissal is so good. This card is fantastic. For 1 mana, you can phase a creature out. Great. That is the cheapest possible option for you to save your Voltron. Or kick it for 3 more mana, phase out all of your opponent's blockers. Just ideal.
Especially when Saskia is the finishing move. Mm-hmm. Like, there's going to be so many times where you could kill everyone if only you could get Saskia in.
Yeah. I think this card is really, really good. More people should be playing it. Ignore that it's $25.
It's 5% off.
Yes, that's right. What those are the big ones. Oh, and then the third big one. This is a card that makes me want to play equipments, and I don't like them. Inventory Management is attach all aura attach any number of aura and equipments to a creature you control, but with split second. That makes equipment cool.
Should we be running like if the goal is to not only Voltron Saskia, should we just also be running cards like Captain America and like...
Well, he's blue. But yes, cards like that, yes.
For some reason I thought he was...
They memed and made him red, white, and blue.
That's true. Yeah, I remember. I just remember the Boros side.
Mm-hmm. But yes, I think other things like that, that you can... that like to have a bunch of equipment on, sure. Totally. But I love this card. Like I said, it's one of the few reasons I would play an equipment deck, just because it's not my style, but this card certainly is. Because then you can just go, great, I'll send 1 attacker to everybody. Oh, they're bad creatures, don't worry about it. I only have the one that's Voltron. And then, hey, here's you cannot respond. Suddenly, this is the Voltron instead. Gotcha. Yeah.
Yeah.
This card is so much fun. I was surprised to not see Mantle of the Ancients here as a very quick Voltron rebuild after a board wipe. Just the 4 mana aura, bring back any number of equipment and attach it to that creature.
Oh yeah.
And that also, by the way, is a budget card. This I think is under $1, which is wild. Maybe it's like $1.50. Mantile. Because of reprints, it got a bunch of reprints. Yeah, it's under $1. That's how.
It's 94 cents. Because it's 5% off.
Yeah. It's even more under $1. Mantle of the Ancients, just like, wow, that used to be. Yeah, anyway, great for the deck. If you're looking to spend more money, I think this card is just going to start popping up more and more and more. But it's reduced by your equipments, because all of your equipments are artifacts, so they're therefore historic. So you're usually going to be casting this for like next to nothing. Seems like giving +10 to Saskia is kind of good.
Yeah.
The last recommendation I had is not necessarily thematic. It's just a really good card. Dahada is in your colors, giving your Voltron Vigilance, Lifelink, Indestructible every turn is the floor for this card. You can also, it allows you for some more explosive turns because the -3 either gives you a bunch of cards to hand or a bunch of treasures. Yeah.
Wouldn't like Ankle Shanker be good cards to like? That's the one that gives all your stuff First Strike and Death Touch or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Stuff like that. When you're combating, when you're anything you can do to disincentivize them from blocking or just not having good blocks, I think is probably pretty cool. Doesn't really fit into like specifically this deals with equipment, but it is this deals with combat, and you don't get to put that in a lot of decks.
Mm-hmm. Those are my other things that I could think of for this deck. Cool.
Big Daddy Magic says, you're going to make me submit this deck again. It'll probably still have Brass Squire in it, so we'll still have plenty to talk about. And yeah, as many times as you want to submit it, we'll talk about it. Thanks for being a patron. We appreciate the support.
Yeah. I actually had this deck like way back in the day as a challenge for myself to build literally anything with not blue. Because this was, I think when it was printed, it was one of the only ways you could do 4 colors non-blue. I think this came out with partners as well. I don't remember. Yes, it did come out with partners, but I thought partners were stupid at that point because they didn't have all the other ones from Commander Legends. So I built this. I think it's a very good time. I think Voltron's a great way to go with it. And this deck would be perfect if it didn't have Brass Squire in it. So there we go.
And it needs to add Helm of the Host.
Right. I did want to talk about this. Where I think this is going to be a common thing for today is talking about brackets for this. So this, according to the guidelines of the bracket system, is a bracket 4 deck, and I don't think that it necessarily plays that way. The only reason that this is moved up to bracket 4 is because it is a single game changer over the limit.
And the thing that those game changers are getting are like, so the game changers are the tutors, but like you're not really tutoring for the nuts. You're not tutoring for the combo pieces. So I feel like it is definitely going to play much, much lower. And if you were to be short 1 tutor and put in a Helm of the Host, then I think it's gonna play a lot more like it looks.
You can even literally just swap your Imperial Seal for the Steel Shaper's Gift in your considering pile, and that knocks it down 1 game changer.
And you could save $120. Is that really how much that card is?
This, yeah.
What the hell?
It's only had 2 printed. It used to be like 600 because it was only printed in like Portal, the beginner set from 1996 or something.
Oh my goodness.
But yeah, got 1 more reprint in this set.
Yeah. I would recommend just, selling that and then using that money to buy a whole new deck. And then make this a bracket 3.
But yeah, and I make these recommendations because I think the bracket system is a good baseline, and people should just it's not perfect, but it's also in beta, and there will be an expansion of it. But it makes it so much easier if you don't have to have the extra conversation of, okay, it's technically a bracket 4, but like it's really just the tutors are not getting anything that's super broken. It's easier if you can just like, this is a bracket 3. Straight up, according to the thing.
I like that people have guidelines to build, like you said, like it says 4, but it's really not 4. So like, then why don't I just remove the one thing so that way I have this nice clean 3, and it sort of kind of forces people who care to build and brew in a way that makes the pods fun.
Yeah.
And that we didn't have that when we did 1 through 10.
And also just like the more that you can eliminate having to do a rule zero conversation and just being able to sit down, play a game, and have it be a good and fun game, that's the ideal. Like, honestly, if you could never have another rule zero conversation ever again and have your games be good, that's the perfect system, right? So I think this does help. And that's what I have to say about that.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Big Daddy, for submitting this deck list. We had a good time playing it for International Women's Day. So thank you again for being a patron, supporting the show, and letting us take a look at your sweet, sweet deck list. The next one is submitted by Kai, another longtime patron. And funny enough, this particular list you guys will be seeing on the show because it was selected from our patron bounties, which is another cool perk that you guys get at the same level as the deck tech tier. We will post up specific decks or games that we are playing, what the themes are, and you guys can submit your own deck lists or even brew something new for a chance to have it on the show at no additional cost. You don't have to sign up for the sponsorship spot where it guarantees getting your deck in. So this one was actually submitted for our 5 CMC, so this will be playing in January, February, March, April, in May. Is anybody else like that? Does anybody else like not know the number of the month in their head? Or is that just me? That's just me. I got to count it out. So yeah, this was submitted for 5 CMC, which will be played in May, and it was selected. So you guys will be seeing Kai's list also on the show, just like you see it here today.
All right. The Lord of Pain. So this is 5 mana for a 5/5 menace. Your opponents cannot gain life, and whenever a player casts their first spell each turn, you choose another target player, and it deals damage equal to the spell's mana value to the chosen player. This is a nice fresh take on an old school commander that used to be super popular, Kervek the Merciless, which was whenever you cast a spell, deal damage equal to its cost to somebody. This I think is a very, very fun commander because it's like kind of group slug, but you get to control some of it, but you're also encouraged, actually I'll get into a little bit more of it later. But yes, opponent casts spell, deal damage to another player.
I like this card. You love Group Hug. I think I like Group Slug.
I personally really like this card in general. And once we've gone through some of the deck, I'll explain why. But I won't get into that yet because it helps to segue to some other stuff. I think you will have a good time playing this deck. If you are the person that plays it. Kai has taken this in a very heavy Group Slug direction. We have lots of things that are hurting our opponents for doing things, activating abilities, drawing cards, having artifacts, casting double spells, etc., etc., etc. Playing creatures. Every single way that we can punish the opponent for doing things, we've got in here. Playing lands. Our goal for this is if we can find any other niche effects like this, not necessarily looking to make this deck more powerful or go for more popular cards, just like weird little guys that also deal damage for when our opponent are trying to play the game. There are a few cards here that are not Group Slug cards, but they kind of still fit the general idea. Like Twilight Prophet is not hurting our opponents for doing things, but when once we've got the City's Blessing, we reveal the top card and we're able to drain them for the amount every upkeep.
It's also extra card draw, right? Is it you reveal and you put it in your hand? It's not your card draw. So I mean, it's just. I agree. It's not exactly the most on theme, but it is close, and I like the card draw.
Right.
I'm a huge fan of that card.
Yeah, solid card. Here, your suggestion for O'Hare Ashenil is, I think, very, very good. Because, again, you're amplifying all damage up to O'Hare Ashenil's power. and you have so many effects that are doing little bits of damage, like Bar for Flare Gremlin, which does 1 for any time a player taps a land. We do also get to run Obosh. I think in my perfect world, this is the companion, but it does make the deck worse. But
By a lot.
By a lot. But you get to double your Lord of Pain damage off of it. You miss out on a lot of these slug effects because you have like Mentor and the Razorkin Needlehead here that the deck would have to go without. You couldn't run Bloodletter of Akhlazats, or O'Hare Ashenil, a lot of this stuff. But that's my makes brain happy in deck building, also lose more game thought for that. Okay. We have a lot of decks that are like light on the instants and sorceries today. But we have some fun choices. I think Ensnared by the Mara is a card that is underplayed because this always results in something big happening in the game. Either people are taking a boatload of damage or you get to play some stuff for free. We have some, board wipes, show your opponent's stuff, end the game, punish your opponents for playing lots of creatures. The suspended sentence here may look a little bit out of place. It's like a removal that happens every 3 turns, and hurts your opponent a little bit. But the reason why a card in this deck, why you'd want something like this in the deck, is because Lord of Pain also counts your spells. So the first spell that you cast each turn, you're still dealing damage to somebody. And you're dealing damage equal to the cost of the spell. So you've invested 2 mana to suspend this. Later on, you get 4 damage. Maybe even another 4 damage somewhere down the line. So we are rewarded for any way that we're cheating mana costs for things that are expensive.
And it just happens every time. You cast it over and over again?
Yeah, every 3 turns.
I haven't seen that card. That's neat.
Yeah. I like these resuspenders. Okay, we've got a healthy amount of ramp. You love to see it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Beautiful. Excellent. Yes, I approve. There's always reasons to justify extra ramp in your deck. This one also, you want to be able to cast big, expensive spells. Like Price of Knowledge, because that translates into damage from Lord of Pain. So, yeah. Ramp, good. We have some other ways to be able to punish our opponents with extra damage, and we have 36 lands. Well, you could probably use a little bit more, but I think the deck is fine and functional with this amount of lands and 10 pieces of ramp. So
I was going to also say that I think with the amount of ramp, I probably wouldn't have had quite as many ramp spells, but I would also have 1 or 2 more lands, so I think that's right.
Yeah, I'm happy with this. Okay, so first of all, a lot of things I'm going to suggest go into this aspect of this card. So Group Slug generally disincentivizes anybody from playing stuff. They're like, I don't want to play this because I will get hurt. I don't want to draw extra cards because I will get hurt. I like Lord of Pain because it doesn't do that. This card encourages players to play things. They're like, oh, if I play something, then you're going to hurt somebody else real bad? Great. So, in general, I think people should be building this as not Group Slug, but that's, again, a whole nother conversation. We're not going to completely remake this deck, but know that exists. You can play a Lord of Pain deck that does not lean into the Group Slug aspect, and even if you are, you should add some cards that incentivize people to do things as opposed to not do them. So some of the ads that I think would be good for this are these kinds of cards like, let's say, Generous Plunderer. So this, at your upkeep, you make a treasure, you also give a treasure to somebody else. More mana? Great, you're encouraging somebody to play their big spells. When it attacks, it deals damage equal to the number of artifacts that a player controls. Also, incentivizing your opponents to use that treasure immediately to cast big spells. But it still plays into the kind of, like, punishing your opponents for doing stuff. You've got a bunch of rocks, I'm going to hit you, you're going to take some damage. This is also, like, just pretty solid ramp. You're getting a treasure every upkeep. I really like that here. What other, did I have other things? Oh, I would cut some of the things. What was I? Where was I? Not the cuts. Oh yeah, other things to incentivize your people to play things. It's not in here, right? Yeah, Descent into Avernus seems ideal for this deck. And every deck ever.
You do really love that deck.
I love, yeah.
That card.
This is a good card. Giving your opponents more treasures, again, cast more spells, cast big spells, and hurting them while we do it, sure.
Also, like, it's going to make it so the number of Lord triggers you need to kill people is just so much less, because this is doing, like, a good chunk of the heavy lifting, and then you get people down to where it's like, oh, if someone plays, you know, a total of 5 to 10 CMC worth of spells, you can kill someone.
Yeah. Or, well, is your first spell, but yes.
Yeah,
that's, yeah, right.
Cumulatively, same. Like,
exactly.
If Ascend is done 10 or 15 to everybody, the amount of work you need to do with the other thing is less.
Right, because you want those people down at those kill percentages, because then you can be like, hey, player B, do you have a 6-mana spell? Because then we can kill player C. It like that. I really love this aspect of this card.
One of the things I wanted to recommend isn't Lord. Each player's first spell each turn. Shouldn't we have more instants in the deck so we can trigger the Lord multiple times ourselves?
Yes.
So like,
yes.
I feel like we're massively incentivized to not have some of the extra smaller things like sorceries. Maybe we can get rid of like a removal sorcery and add an instant one, because then we get double trigger.
Yes, it's that. I'm 100% in on that. This is it triggers for the first spell any player. It triggers for the first spell that each player casts
Each turn,
on each turn. So you should be trying to play a spell every turn, and you should try to get your opponents to play a spell every turn. My favorite inclusions for this deck, my favorite recommendations for this, are forcing your opponents, or not, like, getting your opponents to play extra spells every turn. If I had any recommendations for this deck at all, it is these spells. Let's take a look at Guthrie Wright's history. It's a block of text. The short version is Chaos Warp every player, but instead of just revealing the top card and then, oh, is it permanent? You get it. They reveal until they hit a spell.
And they can cast it.
And they can cast it for free.
So you get all of the triggers. Huh.
Yeah.
That's cute.
And again, it's because of the wording for Lord of Pain, it's whenever a player casts their first spell each turn. So you can do this at instant speed, get your own 3 damage, and then get damage equal to every single player that is then casting their spell for free.
You can it'd be really cute if you did that. Someone's like, I'm not gonna cast a spell this turn. Ha! And then you're just like,
yeah, you are. Or it to be clear, none of these spells ever force the opponent to do it, but like, are you gonna pass up a free spell that hurts an opponent?
But that's what I'm saying. Yeah. Like, if they don't cast something because they don't have something worth casting. But yeah, there's no way that
you're
they're
like,
not.
I got you. Don't worry.
Yeah.
you got a spell to cast. There are 2 other cards like this. The other ones are, I think this is the brand new one, Transforming Flourish. Cool, and it is in, yes, brand new, in the Tarkir precons. Destroy an artifact or creature you don't control, and again, its controller exiles until they hit a non-land they can cast for free. It's an instant. You get to do it to one person, or you can demonstrate it and get an additional copy yourself and an additional copy for an opponent. So this can just also remove a bunch of stuff on the board and get a bunch of the triggers for Lord of Pain. And then the last one, Audacious Swamp. So as far as I know, these are the only 3 that do specifically this, where it's reveal until they hit a spell and they can cast it. Maybe there's more, but for sure these ones. Same thing. Shuffle a thing into a library. They reveal until they hit something you can cast for free. I think these are just perfect for the deck. My biggest recommendations for these. The other thing we mentioned a little bit for Suspended Sentence is cheating costs is great. So I think this is an instant. Nope. Yeah, it is. Okay, so this is, I think, exactly along the lines of your recommendation. Change out your sorcery speed removal or anything that's sorcery speed to instant speed. And this one, destroy 2 creatures. You know you're going to have 3 opponents unless it's later in the game, and that's great because it means you survived. So you're reducing this by 3. This costs 3 mana to kill 2 creatures, and you deal 6 because its cost is 6. Like any time that you can find something that does that, go for it. Bolt Bend is really nice here. As a 1 mana redirect with Lord of Pain on board, and it deals 4. Was there a Blood-Soaked Insight in this? I don't remember. No. I would swap one of your lands for that. It is the red-black MDFC. It costs 7 mana, but it is reduced by 1 for every point of damage that an opponent has taken. So you're almost always going to be able to cast it for 2. It's going to deal 7 damage. And it's a land on the backside. Easy upgrade.
I also would like to recommend Garna the Blood Flame. She's a flash creature that costs 5 mana that lets you return creatures from your graveyard that were put there this turn. So, like, they're going to remove your stuff, but then you also get that trigger from Lord of Pain while also getting all your stuff back.
Yeah, 5 mana flash. Absolutely.
That seems good. I feel like we really should look at, like, flashy stuff. Mm-hmm. But there aren't a lot of Rakdos flash things, but I do think that one's a really good fit.
Yeah. The other niche ads that I could find that I think are interesting for this, man, I love a good Pain Magnification. Opponent is dealt 3 or more damage by a single source. The player discards a card.
That's pretty funny.
Right? So, like...
So if you play you incentivize someone to play a spell so that way you can hit them, their opponent for 3 and make them discard. That's just mean. Mm-hmm.
And again, sneakily, this lays into this whole thing where you are incentivizing your opponents to play their spells just without... Don't pause. Don't hold that spell up because you might get it discarded. Play it now. You want your opponents to be playing their spells as soon as they can. And this not only deals more damage around the table, but makes them play them immediately. Blood for the Blood God. There's a that spell is 11 mana. But you're never playing it for 11. You're playing it for 3. Great. Stuff will die. You play this. You deal 11 damage to somebody.
Yep. In addition to the 8.
Each, yes.
Yeah. You might just kill someone.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Uh-oh. Did this die?
I guess so.
Yeah.
You'll have to reach a little bit more, but I'll go plug this one in. I'll be right back.
Yeah, Blood for the Blood God. Okay, so now those are some like more played cards. If you are looking for the super niche stuff, what I could find, this I think is just not necessarily synergistic, but just like I don't know. I think it's very much in the flavor of the deck. It's 7 mana. Each player's life total becomes the lowest life total among all players. So when you cast this, you hit the player with the lowest life total for 7 before it resolves. And then you drop everybody's life total to that number. If you do this right, then you probably set everybody's life total to something where they can't... It's going to be a mad dash to cast any spells because it will kill the other players. The only problem is it does also set your own life total to that. So you don't want it to be like, oh, on board, somebody could swing out and kill me. But if you're outside of that situation, I think this is just a ridiculous card. And then the other much more niche one, Citadel of Pain. Lord of Pain feels like he should have a Citadel. This is end of each player's turn. It deals damage to them equal to number of untapped lands they control. So Group Slug, and once again leaning into this play style of you better cast your stuff and you better do it on your turn, because otherwise you're taking damage. You want to incentivize your opponents to cast their spells, and this does it, or Group Slugs them. Perfect.
And you end up with it on both ends too, because you have cards like this that like punish them when they're casting stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
So like, cast it or don't cast it, I don't care. You're taking damage.
Right.
It just puts them, in a bad spot no matter which option they choose. Karavek the Merciless. That's a mean card.
Yeah. That used to be like way back in the day. That was like big old meanie spiky EDH deck, because there just weren't a lot of options, and this was like, this was a really good commander back in the day. I think that is everything that I've got for this.
If this were submitted on the show, I have dibs. This looks fun. Oh, it is submitted. We are playing this deck.
Yep.
Okay, I would like to dibs it.
Yeah. This is one that I've been meaning to get on the show for a while, and then it just got submitted. So I was like, perfect.
Woohoo!
No notes.
All right. So I think that we've gone over the swaps, suggestions.
Yeah. With our goal to find the niche pain dealers, my biggest recommendations are Citadel of Pain. I think is the most niche. It is everything that you want. You're encouraging your opponents to play spells. You're hurting them if they don't. So Group Slug. It is of Pain. So it's the Lord of Pain and Citadel of Pain. Great. Repay in Kind being the other super weird one that we discussed while NerdGirl stepped out. And then Guthrie Red's History, Transforming Flourish, Audacious Swap, the things that make your opponents play spells at instant speed. Those are the best things I think you could add to this deck.
And Flash Creatures and Instants.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right. Thank you so much, Kai. I really appreciate you submitting a list and having us play it on the show. I'm excited. Thank you so much for being a patron and submitting a list for us. Next up, we have one from Wes and Saltboy, longtime patrons.
Yeah, sorry. I'm just right now noticing Tulak in the Twitch chat saying, yeah, then hit Shakeda from all the way back in Legends, and it's a free win. And I know what you're doing. You're not getting me on this one.
I don't know what you're doing.
Don't say anything else.
I know Tulak plays weird cards because we had Crime Boat.
Yep.
So like I assume it's something wonky.
No, it's. Do you want to read the next message in the chat?
Don't forget shake to booty at the club, Veggie. Wait a minute. Hit Shakeda from all the way back in Legends, and it's a free win. How did you get from that to shake to booty?
Because there's no card that is Shakeda. It is purely bait.
Should we play the clip of me being absolutely oblivious? Yeah, let's show chat. This we'll give you as a spoiler for for our show in 2 weeks. The next Tarkir one, right? I think.
It's a very next.
No, Monday's
Oh,
not it.
we have a Monday.
Yeah, we have one in between. Here you go, guys. Here's a little spoiler for you that is along the lines of Tulok being.
By the way, do you know how difficult it has been not to make a joke about mastering this card, that commander?
What do you mean?
I keep looking for the
Just playing it wrong?
Vine Boom.
Nope.
Nope.
But there's
If you were, say you were especially good at using this card, like you are a professional, or maybe you're a pure expert at your commander, what would you call that person?
Or if they're really bad at it, but they wanted to improve, you would tell them to spend some time and
Practice.
Until they
practice
are
becomes.
An expert.
And what's maybe even higher than that?
Who would?
You could you
A grandmaster.
Oh, okay.
A little lower.
A Jedi. I don't know. What is
See,
happening?
this is the example of the purity here. That
Is it dirty? What's the joke?
We were looking for master.
Masturbator? Masturbator.
oh, there we go.
Got him.
Stop.
Circle meets square. What's up?
So yeah, to be clear, that happens like every game. Every game, we're just like, this cannot be any more. There could not be more clear, right? That this, and then we have that was just like probably the best example, but
My brain doesn't think of it like that. I don't know.
yeah, yeah, you also you had the nightmare rotation too of me and Airball and Mauled all being like, yes, we're here for this here for this very stupid joke that we think is that is exactly where our brains go immediately, and all of us being like, I
don't know that it's ever taken me that long to come to like it. Shut up! No, I didn't mean it dirty. It never takes me that much effort to like get to the joke, and I'm sad that I'm dumb. Yeah, Jedi, they wanted a powerful word. I don't know.
Like, you couldn't write that better, I don't think. You could not have scripted that in a...
All right, well, I will be right back. Airball's going to jump in for the next one from Wes and Saltboy. Again, thank you so much for being a patron, and I hope Airball and Veggie don't do too many dirty jokes. Enjoy.
Yeah, I don't think it's ever taken me that long to come in and replace NerdGirl.
Yep.
You are going to have to talk very loud because it's there.
Oh, and now we have to we share the mouse for this one because okay, right, we have a new deck. That's what's happening. So this is Dragonhawk Fate's Tempest, submitted by Wesley and I believe Sun Saltboy.
I see.
This is supposed to be just a fun and casual mono red, doing mono red stuff. We are here to just make some fun suggestions for kind of what we think this deck needs. Dragonhawk 5/5 flyer for 5. When it enters or attacks, you exile the top X cards of your library, where X is the number of creatures you control with power 4 or greater. Those are cards that you can play that turn, or if you leave them in exile, they each deal 2 damage to an opponent at your end step. So, like, per card, 2 damage to each opponent.
Okay, it's like Chandra Torch, I guess, because
Yes.
it only happens once. Okay.
Right.
Yep.
Right. So we are trying to put creatures on the board that have power 4 or more, and then we are just dealing a bunch of damage to our opponents. if we don't need to cast those cards.
Honestly, I thought that was a Tarkir card because I haven't seen this card before. Like, it was in Bloomborough?
Yeah,
Crazy.
yeah. I like this card. I've been playing this and stuff. I put this in the new narrative, the Mardu dragon that doubles damage for any creatures that have entered this turn, because that works for this.
Man, it shows you where Standard is at. Like,
Yeah, this is unplayable in Standard.
like 5 years ago, this would have been a busted card, and there's so many red decks in Standard right now, and it's just not a playable Magic card.
Very good for Commander though.
Yep.
The main way of playing Magic the Gathering.
Right.
But yeah, if you're playing niche formats like Standard, then this is not good. So we will not recommend this for Standard.
Okay. I am going to one day just submit a Standard deck tech to the show. There's nothing that says it has to be Commander.
That's true. Yeah. By the way, you are welcome to submit those decks, and at that point, that it means it's more. If you encourage people to do this, it's more work for you because we won't have anybody else that can make reasonable.
That's true, but there's so much equity in the fact that no one will actually do it, and I get to complain.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Okay, here's what's in the deck. Starting strong with Humble Defector. This, I think, I want to point this out. This sets the tone for what this deck is about. We're not playing cards we're not playing optimal synergistic cards. This does a hot nothing for the deck, except make the game more fun. I'm going to draw some cards. I'm going to give it to somebody that needs to draw more cards. We're going to pass this around the table. Don't be a jerk. Make sure you use your Humble Defector. Ta-da! So that, I think, is a good baseline for understanding what we're trying to do with this deck, which is have a good time.
Sure.
We're just, having a good time quick, because it's also going to kill your opponents. Tyrox, 2 mana for a 4-power creature. We just want for those 4 mana. We want the 4-power creatures so that we are hitting more cards off of Dragonhawk. Bone Crusher, sure, 4 power. Dual Caster, I don't think this is in here for any other reason that it is fun red card. I don't think there's anything that it specifically synergizes with. We're certainly, I don't think we're not twin flaming comboing.
But it synergizes with Commander.
Yes.
Right? Someone is going to cast a big dumb instant or sorcery.
Right. Yeah. That's I think exactly what this deck is saying. It's like, we're here to have a good time with cards that I'm going to enjoy. Certainly there will be something that somebody's going to play that I can dual cast. Lelia will quickly have 4 power.
Yep, busted Magic card, hate it.
It does get more counters the more cards that you're playing that you get off of Dragonhawk, so that's also a little extra synergy. Sure.
What?
Sure, might as well. I think once again, this is just like, card that's going to be a good time, does not synergize with deck. We're here to have a good time. I could not find anything that wants this mechanically.
Okay.
Yeah. Scytheclaw, 4 power. Zozu, sure.
The good old Scytheclaw dual caster mage combo.
Right. Yeah. I don't know that. I think this is. This card stumped me a little bit. Because this, I think, contrasts with deck that wants everybody to just be doing commandery stuff. I don't think that this kind of slug effect helps the deck at all, but also I don't think it leans into the, like, wild and wacky, hey, here's some card draw.
Yeah, but I guess it kind of makes sense if you have a very specific idea of what fun Magic is, which is everyone playing on more or less the same playing field and never running out of stuff to do, then ramp is the natural predator of that, because if you're giving everyone cards, you don't want one guy to have twice the mana of someone else. So I could see this hurting someone in your local meta who's playing like Uro ramp or whatever.
Yeah, I could understand it if it's a meta specific choice. I think in the general deck list, this would be one of my early cuts.
Sure.
But yeah, I mean, like, this is Pylo spells that are interesting. Like, this is just getting passed around the table dealing extra damage. Sure, initiative and free spells. Sure. Like, there's not a ton to say about how these cards are going to be working together. I just think this is a glorious pile.
Brash Taunter is there,
right? I don't know what that's there for. That's like, this is just fun commander card.
And of course, Wormcoil Engine.
Yeah. The Twin Flame Tyrant here is pretty relevant because it's doubling all of your Dragonhawk damage. Bloodthirster, also very relevant here because your additional combats means more Dragonhawk triggers, because this is an enters or attacks ability. And then, yeah, again, extra damage. Interesting. Molten Primordial. Here is my Teferi's Veil card for the deck, which, for you who may have missed it, just here is weird old card that people don't play very much. Enters for each opponent, gain control of a creature that player controls. So you get a free threaten for every player. That's it. This is just okay, cool. 7 mana, have a good time. What else have we got? Prisoner's Dilemma. This is very fun. I had an interesting conversation with a friend recently about this card because, like, the Prisoner's Dilemma, quote, quote, is solved, right?
For 2 players.
Yes. For 2 players. But not for 3. And is not necessarily, you have to figure out, like, are you trying to optimize best possible scenario for you or the player that is playing this? Like,
so when we're talking, this is just the computer science game theory nerd
yes.
and me.
I was hoping to provoke this.
Yes. So the Prisoner's Dilemma with 2 players, there's what's called a Nash equilibrium where everyone betrays everyone else. And a Nash equilibrium is when, if you know what your opponent is going to do ahead of time, do you have an incentive to switch? And in the classic Prisoner's Dilemma, you don't. If you know your opponent is going to be friends with you, or like, would it be profitable for you to change your approach given what your opponent did?
Right. I saw A Beautiful Mind.
Yeah, exactly. I saw John Nash in person. He used to eat in the cafeteria. I would walk past him on the way to class. He's just reading his newspaper. Yeah, so you need to, in the general case, figure out if there's an equilibrium where it doesn't make sense for you to change your choice given what your opponents are doing, assuming they do the same thing that they did last time.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
Yeah. So what I will try not to talk about this card too much, because I think there, between the 2 of us, there's a lot to say about it.
Yep.
But what makes this different, because, like, people saw it and went one of 2 directions. They're either like, wow, this is the most fun, I would totally do this, what a great, we get to do the Prisoner's Dilemma in a game, how silly, great time. And people that were like, bleh, it's solved, like, boring, I will choose the same thing every time because the Prisoner's Dilemma is solved. But the fact that there are multiple players involved in this changes that. The fact that it is not a simple win or lose changes that. Because you have to think about what the outcomes of each of these are. That is not just simply good or bad. It is some amount of damage to these players, or some amount of damage spread out.
Yes.
The card is fun.
You have happened upon the concept of a utility curve, which is, so you have expected value, right? So your expected value in a lottery could be you gain $1 million on average, but your extra utility for that $1 million changes based on how much money you already have. So depending on the game state, damage could mean more or less if someone's at 60 or if someone's at 10. So yeah. Also, the Prisoner's Dilemma is solved for the individual case without repetition. But all of a sudden, if you know that you're going to be repeating that experiment over and over again, then mutual cooperation strategies start to emerge as, like, the better strategy. So if you're playing against someone in your pod and you're playing against them over and over and over again, it can be good to cooperate even if the straight one instance of the game it's better to betray.
And even better, like they snuck flashback onto this at the bottom of the card.
Sure.
So you already get you get to do it twice in the same game. So the fact that you've seen what your opponents are, it's a very fun card. This is totally what you should be putting into your casual, I just want to play fun spells deck. I'm gonna hold it there. Something full throttle. More people should play this card because it is a blast every time that you play it. Double combat for 6 mana. Like 2 additional combats for 6 mana is a good rate and very fun. Plus you're getting your extra Dragonhawk triggers, blah blah blah. Let's look at more stuff. I mean, this is just it's pile of cards that will be a good time. Return the Favor. I think this should be for sure a staple for mono red in Commander. And you will always have good stuff to do with this.
Yeah,
that's it.
Good old Guff rewrites history.
Yeah, we got to talk about the ideal deck for this in the last one.
I didn't hear.
Yeah, it's Lord of Pain, which is the first spell that each player casts per turn. You deal damage to another player equal to its cost. But Guff is an instant, so you get your own trigger, and then you say, cool, everybody gets to cast a spell for free.
That sounds like a prisoner's dilemma, because if everyone declines to cast the spell...
At the least, though, you've also removed a permanent per player, so like you're like, oh, sure, do you want nothing out of that exchange? Fine with me. Okay, and then our artifacts are pretty much just like, oh, by the way, we need a bunch of mana. Double our mana from mountains. Good old... I think that's Finkel signed on there. From
It is, yeah.
Probably from super broken Urza Saga.
Oh, gotta be.
That tournament deck. Yeah. Make a bunch of mana. The Embercleave, sure, that's cute. Even again, I'm going to come back to this over and over and over again. How this deck is clearly here for fun. It doesn't even synergize.
Yeah,
it doesn't even.
You're going to pay 5 for
Dragonhawk.
it. Yeah.
You don't have a ton of attackers. Like you could certainly be swinging with these. But even if, let's say, even you play it for 2, the double strike does not give you double Dragonhawk triggers. Oops. Nope. This is an attack trigger, not a damage trigger. So you're just because Embercleave is a cool card that you want to play.
Yep.
And then our enchantments, encourage attacks. Ascent into Avernus is a good and fun card. Sure, triple damage, why not?
Man, this is like the playground Magic deck. Like, you're out at recess, you have 15 minutes, let's play, and I'm going to play this cool card, and we're probably going to ignore land drops.
Yes. I want to point out, in the chat, Tulak has suggested, actual serious suggestion, Possibility Storm. Don't fall into this trap. Everybody is like, oh, Possibility Storm, ha, hee hee, chaotic thing. Possibility Storm is a stacks piece. This is the card on its face. So it's a 5 mana enchantment. Whenever a player casts a spell, instead that spell gets exiled or bottomed or something, and you just go until you hit your next spell. On paper, you're like, fun chaos. In real experience, it's not fun because nobody
There's
gets
no
to
agency.
do. Yeah, you lose all agency in the game.
You started playing war, basically.
Right. So yes, just as a heads up, it often is not the fun that you think that it is. Okay, so we are here to make some suggestions for the deck in this vein. And I know we brought you in specifically because you're an expert at purely fun, suboptimal cards for Commander.
Yes.
Yep.
I mean, honestly, actually, yes. Like, the Commander decks that I play tend to be very bad because I want them to do stuff that I've never seen before, and everyone's... If it's good, then other people are doing it.
That's true. That's true. All right, here, I'll start with my suggestions that I think actually make the deck better, so maybe against theme. I like I said, I like Dragonhawk. I really, really want to have haste when I'm playing Dragonhawk, because that means I get double triggers the turn I play it. Fantastic. Mass Hysteria seems like what this deck wants to do. This is fun card for Commander. The recent reprint has made this card nice and budget. All creatures have haste. One mana. Yeah. Concordant Crossroads in red. Which is where it always should have been. But yeah, you pay 1 mana, everybody gets haste, everybody has a good time, and you're gonna get your double trigger off Dragonhawk when you play it. Cool. I mean, like any other way that you're able to give haste to your stuff, that seemed like the best one in theme for the deck. But like run, Rising of the Day or whatever generic thing that is giving your stuff haste. It's actually trickier than you'd imagine in mono red. There's like Fervor, I think, is also an enchantment for 3 that gives all your stuff haste.
There's Anger, I guess, if you can get it in the bin somehow.
Right, but this doesn't have a lot of great ways to bin it.
Does this deck do much in the early turns? Like, not really, right?
It plays ramp. It plays little creatures.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not a ton. Yeah, there's the haste enabler here, Enduring Courage. That's nice. Chaos Dragon seems really in line with this. It's in the name,
Yeah.
So this is 3 mana. It is 4 powered, so it's another card that you get off Dragonhawk. And it just starts swinging. The drawback is that everybody gets to roll d20, and whoever rolls the highest cannot be attacked. But you don't care. You're just throwing damage around. You're happy to have your 4 power for 3.
Yeah.
Professional Facebreaker seems also very good for this deck. The card is just really good though, so maybe that's against the theme. Like that's a very good Magic card. Wild Magic Surge is something that I think this deck wants to run. So this is bad Chaos Warp. You destroy a permanent that an opponent controls, so you cannot hit your own stuff, and then you reveal, and they just get the next permanent, or that shares a type with it. So you're polymorphing your opponent's stuff. Not great, but sometimes in mono, this is one of the few ways in mono red that you can hit certain permanents that it couldn't normally.
Yeah, if they've got a creature over there with 10 toughness, you're never killing that.
Right. Or just an enchantment.
Yep.
So this seems like both a card that the deck kind of wants and leans into the theme.
Man, I just missed the Price of Progress in there too.
Oh yeah, just hanging out. Hey, hey 5-color soup deck, this is what you deserve. I want Mob Rule in this. We are already running Insurrection, which is a hefty 8 mana, and will probably end the game. But it's still 8 mana. We're not ramping terribly well in this deck. Mob Rule, on the other hand, only 6 mana, and you can gain control of all creatures with power 4 or greater, or gain control of all creatures with power 3 or less.
I remember when he was promoting the Fire Festival.
What?
Too deep a cut. Ja Rule was one of the main voices behind the Fire Festival. All right, continue.
Okay, yeah. Good reference. I didn't quite get there, but once you, importantly, Mob Rule, you can say, great, take all creatures power 4 or greater, which is the thing that Dragonhawk wants. So I think this is going to essentially do the same thing that Insurrection is doing for you, but for less mana, so you're probably getting to cast it more often. I would recommend Sword of Hearth and Home. Blink effects also very good for Dragonhawk, and it's happening after it's swung, That's one of the only ways you're getting it mono red. Also helps you to ramp, giving you a little bit of protection for your stuff. Blah 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 blah. It would be good for this. So let's take a look. There's also always a good considering list here. There are I think 3 recommendations I would have from this to go into the deck. I'll start with this one because I know that Airball does not know this card because it's commander only, and this is an easy one. Scepter of Eternal Glory. Put this card in every single monocolored deck that you have, all the time, forever. This card is stupid good. Just it's a Thran Dynamo for colored mana.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep. Like there's a reason that it's $20 and that's it.
Yeah, that card's fucked up.
Yep. Really good. Play the card. Very good.
Speaking of payoffs for having all lands the same name, like War Room comes to mind as like a way to make sure that you don't run out of gas.
Yeah. Anything from this that you would add?
I mean, Tibble's Trickery.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's also on my list.
Yeah, Tibble's Trickery. You've got it's very much in the spirit of chaos. You get your little taste of Possibility Storm, I guess, without having to lock everyone out for the entire game.
Yeah. You get so much commander goodness out of this. Like, ooh, unexpected thing out of the mono red deck, counterspell, and some chaos.
And you always get the Hail Mary thing too. I remember in the game we played with Gavin, like I had nothing and Gavin was just going to absolutely destroy all of us. So I Tibble's Trickeried my own spell into a way to deal with him. It was perfect.
Yeah, that's totally what this deck wants to do. My third recommendation from the considering list is Party Thrasher. I think this card's a very fun card. Your non-creature spells that you cast from exile have Convoke, and at your pre-combat main phase, you can discard a card to Impulse Draw 2. You only choose one of them to play. So in itself, you get some card selection. You get a little bit of a discount, but it's also discounting all of the spells that you hit off of Dragonhawk.
Yep.
Cool.
Love it.
Yeah. I think that's everything I have to say about that. I don't know how long we've spent on this deck because we've talked so long about the Prisoner's Dilemma.
Yeah. Yeah, I came in for the wrong deck.
But yeah, I think more people should have these kinds of decks. Sometimes just jam the spells that you want to play into a deck and don't worry about it. This is ideal like bracket 2 kind of gaming. And hey, look at that. It's a bracket 2 deck.
I should make like a TikTok series, Airball teaches game theory for commander players. I think that would do reasonably well. I'd get like at least 10 views.
Yes. Yeah, or like here's this is another good one, Wheel of Misfortune to do like some game theory stuff on. Like yeah, I think there's a lot of them, but Prisoner's Dilemma for sure. Okay. This I think I would for sure would be played on Decked Out, no changes. This is just pile of fun spells. I have recently built one of those decks. I don't know if we can spoil it yet, but I built a deck that will be on the show that I was just like, there is nothing more to this deck than pile of fun spells.
Great.
Okay. Moving on, here will be a very big change of pace from what we just looked at. So this is Glaivea. I have not seen a Glaivea deck in a long time. This is from Dead. So 4 mana in Grixis for a 1/3 flyer. When it enters, each player exiles the top X cards of their library, where X is the amount of mana spent to cast Glaivea. And then when it attacks, you can cast an instant or sorcery from any of the exiled cards for free.
Okay. But not forever, right? If it dies and comes back, then you start anew.
Correct.
Okay.
But you're okay with it dying, because once you recast it from the command zone, because of the wording on Glaivea, it is exile X, where X is the amount of mana spent to cast Glaivea. So your commander tax is taken into account for this.
That's cool.
This card I think got overlooked a lot because I think this was, I want to say Nekuzar was also this precon.
Yeah, Nekuzar are just like the much more good.
Yes, the much
card.
more good
Grixis card.
no think make deck. I really like Glaivea. So from Dead, our goal here is to make some suggestions for big spells that would be fun. This is their high-powered deck. If you take a look at the bracket info, whoo, that's a list. This is for sure a true bracket 4 deck. We are running a lot of very powerful cards.
There's a Tabernacle
There's a
in there?
Tabernacle in this deck.
Why the hell was there a Tabernacle in this deck? I guess to make sure that your creature always gets in, like you don't have to attack into other stuff.
I guess so. We'll take a look at the full list, but yeah, like this to me is what a bracket 4 should look like. Don't mess around with like it's like 4 or 5 game changers. We're not playing a lot of powerful cards. They're just like, yeah, then cut them and make it bracket 3. This is what it should look like. So we're looking for some more big spells that we're trying to hit off Glaivea to cast for free. And some, I don't know, they wanted defensive and fun. And I don't know what that means. I know what fun means. I don't necessarily know what a defensive big spell for this deck looks like. So maybe going through the deck list will inform us a little bit more on what that means.
Sure. There's Nekuzar.
Yeah. So we are trying to win through wheels still. We have Nekuzar, we have punish you for drawing cards, punish you for drawing cards, punish you when I draw cards, punish you when I discard cards. This is a wheels deck. We're just doing it with Glaivea in the command zone instead of Nekuzar. Yeah, Shieldred,
Yep.
wheels. Wheels. That's what everything in here is geared towards. Bowmasters hurts you for wheels. Starscream hurts you for wheels. And we barely have any other creatures that are not in that. Gilded Drake is here because the card is super busted. Ta-da.
I assume this notation on Moxfield is for Game Changer, like just.
Oh, the little clock?
Yeah.
Yeah, these are game changers. I call it a clock. I don't actually know what this symbol is, but yes, that means game changer. Sorceries, tutoring our butts off. Personal tutor, demonic tutor. There's more tutors in the instance, but yeah, we're gonna get a lot of our wheels here. Wheel of Fortune, Time Twister, Molten Psyche, Time Spiral. This is a card I'm surprised that I don't see played more often. I guess it's because it resets everybody, but like I never see people playing this card. Yes, it is $110 people proxy. I don't see anybody playing this ever, but that's just me. So let's look at some of the big hits that we can get here, because this deck is trying to Glaivea and find a really big spell to cast, if not from our opponents and from us. Soulfire Eruption is absurd. We are just revealing off the top of the deck and dealing damage to stuff for every single permanent that we can possibly target and players. We can destroy all our opponent's stuff. Blasphemous Act does not really count here. We see another Insurrection to steal all the creatures on the board. Aminatu's Augury costs a bunch of spells for free. Volcanic Vision is dealing a bunch of damage to like it's a board wipe.
Sure.
It's one-sided board wipe. Deal some damage to creatures, make some treasures. Hit the Motherlode is try and spin it up again to hit another big spell.
Okay, so there's really, this deck has a very clear game plan. It has one way to kill through wheels, and it has one way to keep itself alive, which is make sure that no one has anything on the board.
Right.
So I think that's what it means by defensively. Just prevent yourself from dying because everyone hates you.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, because even like Blatant Thievery is steal all the threats on the board. So we're like playing control wheels.
Yep.
We have the stack of instants that you would expect from a bracket 4 deck. like every free counter spell we can get: Pact, Flare, Force, Fierce, Force,
SWAT.
SWAT.
I don't know that I love Pact of Negation.
I go on.
I mean, it's such a bad draw almost all the time. It's a bad hit off of your commander. You can't cast it really before turn like 4. And even if you do, you basically time walk yourself for 1 spell from the opponent, unless you have some way I'm not seeing to avoid losing the game. I think that Pact of Negation is going a little too far into the free protect yourself thing. But I guess I get it if you're trying to protect a game-winning combo to like wheel 3 times on your turn and you don't expect to get to your next turn.
You've hit on a very important thing that I think a lot of commander players, like, this is a trap the commanders players fall into. Pact of Negation is not good. The only reason that this sees play in like CEDH is because every deck in CEDH is trying to combo to win. That is all that this card is good for, is to protect a combo win. Otherwise, if you need to cast this for other reasons, you will lose that game.
Yeah.
You're time walking yourself to stop one thing. That is really bad, and I don't think this deck wants to do that. Because this will rarely be in the position where it needs to protect a combo win or like one single spell that is going to win them the game, in a way that if this does not resolve, I'm dead.
Yeah.
So I would cut this. I think pretty much. So there is Entomb here, which does not do a whole lot for the deck. Period. However, dead included in the primer, it is always to find anger. So I mean, like, that's not horrible. It's a 1 mana. It's 1 mana. All my creatures have haste, and it's going to be very hard to interact with the way that I've done it. Sure. Gives us. We ensure that Glaivea has haste. Do I love that with a 14 creature deck? That one of which we were putting into the bin. I think I'd rather have any other card in this spot. I would cut the Entomb and the Anger to put other things in. And I would compensate for the haste in other ways.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Like, give me more interaction here. As a, like, I'd rather have to play Glaivea and then wait a cycle to swing with it and just protect it. But
yeah, especially with all your free counter spells,
right?
Right.
Okay. Artifacts. It's all ramp. Aside from Scroll Rack. And Lightning Greaves.
Yeah, no boots.
No boots. I'm okay with no boots. 3 mana. Once we get to bracket 4, I think boots is super power crept out. Unless it is doing more for you than protect and haste my commander, then cut it. I almost feel the same way for Lightning Greaves, because that is all that this is doing for this deck, is protect my commander and haste it. We have so few other creatures that we are going to use this for. Again, I would just rather adjust my gameplay to make that work. But I think Greaves being a free equip, I can be on board with that one. Scroll Rack is here to set up a big Glaivea. You've got your big honkin' instants and sorceries in hand, not where we want them. So you cast Glaivea and then activate this and put those on top so that you know that you've got at least one big hit. Cool, I like that. Enchantments, we're in bracket 4. We're playing these guys, and then Underworld Dreams because we're wheeling.
Yep.
Okay. What do we do here? We need to suggest big defensive and fun spells.
Okay. So the first thing that was coming to my mind is maybe a too much surgery to do on the deck. But when I saw Entomb, I thought Arcane Bombardment. the enchantment where you exile at random an instant or sorcery card from your graveyard, and then every turn for the rest of the game, you get to cast everything that has been exiled with it for free. If when I anger and Entomb, I'm like, okay, we're in this graveyard manipulation territory. That could be a good direction to go if we're already trying to resolve big dumb spells with the commander.
Yes. I like that idea. I think it would power down this deck
Yes.
significantly. And it's probably a direction that I would take it. But if we're trying to keep it at this power level, I also have a thing I will touch on that would require a lot of deck surgery, which is I don't think the wheels plan is good here. I think if this started like this makes sense as like, oh, I started as an Ekuzar deck, and then I like to play Glaivea more, but we'll keep this game plan. But I think if we're I think at that point you just put Ekuzar in the command zone.
Sure.
Like you have to both have a thing out that makes the wheels powerful and the wheels, and not having either of those in the command zone, I think makes this a weak way to try and finish out games.
I wonder if wheels are like I wonder if they go down in power level as the bracket goes up, because your opponents are going to have more ways to spend the cards that you're giving them, as opposed to, you know, when in the lower brackets where, yeah, you're giving them 7 new cards, but they only have so much tempo to play with them, and it's only card disadvantage if they manage to get down to like 2 or 3 cards in hand next time you wheel.
Yeah, I yes is the answer to that. The higher power that you go, the better wheels are going to be for your opponents. So like, even in a bubble, that strategy is a little tough. Granted, high power Nekuzar decks exist because wheels also screw up your opponent's game plans. But I think that strategy in general will struggle a lot if you don't have either the wheel or the payoff for the wheel in the command zone. However, let's assume that we are keeping that. What do we do with this deck? I think then you need every payoff and every wheel that you can get. We've seen a lot of scrawling crawlers today. I would recommend that in this deck. Just a little 3 mana. Whenever an opponent draws a card, it deals a damage to them, and it gives you extra draw on your turn, I believe, or everybody draws a card on your turn. Which you don't care about, because if you're wheeling them anyway, who cares how many cards they have in hand? I think Red suggested Teferi's Puzzle Box. Yeah, you absolutely put that in here. That card is a nightmare for opponents, having to wheel every turn. You just can never have a plan, and you have to hope that you find the things that you need. Also, if we're doing it with wheels, then maybe some discard payoffs.
Yeah.
Monument to Endurance is new, and that also that cares about you discarding. So you are going to be able to get the 3 discards pretty easy with whatever wheel. Waste Not,
Sure.
might as well. If you're wheeling 3 opponents, go for it. And then I remember this being good. I don't remember why. Oh, this is the Miracle. This is the Miracle one. That's why. Reforge the Soul.
There it is. Yep.
Yeah. This is a wheel for Miracle cost. So like sometimes you'll just hit it. Great. Also, you're running
Brainstorm and yeah.
You're running Scroll Rack. You're running Brainstorm. So you'll be able to set this up sometimes. Okay. Yeah. So take what you can get if you are sticking with this wheels plan. I think you should run Harmonic Prodigy in this.
Yeah, it is a wizard, eh? Yeah.
It is a wizard. Harmonic Prodigy. And it is going to... so double triggers of your Shamans and Wizards. That'll give you both a double Enters trigger to exile twice as many cards, and a double attack trigger, cast 2 things for free.
Yeah.
I was saying ditch the Entomb and Anger plan. You already have Hall of the Bandit Lord in here to give haste when you cast Glaivea. Run Arena of Glory from MH3. Another way to do that thing, and it's colored mana, and it doesn't hurt you all the time. I've been jamming this in everything. This card is fantastic. And you're running fetches and duels, so this is rarely going to be a tapped land. Yeah, I like this better than Hall of the Bandit Lord, but I would be running both. Okay, I'm gonna give you my hot tech for this, specifically Glaivea. And as far as I understand, this is the only card that this ever matters for. Is this good enough for the deck? Probably not, but I want to talk about it. Mockingbird. This is a clone from Bloomburrow. You can have it enter as a copy of any creature on the battlefield with mana value less than or equal to the amount of mana spent to cast it. Except it's a bird and it flies.
Oh, I see. Okay.
This is the only time that this works. I'll give a moment for y'all in chat to figure this out. But Mockingbird and Glaivea have their own special interaction.
Yep.
I think
you can overpay.
You can overpay. You can say Mockingbird for all of my mana. Have it enter as a copy of Glaivea, and Glaivea cares how much mana was spent to cast the spell. That is how many cards you exile off the top of each player's library. So, and Mockingbird can clone anything that costs less than or equal to the amount of mana that was paid to cast it.
That's cute.
It's very cute. It is probably not good enough for this, but I can't not mention the Glaivea specific tech that exists here.
I kind of really like Mockingbird as a bracket 4 card, honestly. Like, just in general, because the creatures are going to be cheap, and they still matter, which is like the exact sweet spot. Like, it wouldn't be good enough in bracket 5 because it doesn't actually win you the game.
You would be surprised. This is for sure a CDH playable card.
Really? Okay, then even better.
For exactly the reason that you're saying. Because, like, oh, great, you played the expected turn 1 Esper Sentinel. At the very least, here is my flying Esper Sentinel.
Yeah, the floor is incredibly high.
Yeah. Like, yeah, there's... Right. Because for the most part, clone for 2 mana, like, hits so many things. People, like, what's its face? Phantasmal Image gets played a ton in Commander at all levels. And for 2 mana, this is hitting most of the things that you want. It just, you'll have to pay for the chunkier stuff, but whatever. I think this is great. Did I have more notes on this? Because yeah. Oh, right, the whole goal. We need to find big spells. Big payoffs that are defensive and fun. I still don't know exactly what that means, but here are some suggestions. Call forth the Tempest.
I've cast that like once.
8 mana, double cascade. So if you cast it for free, you still get those cascades. And then deals damage to each creature your opponents control. So one-sided board wipe equal to the total mana value of other spells you've cast this turn. So you'll get your double cascades plus whatever else you've done that turn. Sure, that seems to fit the bill. There is a Mnemonic Deluge, which is a 9 mana spell that triple casts something in a graveyard. Surely that will, if not win you the game, do enough that you need. Clone Legion, I really like as a big payoff. It's a 9 mana spell that copies all creatures that a player controls.
Sure. Although I suppose the goal of this deck is to make sure that your opponents don't control any creatures.
Yeah, but it can copy yours.
All of our, 10 creatures that we ever expect to have in play.
Yeah.
Most of which are legendary.
Yeah, all right, maybe not Clone Legion. Fever and Suspicion. This is a card that I don't think can be played very often, but this deck would like it. Each opponent, it's a Tali. It's a big Atali. Everybody exiles from the top of their library until they hit a non-land card, and you can cast those for free. But in spell form. And rebound.
Yeah.
So casting this for free seems excellent.
Yeah, like that's the perfect card.
And we're in bracket 4. We are solidly bracket 4. So maybe you run into the wait, what? Enter the infinite. Do you not know this card?
I do not know this card.
How do you not know this card?
Was it played in standard?
No, but this is like super combo omniscience card. Yeah. That like I
Draw cards equal to the number of cards in your library, then put a card from your hand on top. Okay, so this is your Thassa's Oracle combo.
yeah.
Yeah.
Because most people are playing this with omniscience, so they go, great, omniscience, cast this for free, cast Thoracle for free.
You know what I do want now that I've seen this card?
Mm-hmm.
I want Peer into the Abyss. Because that doesn't have to target you.
That's true.
That can target your opponent. You can have their life total and make them draw half their deck. It's just an instant kill with a good chunk of what your deck is trying to do already.
Yeah. I would totally run Peer into the Abyss in this. That seems like a great time. But yeah, I think you should consider this. If you're playing in bracket 4 and you're trying to win the game, you run Enter the Infinite and Thassa's Oracle. Like, you hit this off of Glaivea for free. You draw your deck. You cast the Oracle that you've drawn.
Ta-da.
Ta-da. I know. One thing I want to note: we could also suggest a bunch of extra turn spells, but specifically, Dead said that they were in the deck and they took them out because they did not want that to be the way that this was winning, because that is not necessarily fun for everybody. And at least the Enter the Infinite just does it on the spot. That's what I got for this. It's fun to get to look at a significantly higher power deck than we usually are, than we usually playing, and like deck teching.
Yep. I think I would just cut Thieving Skydiver, Anger, and Entomb. I think those are kind of weak sauce for the deck.
I mean, this gets also better as you move up the tiers.
It does, and I can see it having a home in the bracket. I just don't know that it has a home in this deck. It's kind of inconsistent with what the deck wants to do. It's not an instant to hit off of Glaivea. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. I think I did. Yeah, I missed. I don't have a lot of cuts for this. Aside from the Entomb Anger, kind of thing. The deck is pretty tight. Because once you get to the higher brackets, like, you have a set core of cards that like you just have to play because they're so good.
Oh, that's nasty. Zan says, last time someone cast Peer into the Abyss, they flashed it in Motion Thief.
Beautiful.
Oh, that's no fun.
Oh. Okay. I think that's what we've got for this deck. Cool deck. I always like seeing less played commanders as the higher bracket choices.
So, end of the day, take it or leave it.
Oh. Well, I think with that I gotta take it.
I think so.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, actually, I'm not here to replace you. I'm here to replace Veggie, so Veggie can get a lunch break.
Okay.
I have to eat food.
So we're not gonna do a deck tech without you. I thought we would do an impromptu Q&A for a little bit while you stuff your face.
Okay. That I can do then. I'm jittery.
We had much coffee.
Yeah, I didn't get you the 911 whatever the hell it is from Dutch Brothers, but
Hello.
Hello.
So rather than try to have us do a deck tech and have the next person, Aztec, get a worse deck tech,
Yep.
Because we would try, but yeah, it would not
You'd get recommendations of all the best cards from recent limited sets
or constructed.
or constructed sets.
Yeah. So instead, we're going to just do a little impromptu Q&A. We have about 60 viewers across both YouTube and Twitch. If you guys have any questions about how Decked Out works, how recording works, if you guys want some story time, if you guys want me to doodle some cards and tokens for you, we can do that.
Yeah, if you want questions answered by professionals, let us know, and we'll try to find some. And we'll get back to you.
Yeah, Zan wants to know, why didn't you bring Dutch Brothers for the class?
I did bring Dutch Brothers for the class.
I think they mean themselves.
Yeah, but they're figments of my imagination. They don't actually exist.
Fair.
This is like, as far as I know, everything in front of me is just ChatGPT generated. And it's like some Truman Show bullshit made to make me feel like I'm doing something worthwhile.
I see. Yanks would like to know, what is the correct ratio of puns per minute in an episode of Decked Out?
I think there's a slightly complicated function for this. I think in the early, like, few minutes of the episode, you want them to come pretty quick, rapid fire, like 1 pun a minute for like the first 5-ish. And then people stick around after that, and then you feed them along, you kind of like trail of breadcrumbs them to the end, and then it picks up again at the end.
I see. I think the Decked Out ratio is too many. That's not true. People like them. I just don't understand them, so I get confused.
Play the clip.
Did you saw the Baitor clip?
Oh yeah.
Oh my god.
And I was in the room when it happened. Like,
I don't know how I messed it up. It was not that obvious.
yeah, it was like right there in the palm of your hand.
No, ew. Gross. Practice expert Grandmaster Jedi. Yay. Yeah. I don't know. I tried. I really did. I wasn't faking it.
Do you often?
Fake it?
Yeah.
Okay, this is supposed to be a PG channel, all right?
You know what? I think that ship sailed, like, you know, when you played that clip.
It hasn't yet. It will be when we move to Boys Night. Then it will no longer be PG-13.
No.
Jedis are below Grandmasters. Yeah, I feel like I might have. I think that I don't know. I don't know anything anymore.
Do you think Yoda is a master like Baitor? Baby Yoda's come from somewhere.
That baby, but I don't think masturbating is how you get a baby anything. Well, I guess in vitro, like not like.
Yeah.
Yeah, you need the masturbators for that, I guess. But in general, in nature, not so much. This was supposed to be about the show, all right?
Look, no one is asking questions until right now, where I think the most appropriate question, what the fuck are we talking about? I think that is the correct question for us right now.
Oh, the Aztec. Thank you so much for the sub. I really appreciate you, my friend. Your deck tech is next.
Yeah, they appreciate us not doing their deck tech right now.
Yeah. Veggie's on a lunch break, so we are taking a minute to just hang out for a minute. This is about the show. This was a clip. Yeah, there was a masturbator joke, and I didn't understand it.
Oh God. I spend so much time in these episodes trying to come up with the puns, like while other people are talking, that I'm going to use later in the episode or in like the interviews or whatever. And now I'm just thinking, Star Wars Episode 4, A New Grope.
Stop! Is that why you lose? Because you're focusing on trying to come up with puns instead of winning the game? Honestly, maybe that's what gives me the edge in the show is that I don't think of any jokes. I'm not funny, so I
Yeah.
just try to win the game.
Yep. No, you definitely have an edge.
Stop. You can't take every word and make it dirty.
Look, that word was made dirty long before I was involved. What's the average amount of time that gets edited out of an episode for Airball resolving expressive iteration?
That's a good question. I would say 10 minutes for every time he casts it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a singleton format, so I cast it maybe twice.
You can take every word and make it dirty? Oh my god.
You got to meet John Nash? Where did you meet Nash?
Who's Nash?
John Nash is the subject of A Beautiful Mind, famous game theorist. Yeah.
Was that the one that went to your school?
He taught there, yeah.
Yeah. Iconoplast knows and remembers everything, so...
Stony Brook. He was at an econ conference and asked him to point you in John Milnor's direction. Wow. So you knew something that John Nash didn't. That's a very fun feeling.
Well, we don't know that he knew the answer.
I guess he might have just been testing you. Hey, you, random person, do you know where John Milnor is?
So if Maldhound is the evil twin of Joey Schultz, is the good twin... Who is the neutral twin? So you have Joey and Mald, who's neutral.
Who?
Pardon my reach. Need my chapstick.
The Daniel Holt is the one who comes to mind.
I think of that scale, Joey Schultz would be in the middle. Shut up! Don't make that face. You knew what I meant.
I didn't say anything.
You're gonna get me in trouble. I think Daniel Holt would be the good twin. Joey would be the neutral twin.
I think I agree with that. Yeah, I'm trying hard to find someone who would fit in between Maltown and Joey.
Ian?
I could buy that. Comedian. I could see that.
Nerd girl, keep it PG. Seriously.
Yeah. There are children watching this.
You guys are the worst.
Ideal celebrity commander pods, huh? So do you mean like actual celebrity, like Tom Cruise celebrity, or do you mean Magic celebrity? Like people who could conceivably play a game of Magic? Magic celebrity, okay.
Well, to help the show do well, I would say Prof.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, if we're talking about like monetization, then you just pick the biggest name. So I think that's not a very interesting question. But if you were talking about like, hey, if I put 4 people in a room I want to watch, then
that's what the special chair is for.
Yep. I love watching Amazonian play Commander. I think that she is like the right mix of solid Magic player and quirky and just weird enough to be very fun to watch.
Iconoplast, yeah. Spice 8, Rack, and Maldhound trying to outvamp each other, yeah.
Who else? That's tough. I think Maldhound would be in there.
I think Maldhound's funny at the commander table, for sure.
Yeah.
Even though sometimes I don't understand everything you guys say, but that's gonna happen anytime anyone's at the table.
And we need a straight man.
That's always me.
Yeah, like
Who takes my spot in the celebrity game? That's a good question.
Magic celebrities.
AI coder. Yeah, Commander's not for everyone, for sure. And typically my Twitch channel is like limited gameplay. We're going to be starting a lot more standard as well. But yeah, not for everyone for sure.
You like Alias V, Rachel Weeks. And
Jim Davis
yeah, I was thinking him too.
plays some Commander and has like a very specific type of decks he likes. And I feel like he's a little bit more straight man as well.
Yeah, and I like the way he plays, which is, hey, don't take Commander very seriously. This is just like a board game. Move the game forward. Do the cool thing. You know, he's lost more games of Magic than I've played, so he doesn't really mind how the game turns out one way or another. The important thing is whether or not you had fun.
Yeah. A table of all the people I get confused for. So that's Olivia, Tappy, Mia, and Amazonian. That's the pod.
Oh, everybody that I've been mistaken for?
Wow, Jimmy?
Yeah.
Wow, I didn't know you were here.
Was sitting right next to you the whole time.
Huh? I thought that was Veggie.
Do you want a snake?
Veggie just asked me if I wanted his snake.
Oh,
I didn't say my snake. I said a snake.
How
I
big?
have worms.
How big is your snake?
Well, you know what? I have not looked at it yet.
Is it bigger than my worm?
Oh, whoa, yeah. This is these. Oh, it's two snakes side by side. This
Oh.
is one piece.
It's an extra thick snake.
Stuck together, huh?
Your snakes are bigger than my worms.
Yeah, like they're that's how they are. They're twin snakes.
Ah,
Oh.
that sounds almost cruel. All right. Am I now being replaced?
Nope.
Okay.
I definitely heard something about me. All I heard was, yeah, he's lost more games than I played, so he doesn't really care. And he's like, oh, okay.
We were talking about Jim Davis, actually, but yeah.
Okay.
You've probably also lost more games than I've played.
Okay. Deck tech.
All right, Veggie, get us back on track.
As I always have to.
Mm-hmm.
These are very chewy. You're welcome to them if you want.
I'm okay.
I had to get them because I'm like, I just housed, I think, what was going to be 2 leftover meals. And I was like, it's 1 now. So I'm trying to not fall asleep now.
I see.
So this is Cridle of Baldur's Gate from our patron Aztec. I believe this is their first deck tech with us.
Yeah, I do not recognize this this name.
Yeah, so I'm going to tear it to shreds and make sure they never submit another deck ever again.
Right, there they are in chat.
Yes. Hello. All right. So this is Cridle, but Secret Commander Bruvac.
I see. So we're milling people?
We are milling people. Because Cridle itself, when it deals combat damage to a player, they lose a life, they mill a card, you gain a life, and scry 1. But also when you attack, period, so with anything, you can pay 2 mana and make something unblockable this turn. Nice and simple, does what you want, and is a 2-cost commander.
Sure.
Love that. But yes, we're trying to mill our opponents out, usually with an instant mill everything combo. Because Bruvac, if an opponent would mill 1 or more cards, he mill twice as many instead, And there are a number of spells that say mill half.
Yep.
Traumatize, target player mills half their library. Madden Cacophony being the best one, because if you kick it, each opponent mills half their library, so everything, you just pass a turn and they die.
Yep. There's Pier as well.
Yeah, yes. So, let's just take a look through this, because I don't think there was a specific goal for us from Aztec for this one. Just a general teching.
I'll give it a cry.
Yeah. So we see a lot of our classic blue black like mill things. Bottom of the your ideal turn 1 ruin crab. Close to the top end, like Consuming Aberration. The Guilt Feeder here, I think, is fun. This is, I think, a Nerd Girl favorite. Oh yeah, you can also this is another mill half your library, so that can be doubled with Bruvac for a kill.
That's cool. It even has haste with the Unearth.
Right.
That's sick.
Yeah, and I'm sure that some of this mill is going to be symmetrical, so you might just be able to bin it really easily. We have Kirby,
Yep.
or Lazav. So all of that mill also may be turning this into a big threat.
Thassa God of the Seas, an interesting one. Do we really value making something unblockable, I guess.
I think so. I think that's what it's here for.
That seems weak, honestly.
Yeah, because like we're not terribly concerned about things getting in.
Yeah,
right?
This seems like 3 mana do nothing an awful lot of the time.
Yeah, because like Krydle also already does this for the same rate. The only thing, the thing that Thassa does better is it can target multiple things, but I don't. We've only got 18 creatures.
Yeah,
I don't think there's a ton of stuff that we're trying to get through.
Scry on upkeep, we can definitely do better.
Yeah, I mean,
like 3 mana, just draw cards instead of scry, right? Like,
well, I was gonna say, Airball card I don't think is in here. A certain enchantment for 2 that would already be better than this.
certain enchantment for 2.
Yeah, you could search for Azcanta.
Oh my god, you're
would
right.
even be better than this.
Yeah, and that's a surveil, not a scry.
Right,
too.
right.
So yeah. God, I love that card. It makes me so happy.
There's been even more surveil synergy, so it's maybe even more more playable than before in Commander, which it was not really.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is that, like, it used to be that Search for Azcanta was really valuable once you flipped it into the land. And now just every card does so much and you never run out of gas that it's not important to have that anymore.
I mean, I wonder... maybe it's good in, like, a weird Staxy deck to give you just more non-spell options.
If we, like, do some major work on this deck and turn it into more heavy discard as well as mill, then yeah, sure, I could see that.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, let's the deck list. I don't think there's much here aside from the Thassas that I was like, I don't know. Academy Elite, another old school, like not old school, but I haven't seen anybody playing this in a while. So it's 4 mana, but you get a counter for every instant and sorcery in all graveyards, and then you can pay 3 to draw and discard. If you like this card, play this card. I think this is a bad card.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
I think realistically, this card is going to come in as like a 5/5, and turning 3 mana into 1 card is like into a loot is really bad.
Yeah. Yeah. So if it's a pet card, if it's something that you enjoy, you just like the thing, you like the weird chorus that's on it.
No evasion.
Chamber choir.
Like, yeah. I think this is maybe that's why we have Thassa.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, we have the new black Goyfs too, and I don't see any of those in there.
Yeah, all those would be great.
Like better than Scavenger.
Yeah. Nethergoyf? Is that because I know there's Nethergoyf and Necrogoyf,
and I have no idea which one's
two
which.
different
Yeah.
goyfs.
But I'm sure I think they would both be good in this.
Yeah, or even Mortivore, the original Black Goyf, which is equal. Its 4 mana power and toughness equal to each creature in all graveyards, and regenerate for a black.
Great. Yeah.
Yeah, I think those are good subs here if we're looking for beaters. Yeah, okay, Necrogoyf is the discard, so Nethergoyf is the one we were probably looking for. Sorceries, strong stuff. Love when you can run Scheming Symmetry, and it is not really symmetry, because of course you're able to then immediately mill your opponent if they put something good on top. Mill. And then what do we have here that is not mill? We have Washout. Bounce all permanents of the color of your choice. So you are ruining the white, green, and red players' days. Although this used to be really powerful before everything started having like 3 or 4 colors on it for Commander. So I'm curious what your experience is playing this card and how much you're able to actually get out of it. Because it feels it's rare. Like, this is good.
Sorry, guys.
If your opponents are playing, like, obviously 1 or, like, 2 color decks. But once you get past that point, you're not hitting a lot. I mean, like...
Hemi is a washout stan.
Yeah. You're not hitting a lot that intentionally. Like, it makes the card awkward. You get the bonus of, like, hitting multiple opponents, I guess.
I'm gonna close the door. I'll be back.
Yeah.
Shut up.
Yeah, I think there are things that I would like better, but this is also, it is a fun card. Like, that's it's a kind of ridiculous effect, and sometimes it's just going to be like, it's going to line up beautifully. But I would rather like something at instant speed or something more specific. Mill. Good old Eldritch Pack, 7 mana to have them draw X cards and lose X life, where X is the number of cards in their graveyard. So I think you're not casting this unless it kills somebody.
I think I'd almost prefer... I would... Not almost. I would certainly prefer Toxic Deluge to Washout. I can see not wanting some damnation or whatever, although you have that, because things get around destroy and whatever, but
Yeah.
not much gets around -X.
I mean, there's the... What is it called? There's a new Nuclear Fallout, I want to say. How many spells can I get? There we go. That have nuclear in the name. Right, this is what I'm... Yes. X and 2 black. Each creature gets twice -X.
Oh.
And it gives players rad counters.
Perfect.
So if you are okay with adding another thing to track in your game, this is mill and board wipe in the same thing. The rad counters are at your pre-combat main. You mill equal to the rad counters that you have, and then you remove 1 for every non-land that you hit. But yeah, like more mill. Okay, instance. Yeah, stop your stuff. Stop your stuff. Remove some stuff. Psychic Spiral. Shuffle all cards from your graveyard into your library. Target player puts that many cards from the top of it. I have not seen this card before.
That's very good.
That's funny. I like that. These counters, there's a handful of counters that also mill. I think they're all bad, even for mill decks, because the rate is always atrocious. I would rather have a more efficient counter and rely on my other sources of mill. It is thematic, but I just think spending 3 mana for a counter spell and only 3 cards from 1 player is a rough rate.
Yeah, this is basically Cancel. And Cancel was not a playable commander card. It's not a playable Magic card, really.
Yeah, if you're... even in limited, you're like, cancel. You think this gets cut? Yeah, I'm not happy if I have to run cancel in limited. Okay, artifacts. We have a little bit of graveyard hate just in case. I believe they specifically said this is nice against like the shuffle titans and stuff like that, because that is that can be tough. Try if you have to work around those. Ramp. Dowsing Dagger. This is very cute because it requires the creature to get in, and you have a commander that makes things unblockable. Turns into tap for 3.
Cute.
Mesmeric or broken. Mind Crank. This is another possible combo piece that you can put together with I think Blood Chief Ascension. Yeah, a card is put into opponent's graveyard from anywhere. They lose 2 life. You gain 2 life. Do it again. Forever. So this is 2-piece combo. Mind Crank, I believe, also does this with Demir. What's his face? Duskmantle Guildmage. Card is put into opponent's graveyard from anywhere. The player loses a life. Yeah, and then lose a life, mill a card.
I think it might be my turn to make the Nerd Girl crappy limited card recommendation. This is maybe really narrow, but I think there's a card that both exiles graveyard and tap end of turn. Target opponent has to exile a card from an opponent's graveyard. I think it might be like Scrabbling Claws or something like that. And that would be a reusable tap on tap graveyard hate effect for Mesmeric Orb, so it mills more stuff as you.
Oh, okay, yeah.
As opposed to Tormod's Crypt, which is 1 shot. It's normally a better card because it costs 0, as opposed to like 2 or whatever the other one costs. But
yeah. Yeah, like I would definitely run any of those types of cards over this. So they listed this as their other instant speed, like graveyard hate. I think this is rough.
that is an appalling card. How often are you going to want to sacrifice your mana rock that you paid 4 for?
Yeah. I don't like this card. Because also having to hold up 2 mana in case, like, usually if something hits the graveyard that you're worried about, it is a surprise. So I don't necessarily want to be spending like holding up 2 mana to be able to use this. It can't even pay for itself. Yeah, I would find a different replacement for this. Any of like the super cheap draft chaff that does that would be great. But bleh. Okay.
Prisoned in the Moon is a really, really bad card. Like, maybe it's better in Commander. Maybe I'm not giving it the credit it deserves for locking down a Commander, but oh my god, that card is bad.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes locking down a Commander in this way is a lot better than it looks. I'm trying to think if there are other ways to do this better in these colors. You have Oubliette.
Yeah, that is the better one for sure.
Because you don't ramp them. Yeah, I mean, I think this kind of thing is reasonable. To be able to lock players out of their commanders, but you are in also like the best colors for denying commanders. You can counter, you can remove with black. So I usually want these types of effects in colors that are not as good at it. So like if I'm like green blue or something. But yeah, it's all right. Let's see. Oh yeah, there's the combo memory erosion. Oh, no, not memory erosion. Psychic erosion and peering yourself.
Yep.
And then lands. There are 35 lands, and not enough rocks. You could probably bump this a little bit, but your commander costs 2 and helps to sort out your stuff. So I won't say too much about it. All right. one card that I think just got missed. I definitely talked about this the last time too. This card is absurdly good and should be an instant staple for every single mill deck running blue, period. It just was in a set that a lot of people breezed over. So the Riverture Monument, you can pay 1, tap any number of players, each mill 2 cards. Great. That's just a steady, repeatable mill for each player. Or, win the game. Pay 4, tap, and any number of players, mill cards equal to the number of cards in their graveyard. So this just wins games, and all you have to do is commit 2 mana to it to get it on the board.
Man,
Card
no
is
one paid
nuts.
any attention to Ether Drift, did they?
Nope. No, they did not. Yeah, it's like 50-cent card. Just ridiculous. So good.
I think M&M plays it too.
Boo!
Because it's a 50-cent card.
Yep. I need more snakes. There's not enough sugar in my brain.
Wait, I got it and you didn't?
Mm-hmm.
That's a first. That's literally never happened before.
Clip it. Okay. So we have, if we look at the deck, it's bracket 4. Actually, for more than one reason that can't be listed here, because it's got 4 game changers. So you could cut 1 and bring it down to 3, and then it would be bracket 3 according to number of game changers. But one thing that Moxfield cannot do currently is identify 2-card combos, and this is quite a lot of them. So I think this is comfortably bracket 4 because of that fact. And I would really, really want some free counter spells to protect my 2-card combos.
I think Pact of Negation might be really good in this deck.
I agree. This deck really wants 4 specific spells to resolve. And if they don't, it has to find a way to get them back or something like that. I would run the free counter spells. Or even if you don't want to run free counter spells, run more in general, because I think constantly you're going to be having a stack battle of, does my Maddening Cacophony resolve so I can win the game, or does it not resolve and then everybody gangs up on me and I die? So I also was surprised at how little removal there is in this deck. You have some board wipes, but the number of things that can just cheaply remove a single target is very low. You have Drown on the Lock, but that is also conditional, so you need to have milled them a good bit before it can remove some problems. You have Withering Torment, which is not the best rate, but is here because it can hit enchantments. Price of Fame, which is not also conditional, decent rate if you're hitting a legendary creature.
Reigns of Power is a weird include that I just kind of glossed over.
Oh yeah, this is commander card that do commander thing.
I mean, I guess it's removable in a way.
Not really. Because you're not removing the problem. You don't have sack outlets.
But you might be removing the player.
Yeah. But it's also still 4 mana. What I'm looking for is, there's one thing, and as long as that one thing is gone, then I've that's the only thing that's causing an issue right now, and you don't have a lot of answers to that. Yeah, I'd run some more cheap single target removal. Some basic stuff that I would swap in. We are running Cabal Coffers and Urborg. I think you would certainly want an Urza's Cave in this to just give you one more way to tutor for these cards. Because we also have Expedition Map. Yeah. This is clearly a combo that we want to have on board because our bigger spells cost more mana.
I want fetches. They're a really cheap way to fill your graveyard. Mm-hmm. You don't need them for mana consistency reasons, but Fabled Passage is practically free and gives you cards in your bin, and landfall triggers for your crabs and all of that.
Yeah. Visions of Beyond. I like Ancestral Recall.
Sorcery.
Yeah. No, instant.
Oh, it is instant. Yeah.
Yeah, this is Ancestral Recall. Draw a card, but if graveyard has 20 or more cards in it, draw 3 cards. Yep, that's it. You get a nice little upgrade here, because I know that you mentioned this in your primer. That having something like Nighthawk Scavenger is just like a good deterrent for people attacking you. This just gives you a little extra time. You get the better version. I don't remember what it's called, but it's coming out in Tarkir. It's 3 mana for, I think it's 3 mana for a 3/3 flying Death Touch lifelink, and then you can exile it from your graveyard to put a flying Death Touch and lifelink counter onto another creature.
What's its PT? It's the same.
It's a 3/3.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's about as big as Nighthawk Scavenger ever gets. So.
Yeah. I like that. Like, I think consistently in this deck, this will be bigger
It'll be
because
like
of the
a
mill.
4 or a 5,
Yeah.
probably. Yeah.
But I like that utility much more to be able to put those things on, say, like Consuming Aberration.
Yep.
Breach the Multiverse seems like another card that would be nice here. To give you an alternate avenue to win. Plus, like, 10 mil per player. Also pretty relevant. I want to introduce you to another combo for your deck. Because if we're going for 2-piecers, here's a secret one. So you're running Blood Chief Ascension. This says, whenever a card is put into an opponent's graveyard from anywhere, if it has 3 or more counters on it, you have that player lose 2 life, and you gain 2 life. Whenever a card is put into an opponent's graveyard from anywhere. Normally, you're doing it with mill. Mnemonic Betrayal, already a pretty good card for this deck. You exile all your opponent's graveyards. You can cast cards you can cast those cards. So you have, for 3 mana, access to every card in your opponent's graveyards that you can cast. That's already good. I think you should be playing this card. But at the end step, if any of those cards remain exiled, return them to their owner's graveyards. So they have gone to exile and are now being put back into the graveyard. Every single card triggers Blood Chief Ascension.
Yep.
So as long as they've got 20 cards
yeah.
in their graveyard, that just kills them. Even if it doesn't, you've done a ton of damage, and you've gained 2 life per card that you've put back into a graveyard.
And whatever card advantage you were able to get.
Right.
And every card you cast also drains for 2.
Right, because then it will be put back into their graveyard. So yeah, this is a very strong combo that does not, like you can do in 2 pieces, because you cast a Blood Chief Ascension literally as soon as you get it, because it costs 1, and then later in the game for just 3 mana, so you have stuff to protect this win attempt. You just go 3 mana, great. Get access to all your stuff, put it back in, win. Okay. I think those were my notes. My last note is Phyrexian Arena is bad. That's it.
Yep.
This is...
Time has passed this card by.
Yes. Do I have a suggestion for a replacement? No. I don't know that you are hurting for card draw, for card selection in this deck. I mean, even your commander has Scry built into it. I am not terribly concerned about that. Does Call the Ring? This is upkeep, ring tempts you, when you choose a ring bearer, pay 2 life, draw a card. I would rather have something like this because you're also making your stuff unblockable. I don't think that's the best option here, but I already want that over Phyrexian Arena. Also, Phyrexian Arena is usually good in decks that struggle to draw cards more. You're in blue.
It's a non-bow with some of your stuff, but Dothy Voidwalker, I feel like would be a pretty good ad if it's not there already. I don't think it was there. And I would want some delve spells as well. I feel like you get a lot of incidental fill your own graveyard. You get another Ancestral Recall with Treasure Cruise, an extra turn spell with Temporal Trespass. You can even let if your commander dies, you can let it go to the bin and then delve it away, and then it'll go back to the command zone, but still counts towards the mana cost.
Yeah. Yeah, that's my thoughts on this. I really like this hidden commander concept. You have a creature in the command zone that is very unassuming, and people will let this live, and you'll get to do little bits of what you want constantly throughout the game until you're able to set up for one of your combos. Definitely would want more ways to protect my combo wins in this deck. And then, and probably some more single target removal. Absolutely add River Turn Monument. And Mnemonic Betrayal. That's what I got.
Cool.
Thanks, Aztec. That's your first deck tech. Okay. This is Half an Apple's Negan deck.
Okay.
So,
you
okay.
can swap.
All right. Have fun.
Sorry, half apple. You're gonna get a downgrade here. But I will join you in the candy eating because it seems like a good idea. All right.
So we're going into The Walking Dead. Negan the Cold-Blooded, 5 mana, we're in Mardu. When he enters, you and target opponent each choose a creature that player controls secretly. Then you reveal and you destroy all creatures, or that player sacrifices the creatures that were chosen. So you target one person, and then they hope to pick the same creature as you. So you're making them sacrifice 1 or 2 creatures. Then whenever an opponent sacrifices a creature, you make a treasure token.
Okay.
So it's some weird sacrifice removal built in, and some ramp whenever anybody sacrifices creatures.
And it's a fun game of chicken.
Right. So I don't think we have a particular goal for this deck, but let's check out what's going on here. So we have some nice generically strong cards: Esper, Mother Runes, Ragavan, and then we have some cards that are leaning into the sacrifice piece: Accursed Marauder, and Braids. Braids is such a good card. Because an opponent sacrifices a creature for any reason, you make treasures. This is forcing it. This is you lose either way. Either you don't sacrifice and I get card draw and you lose life, or you do sacrifice, I still get treasure, and you've sacrificed the thing. We are also getting other benefits out of opponents sacrificing things, whether it's directly or just like, hey, some stuff died, so I'm going to make more treasures. We are then in other ways trying to encourage our opponents to have their stuff destroyed. So there's this alternate angle that's going on in this deck as well. Stuff with like Carter and Nelly Borka are forcing our opponents to attack and getting some sort of benefit out of that. And as far as I can tell, it's just a second angle. I don't think it necessarily like synergizes with what our commander is doing, but they are good colors for doing that thing. So sure. Yeah, up at the top here, like either of these shield dreads are ideal for the deck. Constant sacrifice or making opponent sacrifice right away, and I think the backside also does that. It's destroys, but yeah, front side's still good.
This is the second deck today that has Brash Taunter in it, which is one of my most hated cards.
And I like that they're putting them in the deck just cause I don't think this synergizes. I don't think there's anything that this does.
I think they're doing it because they know I hate it.
Yes, and I support that even more.
No.
We have a lot of board wipes. But some of these, much better than others, Blasphemous Edict and Promise of Loyalty, both make opponents sacrifice creatures. So you are getting the benefit from Negan of making treasures, even if Negan happens to be caught up in the board wipes. Ruinous Ultimatum, I mean, like, you can't get much better than that. Might as well run it where Mardu. Instance. So there's also good ways here to make our opponent sacrifice. Sheoldred's Edict, Crackling Doom, and then all the rest is like some solid single target removal. Here's another one in the weird combat-y angle that the deck is taking. This one just essentially restarts combat but says, hey, they still got to attack, but just not me. Which is weird. It's a weird effect for Boros, but definitely unexpected.
Why do we have Chaos Warp? I feel like this is the color pairing you don't need it. Is there a reason?
Nope.
No? Okay.
No, you're just right. This is another one of those commander traps. People are just like, oh, well, I'm in red, I play Chaos Warp because that's in every red deck. It's good because it hits a lot of the things that red itself can't deal with.
But white and black has no problem dealing with those things.
Right. There's not a single thing that you cannot deal with between these three colors.
So why risk giving them something bigger and better when you could just run like Stoke? Is that what it's called?
Stroke of
Midnight.
Yeah. Yes, I would definitely sub that out for something different. Okay, artifacts. We have to have Lucille, of course, and it does synergize with Negan because you're making your opponent sacrifice creature whenever it attacks. We've got a bunch of ramp. Happy to see that. And then Nazgul Battle Mace. You get that Walking Dead Lord of the Rings crossover because whenever an opponent sacrifices anything, then you get it unless they pay 3 life. So it's like mini Turgrid. And Turgrid that people are not going to be like very upset that you've played. Finally, enchantments. Revel in Riches seems like a solid win con for this deck because if you're making an opponent sacrifice a creature, you're making 2 treasures from that. 1 from Revel, 1 from Negan, and you only need 10 to win. But it's still an upkeep trigger, so I think this is a very reasonable win con. Everything else except for Ghostly Prison is making new creatures. Ta-da. That's the deck list. So we don't have a specific direction to go in, so let's tech some. Some nitpicks. Ghostly Prison, I think you can cut this. Your deck is removal the deck. How many things are you worried about? Like, sure, you could have somebody going wide, but like, how they got to go real wide before you're concerned, I think. You've got a good number of board wipes.
A lot of them.
You've got a lot of them. You're constantly making your opponent sacrifice creatures. So I don't think you need a Ghostly Prison here. I wouldn't be worried about it.
I agree with that.
I don't think you need this corrupted conviction. This deck, your own deck is not making a bunch of creatures, so you don't often have things that are easy to sacrifice to this. Like, sure, it's good if you catch somebody's removal on it or something, but I don't know. That one to me, I'm like, I think I would want something else in that spot.
There's got to be better card draw amongst these colors.
Right. Even if you just swapped this for Deadly Dispute, because one thing you are going to have plenty of is artifacts, since you're making all of these treasures, and having the option to sacrifice an artifact instead of a creature makes a big difference.
Yeah.
Okay, and then let's look at these board wipes. We have Dam and Blasphemous Act, which are just hitting everything on the board. But they're not sacrifices, so they're also not getting us anything out of Negan.
What is Negan's power?
4/3.
So, I mean, all of those others are also hitting your board. So what about the one that lets you save 4 power? It's mostly a butts one, but they have to sacrifice the rest, I think.
Yeah, I think that'd be a great ad here. That's
like they'll get to keep some creatures, but they are sacking whatever the rest is. So that's still a hefty chunk, and you can just keep Negan if you wanted.
Slaughter the Strong. Thank you. That's what it was. The one that you're thinking of. Yeah, because that's such a great rate too. It's 3 mana, and you keep Negan and get a bunch of sacrifices. You all in the chat are already saying a bunch of the ones that I would recommend as well. I think Single Combat is fantastic here. Everybody only gets to keep a single creature, and they cannot cast creatures until your next turn.
Mm-hmm.
So good. Yeah, a lot of the make everybody sacrifice everything except for one of all the types. You have Cataclysmic Gearhawk. You have Mythos of Snapdax. You have something else, but all Tragic Arrogance. All of those where you're making players sacrifice everything except for one of each. So many sacrifices, and you're keeping Negan around for those treasures. Plus, it means that you don't feel bad about going, okay, I've got Negan on board. I have to tap out for my board wipe. Except then I get a bunch of treasures, and now I can rebuild immediately. That's, yeah. So I would replace all the board wipes that don't sacrifice with ones that do. I would want to have the option to give my opponents creatures. It's not always good, but sometimes your opponents just won't have stuff to sacrifice, and then you're like, what do I do? Like, say if you're against like Spellslinger deck or something, like they are not hindered too much by not having the creatures on board. But
I think that's when you just hit them in the face with a Gisela.
Yeah, true, but then they go, great, all the mana that I have not spent on creatures, remove or bounce or whatever.
Yeah, I just meant that you have no shortage of like haymakers here that win the game, even if your opponents don't sack stuff. Like
Yeah.
Shieldrids, all of them, Gisela. I feel like you have things that can cross the finish line.
Well, I will make one suggestion that does not have to change really much of anything and still gives you that option. How about Forbidden Orchard?
Yeah.
This is just a land. You just swap one of your lands out, and now this can give players 1/1s, so you can get extra value out of your things that are like saying each player sacrifices the thing.
Yeah. If it's basically free, it's fine. I just meant like, I think going through the trouble of giving a creature, even if it's like everybody gets a rat or whatever, and then they sacrifice, you get a treasure. That just seemed like a lot of work. But I like that option.
Yeah, I like. To be clear, I don't want like a card that just says give each player a creature, but I want it either to be free to add like the orchard, or usually those cards that are giving out free creatures also come with some other like benefit from it. Mm-hmm. So then you get to double down on that. You're like, okay, great, I get the benefit of you sacrifice, I make treasures, and whatever else the card does. But yeah, don't just give your opponents free creatures. Oh, yes, brackety stuff. This is a single card away from bracket 2.
Which is what we play on the show. Mm-hmm. Like the 2 to 3 situation. So this is a perfect power level.
Yes, and in fact, their one game changer is one that's on our not really so much of a game changer list anyway. It's Smothering Tithe. I would say, again, if this is a deck that you're just like taking out to an LGS or like an event or something, cut this card. Make it a real bracket 2. That way, again, you don't have to worry about the conversation, because otherwise you might as well pop in a couple other cards that are just good in this and take up your two game changer spots that you're missing. Some suggestions. 1, add Hugh Grant to your deck. Hugh would be pretty good here. Whenever one or more players sacrifice one or more creatures, you make a tapped treasure token. Just more of the same, but he also gets +2 for each treasure you control and has menace. And even the ward makes people sacrifice creatures, so just totally within theme, and will be a pretty lethal threat.
Yeah, he's massive. I was just rewatching that movie the other night, and it's great.
Yes.
You still haven't seen it, right?
I haven't seen the whole thing. I saw most of it. Oh, and Carmen. Whenever a player sacrifices a permanent, put a counter on Carmen, you gain a life. And then when it attacks you, return a permanent with mana value less than its power to the graveyard to battlefield. Yeah, I mean, just like...
Wow. That seems insane.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, that should be in the deck.
Mm-hmm.
You can get rid of that Brash Taunter I hate so much. It's even in the same mana spot.
Right? It is also like... as always, if you like the card, keep the card. But even your Indestructible here is like in not the best spot for it, because a lot of your board wipes are sacrifice. So it does not even survive your own board wipes. All right. So let's say you will want to take this in a meaner direction. I will point these cards out. I don't like these cards, but I think if I didn't point them out, then I would not be doing my due diligence, because they will break the deck.
But there is always a chance you might want to break your opponent's spirit, and then you need to add these, right?
Yes. To be clear, I do not like these cards. I don't think you should play these cards in lower power at all. I think these should be bracket 4 or higher, but that is more of a conversation to have with your play group. Grave Pact is stupid here. Whenever a creature you control dies, every other player sacks a creature. Usually this means your opponents cannot keep creatures on the board at all. Because if you play like one of these types of cards, and each player sacrifices a non-token creature, you sacrifice your own, so you've spent 2 mana, everybody's had to sacrifice two creatures.
So it's a 1 for 6?
Yeah. That you can do over and over and over again. And they don't want to touch your stuff, because then it makes them sacrifice their own stuff.
Yeah, that's rough.
And there are multiple versions of this. There's also Dictative Erebos, which is an instant speed one for 1 more mana. These types of effects are very brutal. So if you are looking to significantly power them up, this is a way to do it. But I don't recommend these unless everybody's playing mean stuff.
Like the
Oops.
Harbinger.
Yes, I would put those in the same category of like the cards are good and if you are in a pod that is okay with handling those kinds of challenges, then run them. But I think your average commander player does not like it and does not know how to. Is that everything I've got? I think so.
So
there might have been. What was this? What was this?
what's up, Ham? Ham's getting impatient down here. Oh, don't lick my feet. Stop it.
Oh. This one I think is very, very much on where this power level already. Hellish Rebuke. Until end of turn, permanents your opponent's control gain. When this permanent deals damage to the player who casts Hellish Rebuke, they sacrifice it and you lose 2 life. So it could be 1 removal. They've swung with their big creature, or it can be absolutely decimate the token player. The problem with the card is they still hit you. But it seems like a very flavorful, like on theme card for the deck, and has a really high ceiling for what it can do. What? But do keep in mind, it does not stop you from taking a bunch of damage.
Gotta make sure I show everybody the ham without showing my feet.
Oh, and now he's running away.
Come here, Hammy. Come here. Oh, is that your turtle? Can I see? No.
I think that's what I got. That's what I have to say about this deck.
Do you like this deck? Is this the kind of thing Veggie would have fun playing?
No. Well, okay, kind of. There's a lot of little bits of things that are happening here. I like braids. I like Camball, and I like this general idea of kind of like grinding up your stuff to make this little engine. I'm not the biggest fan of these kinds of cards in the command zone. Because like I like the opponent sacrifice creature, you make a treasure, but like the bigger part of this is its removal in the command zone. And I like a proactive thing in my command zone versus a reactive thing in the command zone.
That's fair. I tend to like Rakdos sacrifice decks, like in constructed, competitive. Those are kind of fun for me. Mm-hmm. So I feel like this would be fun. Valgavoth, that was like the commander I played. We've been seeing a lot of Gisela on the show. Mm-hmm. It's like in the same bracket. I feel like this would be a good fit for the show, and I would probably be the one to pilot it. You really like the Lotho guy.
Yeah, I think this card is very good.
Brina is also like a good way to like break people's brains over and over again in the same game. Mm-hmm. It's an interesting deck with lots of interesting cards.
Yeah, I think you could pretty much shuffle this up for decked out, no changes, and it would fit right in. Okay, on to the next.
Woo! Thank you again, half an apple. Appreciate you.
All right, this is submitted by Zand, a Kate Stewart deck. You know that I love all of the Doctor Who cards. They just happen to be exactly the kind of commander that I want to play. This one is no different. Because... yeah,
you do have a strange thing for the Doctor Who decks, and you're not even like a big Doctor Who fan. You just really like the design.
Yeah, I think they really crushed it for the things that the cards are doing, I like to do. So even if I had no connection to them whatsoever, I still think I would play them just as much. And this one is trying to do a weird thing. It cares about specifically time counters. Whenever you put one or more time counters onto a permanent you control, you make a 1/1 soldier. And then when Kate Stewart attacks, you can pay 8 mana and give your attacking creatures plus X, where X is the number of time counters on all permanents you control.
Hammy's being very needy. I'm sorry. I swear I'm paying attention.
So this gives you a payoff and no way built in to put time counters onto a thing. Just gives you the time counter payoff. And that makes me very happy as a commander player. I don't want all of it handed to me. If this also put time counters on a thing, I would be less interested. But now we have this, okay, how am I consistently getting time counters onto my stuff challenge? And in fact, that is our challenge from Zand, is to find more time counter synergy, ideally on a budget. So we're not shelling out for the big expensive cards.
I like that. So currently the list is worth 191.
Mm-hmm.
On the high end, I feel like you could get it cheaper.
Yeah, nice.
You could for sure at least get it for 5% cheaper.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Let's see what we got. So we have some stuff from Doctor Who, because that set used a lot of time counters itself. Rose puts a time counter on it for each suspended and each other permanent you control with a time counter on it. So if you get her out and anything else with time counters, that's going to go up pretty quickly. Great. The War Doctor puts time counters on itself when other things are phased out or put into exile. Wilfred Mott puts time counters onto itself and then eventually gets you free things onto the battlefield. But some of the other ways that we're able to get time counters is old mechanics, like vanishing. It was like the fixed fading mechanic, but does use time counters specifically. So they come in with time counters, and which does count for putting time counters onto a thing, so it triggers Kate Stewart. And then you remove one each upkeep, and once the last is removed, they go away. Soul Tether Golem, especially good here, because whenever any other creature comes into play under your control, you put another time counter onto it. So as long as you're playing creatures, you get time counters. But if Kate Stewart is in play, Soul Tether Golem enters. Counter on itself. Trigger Kate Stewart. Makes a soldier. The creature enters, which puts a time counter onto Soul Tether Golem, which triggers Kate Stewart. So you end up with infinite 1/1s with just this actual garbage card from Future Sight. So that's I think probably the most powerful thing that this deck can do. But there are some other cards with vanishing, like Dreamtide Whale, which I think is super busted, and it gives us our other way that we're putting time counters onto things: proliferate. So whenever a player casts their second spell, you proliferate. All of those count for Kate Stewart. And then we also have like Flux Channeler to proliferate.
Thrumming
Bird, Grateful Apparition, all kinds of ways to proliferate. The other things that are not those things are like Enduring Innocence to draw us cards because we're making 1/1 soldiers. And then Molten Gatekeeper, Witty Roastmaster, dinging our opponents every time that we are getting those soldiers to come into play. I guess it's an important thing. It is red. Is there no way to break the loop? As it stands between these two for this, there's not. So you have to find a way to do it, like bouncing one of the pieces or something. But we should keep an eye out for that to see what are the things that break the loop. But if you just have like Witty Roastmaster out, you don't have to break the loop.
They just die.
Right. Yeah. You just, because you're hitting them for one each rotation. Okay. Sorceries. Time travel. That was also a Doctor Who mechanic that works specifically with time counters. So if you time travel, you can add or remove a time counter from everything that has a time counter. Great. What if you just tacked Storm onto it as well? Proliferate. The Distant Melody here is okay, I think, but one of the more cuttable cards. Because you're choosing a creature type and draw for each one that you have of that type. So there's not a lot of shared types across here, like maybe human being the most. I think it's here because you're making a bunch of 1/1 soldiers, but I think if you're, I don't know, if you're at that point, then things are going well for you. I would want something that is more consistent, because like sometimes this will be dead. Sometimes this will only draw you like a card or two. And you particularly want that to draw you cards when things are not going well. Instance. Yeah, I mean, it's some interaction. Notable is Contractual Safeguard. This is able to choose time counter and then put a time counter on each other creature you control.
Interesting.
So that's another sneaky way to be able to trigger Kate a bunch. Radstorm, I guess, kind of the dream. Storm and Proliferate, and it's an instant. There are not many of those with Storm. And each round of proliferation will trigger Kate Stewart. Artifacts. We see like an Overflowing Chalice is here because we're proliferating a lot, which increases the amount of mana that can make. So many rocks. Very happy Veggie. So many rocks. We will not have a problem with mana here. We have Herodic Banner, Patchwork Banner, Banner of Kinship, lots of things to pump creatures up. And then every other card that we can possibly find that does time counter stuff. Rotating Fireplace and The Moment are not particularly good cards, but they do time counter stuff, so we put them in the deck. I'm glad that Zan found this one, because this was one that I had noted back when MH3 came out. Hourglass of the Lost is actually a pretty solid card, but puts time counters on itself. So at the least, it's a mana rock that does the thing that your commander wants. But later on, you get to return a whole bunch of stuff from your graveyard to the battlefield. Cool.
It's going to be a tall order to find cards that weren't here, because I feel like we've covered a lot.
We have. This was a pretty thorough deck build. So I've got a couple things, but I had to do some work to find suggestions for this. Impact Tremors, again, make a bunch of soldiers, doing the thing. We have whatever things we can find with Vanishing, Vanishing, Vanishing. And then, As Foretold, also another random card that just happens to use time counters. It just always did it. And so that will trigger Kate at least once per turn, and free spells is nice. As Foretold is a card that a lot of people try to play and always find that it does not live up to... It's always bad. I'm happy to have it here because you at least get the Kate Stewart trigger every turn. And I think that's what As Foretold needs to be playable. One other thing that it is also enabling, just the free spell stuff is never worth it. I think, let's see. I think both of these time travel. Yes, this one at the end time travels. This one in the middle time travels. Drawing cards for our stuff is nice. And Assemble the Legion is cute.
Sorry.
You're making more soldiers, but also you can proliferate the counters on it, which means more soldiers faster. Okay, so find suggestions on a budget for time counter synergy. Can we do that?
I don't have time counter synergy, but I feel like if we're running Witty Roasters and Impact Tremors, we should probably just play Perforos.
We can totally do that, yeah. Nice upgrade for the deck.
He's not budget, though. He's kind of pricey, actually.
He is kind of pricey. That's the only problem. But I think a good in-between. There's still, actually, I didn't realize this is still kind of pricey.
I think that's like around the same price as Perforos, actually. I think.
Perfo's like 20.
Is he? I thought he came down a bit.
The guy got out of the forge at
Oh,
32.
God. Oh, God. He's gone up.
Yeah, it's just like, it's such a good rate for that ability. But, okay, so let's remove those. I think, as I was going through, anything that was 10 or more, I was like, out of budget. So, first, some other things that use time counters that you might have missed. The Millennium Calendar. The Millennium Calendar uses time counters.
Wow.
This is very good here. It is only 1 mana to put on the board, and then whenever you untap anything, you put that many time counters onto it. So it's not as good as you might think for people out there, because that counts as one single action when you untap and get this trigger. It's not, you won't get 1 soldier per thing you've untapped, but you do trigger Kate every untap.
And it's an alternate win con for free.
And it's an alternate win con for free. And just for an additional 2 mana, you get another trigger because you double the number of time counters on it, and you put more counters on a thing. Another one, I don't know if this makes the cut, but it is a good card. O'Hare Pockpatique also uses time counters. Not on the front side, though. When it dies, it turns into a land like all of the other O'Hares. But this one enters with 3 time counters. And then you remove them when you tap it for mana, and it turns back into the O'Hare after you've removed them all. I don't think that it is good. But it does trigger Kate, and the card is generically powerful.
I was reading it because sometimes there's like that weird, because if it enters with the counters, some things don't see. You know what I mean? Like the Vorinclex situation,
Right.
doubling season stuff.
Yeah.
But it looks like it does work, so.
Yeah. This one will work. Let's see. There's an old one. It's 2 mana called Joyra's Time Bug that can manipulate specifically time counters. There's another old one, Dust of Moments, which can put 2 time counters on everything that you have. Let's talk about this one. I like this card. Lost Armancers. This is 35 cents because it got a reprint in Time Spiral Remastered. It has Vanishing, so it triggers Kate. And then when it dies, if it had no time counters on it, you can search for an enchantment and put it onto the battlefield for free. For free. Now, I didn't even care if we had good ones, but we do. Tutoring Out Inexorable Tide. Or like Parting of the Ways. Excellent. So good. And normally, you're a little worried because you have to wait 3 turns for this to go off. But you have a bunch of time travel stuff, and time travel allows you to remove the counters as well. So you should be able to get this to go off faster. I don't even remember what this card does. I have it in my notes. Lava Core Elemental. Woo! Whenever a creature you control deals combat damage to a player, put a time counter on Lava Core Elemental.
Done.
That's great. And that does trigger separately per creature.
Now, I have a question. I am thinking that there's a card that allows you to move a counter from one to another.
Mm-hmm.
Can we move time counters so that way our proliferate counts for more things?
You sure can.
Is that a thing we want to bake into the deck a little bit?
Yeah.
I think there's like an artifact that does it and maybe a land. The land is the one I'm thinking.
Yes, they do have the land, which is Nesting Grounds.
Great.
But there are a few creatures that can do this. Goldberry from Lord of the Rings can do it. There's definitely other ones. So yeah, any of the things that can move counters, even if you're moving a counter to a creature that does nothing with time counters, it just means every time that you proliferate or time travel, that's another Kate trigger that you wouldn't have had.
And then I assume, so we have Nesting Grounds, I assume Karn's Bastion is in there?
No. Karn's Bastion would be excellent.
I did it!
Yeah. And those are free. Those are free ads. They're just into your lands, which, by the way, not enough. 32 and so we'll 34. Say 30, 34. You do have a good number of rocks, but the way that this deck wants to win, if it's not doing the single little combo in here, is by going wide and then activating Kate for 8 mana.
Yeah, that's a big activation. I think that you need like 2 more lands.
Right. Because like that activation certainly wins you the game. You've been building up a little army and then giving them what is probably like plus 20 or something. Like you do not want to be missing the opportunity to be able to activate that.
Agreed. What are you cutting for those though?
What am I cutting for those?
Yeah.
Well, one, this card does have vanishing, so it does synergize with time counters. However, it is awful. This card is very bad. It comes with a time counter for each island you control in your 3-color deck. And then its power and toughness are equal to number of time counters on it. It is not a good card.
But what if your opponent has the Harbinger
out? Sure. Yes. This is your hard counter to it.
You win.
Mm-hmm. I would cut this for sure, and I'd actually cut all of your banners. Heraldic banner. This one forces you to choose a color. You assume I would choose white, but it is still a 3-color deck, so you're missing out on some of the pumps. Patrick banner, you're choosing soldier. Same problem. You're missing out on some of the pumps since this is not really a soldier deck. Banner kinship. Yeah, these are fine, because they are pumping up your army, but you have that baked into your commander. So I would rather just cut some of them.
But the part of what you're doing is you're cutting for lands, and these are producing lands, so it seems net neutral, give or take, for trying to activate at 8. I
would disagree. I think you should also be cutting other things that are not mana producing. This one doesn't produce mana. It's just these 2.
Those 2. That's kind of what I meant.
Because playing a land when you didn't have one is better than playing a 3-mana rock. If that makes sense. Because I think we're at a land count where you are just going to be missing land drops. So cutting your 3-mana rock for a land is better, because more often you're going to be able to go, oh, I just have a land drop, I can play my other stuff, versus I don't have a land drop, but I can play this 3-mana rock and do nothing else.
Yeah. I just meant it's not increasing. If you were to cut banner specifically, you're not increasing the number of things that will make you a mana to get to 8.
Yes, you're maybe getting there more consistently, but I would include these in the list of things to cut.
Yes.
But definitely not your only cuts here. I don't know about Assemble a Legion. A lot of people like this card. I think it is terribly slow, even in your deck that manipulates counters. This is 5 mana, do nothing until your upkeep. And unless you've manipulated it, it's at your upkeep, make a 1/1.
I'm okay with that. Was this bracket 2? Yeah. I mean, I feel like in bracket 2, that is what we're trying to do. It's meant to be slow. I agree it's not incredibly impactful, but these games tend to go a bit long. And I like things that have, the ability to help you recover from board clears. They just get more difficult to deal with over time.
Yeah. It's not unplayable, but I'd rather have this. I'd rather swap this for a land if I'm only running 32 lands. Okay, we've got the last thing that also uses time counters is all of the overlords from Duskmourn.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. The problem is not many of them are budget friendly. Your best bet is like
Mistmoors is the white one.
yeah. So you could do Boiler Bilges, which is 4 damage when it enters or attacks, or Flood Pits, which is draw 2, discard 1, if you're willing to go to $6. But they do, if you impending them, come in with time counters. And then you again have your time travel stuff to start to remove them to get them missed creatures faster. Now, there are some other things that are missing that are just general good counter synergy. There's a lot of other proliferators. Contentious Plan is just a sorcery for 2 that is proliferate, draw a card. There's Metastatic Evangel, which is stupid good. Whenever another non-token creature enters, proliferate.
That card is stupid.
It is very good.
I've been building with that a ton.
It's such a good card. Such a good card. Let's see. You mentioned Karn's Bastion, so it should absolutely be in here. I saw somebody mentioned it already in chat. Red, yeah. Ripples of Potential would be very good in this deck, but that card is kind of pricey. Because it saves your board and proliferates for 2 mana. It's only $8. That's not bad. Because this card is also really good. I really like this one. Yeah, proliferate. Choose any number of permanents you control that proliferated and phase them out. Really good card. This guy used to be very expensive because it only had 1 printing, but now it's only $2.29. Where Deep Glow's Gate enters, double the number of each kind of counter on any number of target permanents.
That's a lot of triggers.
That's a lot of triggers. And like also does other weird stuff with like your sagas that you have. Lots of other things. That seems pretty solid here. And then I think this one's got to be. This one was the last time I looked. Kind of expensive, but I've then never seen anybody play it.
This is not expensive. I have 18 million of them.
This?
Yeah, aren't they?
This?
That was like in a precon, like every precon for a while.
No,
Wasn't
this
it?
is in one. This is a single printing.
Oh.
I think. Yeah, it's only printed in the Phyrexia All Will Be One commander decks, which were not terribly popular.
Well, I think I have like 3 of them for some reason. I thought they were just like in everything. I'm surprised that card's that much.
Yeah, I mean, like it's $650, probably still budget, right? But it's whenever a commander you control enters or attacks proliferate. Okay. Also, we'll definitely take that. I'm going to show you one that you probably should not include, but I would try to make work. Denry Klin. Enters with a choice of +1 First Strike or Vigilance counter. Sure. But whenever a non-token creature you control enters the battlefield, if Denry has counters on it, put the same number and kind of counters on that creature. This requires a lot of setup. But if you can put a time counter onto Denry Klin, then every other creature that you play also enters with a time counter. And whatever other counters you put on it. It's not good, but it's very weird. So that is my...
Do we have things to put time counters on things other than like nesting grounds? Nope.
Not a lot. So like I said, don't do this. But
it would make Veggie's heart grow 2 sizes.
yes, there's a weird rebuild of the deck that uses that and loses more games. I had a couple that I'm like, if at some point you do decide to put a little bit more budget into this, you could do Staff of Completion, which is a 3-mana rock that does everything. You just pay some life to do it, but one of those options is Proliferate.
I thought that was a little pricey.
It is.
Oh, I thought you said more budget version. I thought you were suggesting because this is 200.
Yeah, adding if you were to increase the budget, you could consider staff completion. Although
I see. When you said more budget, I thought you meant cheaper. My brain went more budget.
yeah, if you want to add some expensiver cards in, staff completion, which also might go down now because we've seen that it is getting reprinted in one of the Tarkir precons. So maybe that. All will be one would be sick because it only cares about counters being put onto things, regardless of whatever counters they are, deal that much damage. Resourceful defense. All of the Super Friends players are keeping this price up. Whenever permanent you control leaves the battlefield, if it had counters on it, put those counters on target permanent you control. So you just get to keep skipping your time counters around. And that's another way to move counters for a hefty 5 mana.
Ozolith?
Ozolith.
That's also pricey.
That is like 35. Whoa, 50, yeah.
Shut up. It's gone up even more? Jesus.
Yeah.
Criminy. This is a card we need so much, and I just keep not getting it. I keep thinking it's going to come down, but it doesn't.
Yeah, that's what I got. You all knew that I would like this because it's weird Doctor Who Commander. It's trying to do a very specific thing, so you really have to dig deep for the cards that you want. I think Zan did a good job of finding pretty much everything that would synergize with this, so I really had to search for anything else that would go. And yeah, I just think pump up the mana a little bit, more lands for sure. Because you don't want to miss out paying 8 for Kate's ability to win the game. And hopefully gave some other time counter synergy that is able to slot into the deck.
Yeah, and for a budget-ish list, this seems pretty fun. It is funny seeing all the commanders that you play just in the deck. Like War Doctor, Danny Pink, Rose Tyler, these are things you shuffle up on the daily, so... pretty fun. If this were submitted to be on the show, I think you are definitely the one running it.
Yeah. And I don't think we'd have to do anything to it.
No. Zand, thank you so much for being a patron, for supporting the show. We really appreciate you. Thank you for sending in such a sweet deck for Veggie. Not for me. I like a lot of the cards in it, but the game plan, not so much for me. Seems like a lot of work. Next up, we have longtime patron Red submitting a fun new commander from Aetherdrift. I don't think I've seen this card yet. Again, I didn't do set reviews for Aetherdrift, so I'm behind a set. I don't really know all the cards here. Oh, I have played this once in limited.
Yeah, this was pretty good in limited. Yeah, Atchik, Emerald Radian. 6 mana for 3/3 enters. Make a insect for each artifact and creature in your graveyard. And then whenever another insect you control dies, you put a counter onto it and each opponent loses a life. Golgari Bugs.
That sounds like something you would do.
I know this archetype.
Yeah, you bugs much.
Our goal is to find more fun insect and graveyard synergy suggestions.
Okay.
We're bugging hard here. So had to have Grist, of course. And had to I was gonna say it's not a top. And had to have Grist, of course. And the thing is, the number of insects drops off pretty quickly, so you do have to just kind of jam in stuff like Battlefly Swarm. And Bilious Skull Dweller just to fill in slots. But these are still playable cards. They block real good with the Death Touch. I like especially having utility pieces like Haywire Might, that are removal, and later on can trigger Achik if you need because they kill themselves. When we are not doing insect stuff, we are doing graveyard stuff. So anything that mills is pretty helpful here, just to dump more things for a bigger Achik trigger. But we don't, for the most part, it's like either an insect or a graveyard thing. Finn is one of the few exceptions to that, because a lot of the insects happen to have death touch. So maybe you just get a sneaky poison win.
If that's the case, which, Swarm Weaver also helps, but where's the queen? She makes death touchy stabbies.
Hornet Queen?
Yeah.
Yeah, that is one of my number one includes for this.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because she's an insect, makes 4 more insects.
Kill with Flynn.
They're all death touchy, so they can kill with Flynn. But even just like that's 5 insect bodies that then turn into counters and life loss at the very least. We have a bunch of dredgers, Golgari Grave Troll, Golgari Thug. I don't think Stinky's not here. Stinkweed Imp is not here, but more mill, more good. Zask is a deck that we've had on the channel before. This card is very powerful. Cast your insects and lands from graveyard.
This is the one that we played for our 50th episode, I think, with CGB.
I think so.
Yeah.
And then we get some draft chaff. We have actually a lot of this is draft chaff because it's insects. But surprisingly, 5/4 for 1 mana, not that bad.
Yeah.
This was another recent one, was in Foundations Jumpstart, I believe. You makes insects when players sacrifice stuff, and then when your insects attack, you drain the defending player. Great. Deck is happy to have any other solid insects.
I feel like pests should be insects.
Right.
But they're not.
Yeah. In
That's
fact,
weird.
you have Blex, who is pumping all your insects, not itself an insect. It just likes pest and pest adjacent creatures.
Pests are like, the tokens for them are little like sluggies.
Mm-hmm.
That's definitely an insect.
Yep. Not here. All right. We have some basic ramp. We have some card draw. We have some stuff that cares about our insects, like Pact of the Serpent, to either draw a bunch of cards ourselves, or maybe sometimes this card kills people if you have enough creatures. Swarm Yard Massacre, deck's very happy to have this. Yes, it makes squirrels, but then it minuses everything for each creature you control that is an insect, rat, spider, or squirrel.
So you one-sided board clear.
Yes.
I like that in the squirrel deck a lot.
Living Death also pretty nice when you're milling yourself a whole ton. Instance. Ramp, removal. It's pretty straightforward. Head Shredder. Card is super busted.
Yeah.
This card is so good. And then enchantments. I usually don't like Crawling Sensation. I think this card is underrated for what you want it to do. However, it also makes insects. So here, I'm pretty happy with it. It does exactly what you want, and in both ways. You have some nice top end for Dead Bridge chant. Just mill a bunch of stuff and hope to reanimate some big creatures. Cryptolith Rite is nice because it turns all of your insects into mana dorks. Sure. Okay, we got a general look at the deck. Some fun suggestions. There have been a bunch of insects that have come out recently, which is nice. We talked about Hornet Queen, definitely one of my top ads. This was also, I think, in Ether Drift. Web Strike Elite. This is just fine. We're scrambling for whatever insects we can get, and this is an above rate. It's 2 mana for a 3/3 reach, and you have the additional utility of using it to destroy artifacts or enchantments when you cycle. It's like
if you need to in a pinch. And there's some graveyard stuff, right? So like you might actually get to bring it back or do something crazy.
yes, yeah. I think that's definitely better than like having to scramble for, a stinging cave crawler. Oh. Nantuko Husk. Another old school card. Sack a creature, give it +2/+2. It is an insect, but it means that when you play Atchik, if you just need to immediately sacrifice all of those insects that it made to trigger life loss, you can do it for free.
What about the card that copies every single token you've made? Because I feel like a lot of our bugs are making little bugs, fake bugs.
Sure.
It's like 4 mana, just double all of your tokens.
Second harvest.
Yeah. Because I feel like we're making a lot of bugs.
We are making a lot of bugs.
Maybe it's not enough for that card, but
I always like that card because it's an instant speed thing. So like having make a billion bugs as a trick is always fun. Oh.
no.
No.
I'm wrong.
Oh.
It's the wrong color.
Oh, there's another one. Same as the Nantuko Husk. But Devouring Swarm I think is also a sack outlet bug. Yeah. Just a 2/1 flyer bug, sack creature, give it +1. It's just, to me, that seems like a really good play, as like I have one of those out already. It itself does not warrant removal, but I cast Atchik, I make a ton of 1/1s, and then I go, great, swing it, and I can sacrifice all of the insects, make that creature huge, also hit the whole table for a bunch of life loss, and make Atchik really big.
Schultz is suggesting Hedger Shredder.
Hedger Shredder's already in there, Schultz.
Wow, Schultz. Oh, I think maybe he just said that when we were going over it.
Yeah,
maybe. I didn't recognize the name, so.
Yeah. Oh, here's another one that I think would have gotten missed. Canoptic Scarab Swarm. Wow, that's $18. Of course it is, because it's from the Warhammer decks, and those were kind of busted. 4 mana, 1/1 flyer. It's an insect. Great. And then when it enters, exile a graveyard, and you make a 1/1 insect for every artifact or land that was in the graveyard.
Ew.
So, yeah, that's a really good ad for this.
Yep.
Okay, so that's some insecty stuff. I think the last insect specific card I have would be just Swarmyard. I don't think I saw that in the mana base. But it is just a land that can regenerate most of the pest type creatures. So it's like squirrel, bat, rat, and insect. So having a free regenerate on a land seems good. Graveyard stuff, because
there's the black land from Bloomborough that lets you get an insect, maybe. Oh,
yes.
Does it? It might not do insect.
Yeah, no, it only does the Bloomborough types.
Yeah,
but graveyard stuff, because we also want to make sure that we fill that up. Ripples of Undeath is just it's a really good card. Probably are playing this in any black deck that cares about filling up the graveyard. Each turn you mill 3, but if you happen to hit something that you didn't want milled, just pay 1 and 3 life and put it in your hand instead. Card's great. We saw some of the other dredge cards in this, like Golgari Grave Troll. Seems like you'd also want to run Life from the Loam in this deck. Easy.
But you might accidentally cast it when you didn't mean to.
That's right. But then you can take it back, and then you can mistakenly do it 2 or 3 more times. Yeah. Mesmeric Orb as well. Just like probably the most efficient mill a bunch of stuff constantly over the course of the game card. It is like $30, but TOA.
5% off.
Right.
Support the show.
On the other end, this is another one that I think should be an auto ad for graveyard decks, but got missed kind of because it was a common.
You're speaking my language.
Malevolent Rumble from MH3. Reveal the top 4 cards of your library, put a permanent from them into your hand, the rest go into the graveyard, and you make a spawn. So that's just like about as good of a rate as you can get for this kind of thing. Mill 4, return a permanent, make a mana. Very good.
Yep.
Okay. So we've got that. We've some insect suggestions, some graveyard suggestions. Two things that you might want to run outside of those things. Dread Return seems ideal for this deck. Sacrifice 3. Its flashback cost is sacrifice 3 creatures, return anything from your graveyard to the battlefield.
I was also wondering, there's a 2-drop. It's not an insect, but you can sack 2 creatures to return anything from the graveyard, right? Or 3 creatures? There's definitely that effect on a body. I thought it was 2 creatures, though. Because I think I used to play it in, like, Saprolings.
Yes. Whisper? It's Whisper. Main name is Whisper, so it's going to be bottom. This?
Yeah.
Sack 2 creatures, return a creature from a graveyard battlefield?
Yeah.
Yeah, I could totally see that. Because you're always going to have expendable little insects. And you'll be milling yourself constantly, so you'll have access to your biggest creatures.
It's an uncommon, and it was a Saproling set, so you did it in limited a lot.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only way I know cards, is if I can play it in a draft.
I liked that card. I had a good time with that in limited. And Izoni, the original one, Thousand-Eyed, enters, make an insect for each creature card in your graveyard.
That's pretty good. That's a lot of insects.
Sack, gain a life, draw a card.
Yeah, I like that.
So the last thing I have for this deck are one overall thing. I think this deck should run more creatures. Period. Because Achik cares about creatures and artifacts in graveyard. 31 is fine. That's a good chunk of creatures. And then we have 4 artifacts. So we have 35 total things. 36, because Grist will count when it's in the graveyard. 36 things in the deck that Achik is checking. I think that number could be much higher because we really want this to pump out a lot of stuff when you cast it. So like replacing like Rampant Growth and Farseek with Mana Dorks, replacing like Harmonize with card draw on a body or an artifact that does the same thing. Like yeah, even replacing these with Mana Rocks instead still counts for Achik's ability. So I would be trying to get rid of as many of those things as possible in favor of creature or artifact versions of them. And then just cuts in general. Miri's Guile, I don't know what this is in the deck for. It's okay card selection, but it's not. It only allows you to rearrange the top cards. So even if you're like trying to dodge milling something off the top that you want in your hand, this doesn't really help. We don't have anything that this synergizes with, I don't think. So I would cut this. I think Harmonize is super power crept. 4 mana to draw 3 cards is not great. And again, we want to get rid of like sorceries, especially in favor of creatures and artifacts. I saw there was a from Zealand in the chat, the recommendation for artifact lands. I see what you're going for because they would be more Achik things, but my experience is they will get you burned more often than they will be worth it, because any sort of rogue artifact removal means you're also losing lands if you have to play them as lands, and that is rough. Somebody just Vandal Blasts, you just got Stone Rained as well. Ouch. Somebody just happened to have destroy target artifact attached to a thing and there's no better target. They hit your land. Ouch. My other cuts. Decree of Pain. I think this is too expensive for what it does for your deck. I don't think we care about destroying all creatures and drawing a bunch of cards for 8 mana. And we don't really care to cycle this because this hits most of our creatures, which are small. So I would swap this out or cut it all together for some other sort of board wipe thingy. I don't know if this Leyline of the Void is here for a particular meta. Somebody's playing a deck that is happy that you're milling them sometimes. I don't know. I think all the ley lines are pretty bad in Commander, unless you're happy to cast them at their rate. This one, I don't think you are. I also cut the Zombie Infestation. It's cute. I understand what you're kind of doing here. You're like, I've got a bunch of creatures and artifacts in my hand. I can pitch them, and that's more for Atchik. But I don't think that they are more valuable than having those cards in your hand. And it's 2 cards for a 2/2. I know that this is some people's like pet card. Some people really like this card just because it makes them happy. Again, play it if that's the case. If it's not, cut it. It's bad. And finally, it makes me kind of sad. I think I would cut Blex. Your insects don't really need a +1 boost. They either need more than that or for it to really matter. The backside is okay. Because it does mill you, but it's a pretty high price. I don't feel good spending the mana for either side of this card. I just want other things. That's what I got.
I would put Blex in the category of things that make me happy.
Yes.
I feel like if I'm playing insects, I'm not cutting that card, and you can shush.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Hey, that's always the overriding factor. Does the card make you happy?
Look at him.
Then play the card.
He's so handsome.
Hey, does that make you a little self-conscious now wherever you are? That's what she thinks is handsome?
Hammy is also very handsome, but in a very different way. This is an interesting card. Isn't there another old Rutstein that does like multiple? It's formatted different. Am I crazy?
Yes.
I am crazy, or yes, there is one.
So there's only 2 old Rutstein cards.
Okay.
There is old Rutstein here, and there is honest Rutstein here.
Oh, okay. Great. This is the one I was thinking of then, but I thought there was another one that was older than him, but I guess not.
You might be thinking this one, because I get this one mixed up with Rutstein sometimes. And that is Old Stick Fingers, which is a similar effect formatted in a different way. You are what, 2 mana? Where did you go? Oh, it's because it's this weird version of it, but it's
That is not the one I thought.
okay.
I think it was this one. I just read it differently. Yep, that's the one I was thinking of.
Yeah. Insects. Cool.
Veggie's a fan.
I'm a fan. I would put I think my biggest thing would be swap out as much stuff as you can for more creatures and artifacts so you can get a really big board when you finally cast Atchik. I like the idea of having some sack outlets, and you have 2 of them that are insects to have on board by the time that you cast it. And and you've got some suggestions for some insects and graveyardy stuff to add.
Nice. Would this make it on the show? What's the bracket? Bracket 2.
Mm-hmm.
So that's about where we want to be. It's got some tutors.
Mm-hmm. And I think even the tutors that are in it are pretty specific. because it's buried alive, which is only creatures to graveyard, and this doesn't. It's not super broken in this. It's just solid. And then Hunger Tide Rises is an insect specific kind of card, because it's a saga that's like make 3 insects, and then on a later chapter is sack any number of creatures and tutor for a creature that it costs the number of things you sacrifice. So like those are the ideal tutors, I think, for bracket 2.
Okay. And so this would be played on the show as is?
Oh yeah.
Who's running it?
I mean, I think the stereotype would be I run it. I think I've played all of the insect decks on the show so far. So I played my Grist originally. I played the Zask one, which I believe was a community member's submitted deck. I played there might have been one other one that I played. I played Joe's Zira.
Am I crazy? Is this a thing? No, this is not. There's like a green insect with reach. It's like a 2/2 for 2. I think it does something else. I always liked him. I think he's an insect.
If it's an insect with reach, it's probably a spider.
Not on my phone. Oh well, ignore me.
Do you know what the other thing it did is?
Nope. It has a picture of a bird, and it's like eating the bird. It's green. I'm not even 100% sure it was an insect. I'm only partly sure that it was an insect. Yep.
Yeah, I can't even help you on that one.
Lash wire something. I don't remember. We have failed the game today. The game of trying to figure out what the hell Nerd Girl's talking about.
Okay, we have one deck left.
We did it. Thank you so much. Red for submitting a fun bug deck for Veggie to take a look at.
All right. We are ending on a very me deck.
Boo. Oh my gosh. I've been seeing this little idiot everywhere.
Yeah. This is fun. So this is Broseph Stalin's Vinwixit verbose host deck.
Wait. Skylasher. I knew Lash was in there. Maybe this is it? Maybe aha! It is an insect!
Oh, this is why you like it, because I wouldn't like it. Can't be countered and protection from blue. Stupid card.
Why wouldn't we put that in? He's cute. And I just remember this little guy getting stabbed in the heart. That's the part that sticks out in my brain, not the other part.
I don't know. I think it's not nice.
And he's got flash.
I don't like it.
He's super cool. Thanks. I appreciate you, Zealand, for thinking of the card I'm talking about. No, you really don't like it?
I don't like it.
Did you know he was an insect?
I don't like it because it has protection from blue.
But is that a new card to you? New-ish?
I have not had to think about that card for a very long time.
Thanks.
Okay, are you ready for this? This is very opposite of bugs. So, Vinwixit itself is 2 mana for an 0/4. Start your engine, so as soon as you play it, your speed becomes 1, and then on your turn, once per turn, if an opponent loses life, you increase your speed. Max is 4. No max hand size, and then once you hit max speed of 4, your card draws are doubled. Broseph Stalin's build of this is simply draw your deck. That is the one singular goal of the deck. Draw your whole deck. Our goal for it is to find 5 replacements to smooth out the mana and or lower the curve of the deck. So it's going to be a lot of card draw, and it's going to be all of these effects. The instead of drawing and losing, we draw and win. So we have Jace, we have Thassa's Oracle, We have Labman. That's it. Because those are our only choices. There are some other things that care about not losing when you draw your deck out, but they're all pretty bad. In fact, there's a new one in Tarkir that's also bad. But it's I won't even talk about the cards because it's very specifically bad, and I don't have enough. It's not worth talking about. Okay. Mastermind, draw when your opponents draw their second. Ghostly Pilferer, draw when they cast from other than their hand, like their commander.
That's what I was talking about earlier, I think.
Oh, okay.
When you're stealing cards and letting other people play cards?
Yes, because usually you're putting them into exile. That's right, and then this would trigger. I like that. Ledger Shredder, you're drawing whenever opponents, or whenever anybody plays 2 spells. Drawing whenever people play low-cost non-creature spells. Good old Snapcaster. Triskaidekaphile is another way to try and win the game.
Cat draws cards.
Cat is busted. Card is very good. Because it's the coastal piracy or reconnaissance mission effect on a body, but they have to remove it twice. So good.
There's so much money in Duskmorn.
Yeah.
Like, 'cause that's just a rare, and it's $10.
Yeah. I picked up a set for playing standard.
Why would you have a set? Isn't a set just one?
I picked up four sets of 1 of this,
And how much did it cost?
and it was like $1.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I should have cleaned them out, honestly, but okay. So yeah, we have a million ways to draw cards. We want to draw cards all of the time. Let's look at what's significant aside from that. Psychosis Crawler gives us another way to win, because maybe they just somehow got rid of our Labman and Jason stuff before we can get there. This says at least I'll draw 40 cards then and you lose. 20-Toed Toad, another alternate win condition. I love this card so much.
Triskaidekaphile.
So we've got a lot of alternate wins. In fact, we only have them aside from Psychosis Crawler. Sorceries. Now, I thought these were weird inclusions. So, Bros for Stalin, if you're in the chat, let me know why these are here. But there is Days Undoing and Step Between Worlds. They are both the same effect. Each player shuffles hand and graveyard into library and draws 7 cards. I don't know why you would do this. We don't want to reset our deck, because that puts us that much farther away from our main win conditions of drawing the deck out. Like, they are pretty okay because you're drawing 14, but I don't know that that's worth it for putting the whole graveyard back into the deck. I like the Windfall because that's just discard and draw, but
Yeah, get closer.
yeah. I think I would just rather have something that draws a little less cards, but doesn't shuffle the graveyard back in. I like Enter the Infinite here. I laugh at Enter the Infinite here. This makes me chuckle because, yes, it is what the deck wants to do. But when are you going to have 12 mana in this mono blue deck to cast this spell? Like, this is probably the only way. This High Tide. But I don't think there was any way to cheat this spell, which is almost always the only way it's playable. And on top of that, so if you're casting this spell, then you better have one of your win cons already on the board, which also doesn't win you immediately, because Enter the Infinite only draws equal to your library and then puts a card on top. So you have to cast this spell and then do one more thing to win the game. So you don't just need 12 mana, you need 12 plus, like, draw 2, or 12 plus cast Thassa's Oracle.
And you need to spend 1 mana before High Tide works.
Right. Yeah. So I don't know about the card. Like maybe you just have to play it because of the deck type, but nah. All right, we do have all of the mono blue interaction that we can get from top notch Force of Will, Fierce Guardianship, all the way through even just like Arcane Denial, and Remand. I thought I don't know if you run this here. I assume it's here because it is counterspell that draws card, but I mean, what, you're drawing a second card with Vinwixit, and that's the upside, but you have to put the spell back in their hand. I don't know. I think you just run I think you run a hard counter here, but I see what you're doing.
Sometimes cute is more important. Because you have all the good stuff, right? You have force and force and force, and then like there has to be a cute spot.
The cute spot is your commander.
He is kind of cute.
I think my other one of those, like maybe this is too cute, is Howling Mine. It's nice because it's a low investment to draw cards continuously throughout the game, but you're also giving that card draw to your opponents. The rest of your deck draws cards like very well. So like if you I don't know, it's fun. Like giving your opponents more card draw is fun, but I don't think the deck. I don't think it's great for the deck if that is the main focus here. We're definitely going to need these type of effects: Thought Vessel, Decanter, Reliquary Towers here as well. Race Your Scoreboard is here because it is a Start Your Engines card. I don't think this card is great. I don't think this card is great. I mean, let's say in its best scenario, you have been Wixit. You've already gotten to max speed, so it is draw 4, discard 1, and your spells cost 1 less. I don't think we have a lot of like little dinky spells. I could see it, and it is like thematic. You don't have very many Start Your Engines cards in blue that are really playable.
But your commander is a 2-drop, and he does it, and you can't start your engine more than once.
Right.
I don't think.
But it's it's a thing that cares about your speed. Like
Yes.
the max speed is spells cost 1 less. So like it's not necessarily start them, but it is one of the only other things that cares about that you're doing it in the deck.
Do you have, with the exception of the 12-drop card, do we have a lot of stuff that cares about having one of those? I feel like the medallions and stuff have it covered. I'd rather just have something that works all the time.
Yeah. I think the card is one of the easier cuts. But maybe you just keep it because you're like, I don't have any other Start Your Engines things in here.
And I want them, yeah.
Right. Enchantments. Oh look, draw card. Reward for draw card. Draw card. Draw card. And then double our card draw or quadruple it if you've got Vinwixit on board. Okay, so we do have the Omniscience. We do have the Omniscience combo. Play Omniscience. Play Enter the Infinite. Play Thassa's Oracle. That does exist here. And that, only 10 mana.
Easy.
10 mana and have Omniscience and Enter the Infinite. But that's a classic commander combo. People love that combo. People don't like losing to it, but they like playing it. All right. And then lands. So, some things to talk about for this deck. How do you not die? What is stopping your opponents from going, oh, okay, I will hit you in the face and you'll lose? Like this is exactly the me playing against you and being like, look at all the things I've done, and you're like, you have 0 board presence, so I will just hit you, you lose.
Player removal, it solves a lot of problems.
Mm-hmm. I think it solves this problem very quickly. This has so little to stop it from being overrun. Let's look at even just single target removal. 1, 2, 3.
You have a rift.
You have a rift. You have a Rift, so you can reset the board for 7 mana one time. You can, I guess, count Snap and Into the Flood Maw, but that's temporary solutions. So you have only 3 cards that actually remove a permanent.
Yeah, they're temporary solutions, and it doesn't answer 3 players trying to kill you because they know you are
Right.
going to Oracle.
Yeah, there's not even a propaganda in this deck to dissuade the go wide person.
Yeah.
So I don't know how I would stay alive with this deck to be able to do the thing. So I would definitely want more things to for that. Did I put notes?
Yeah, there's the propaganda.
Propaganda. These are general things. Do I have anything else that's specifically for that? Yeah, I don't know. The way that I would solve this problem, aside from the propaganda, is anything that is making bodies when you're drawing cards. There are lots of these effects now that's like, oh, did you draw your second card? Great, make a thing.
What about storm frogs? You storm and you make everything into a frog or something?
Yeah, I think that's a very good card.
It like permanently answers a few questions. You can still brainstorm. You have a bunch of derpy little spells that are trying to get you that advantage.
Yeah, and it's an instant, so you can even just piggyback off an opponent playing a bunch of stuff. You were thinking downpour, amphibian downpour. That I think would be a great one.
Frogstorm's a better name.
Lots of yes. For those of you who are trying to find it on TOA's website to purchase, it's called Amphibian Downpour. If you search Frogstorm, it won't come up. But yes, that would be great here.
Yay! Good suggestion.
Any of those other effects like witness protection or I really like cyber conversion from Doctor Who. It's two blue instant. Flip a creature face down as a 2/2 with no abilities. Really good for neutralizing commanders as well. Yeah, but there's so many things in here. There's the new one in Foundations, which is super efficient. It's like it's just a 2 mana flyer. Whenever you draw your second, make a 1/1 flyer.
Oh, the Mystic, yeah.
Yes, yeah.
It's a draftable card.
Right. Or I really like the one from MH3. It's an Eldrazi that's 2 mana for a 2/1 flyer, and whenever you draw your second, make a spawn.
Mischievous Mystic. Trunk just posted it. Also suggests Homunculus, which I think is really cool.
Yeah. Yeah, this is Alondra was one of my first thoughts for this as well, because that is draw your second, make a 2/2, and draw your 5th, pump your team. So that's not only giving you bodies to block with, but also might give you a win. Let's bring that up because that's definitely one of my first includes here.
Someone's asking, how are you going to get to max speed? I mean, we do have like Ledger Shredder, Fairy Mastermind. Isn't Pilfer something sneaky as well? I think he can't really.
He can make himself unblockable. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the other thing too, though. I think that's the other valid point here is you don't want to miss your speed triggers. Like you want to make sure you go great. Finwix it on turn 2, poke somebody. Every turn, and you've got your max speed by turn 5.
What about the little? I mean, it doesn't do anything else for the overall game plan, but helps with max speed, like the 1-drop 1/1 unblockable merfolk type island walk something. Just like little derpies that get in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that would be great. The one in particular that I thought would be Spectral Sailor.
Yeah.
Because
that's great.
Yeah, it's good beforehand because it's a 1 mana flyer that you're able to poke opponents to get you to max speed, and then once you've got double draws, you can just pay 4 mana, draw 2 cards.
Yeah. They have to draw on your turn for this to work, right?
But it makes them draw on your turn.
Oh, yeah. Cool.
Yeah.
So that gets you speed. That's neat.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's cute. Siren Storm Tamer would be the other 1-drop that I think would be really good here. Again, 1/1 flyer for 1, but you can sacrifice it to protect a creature. Yeah, I really think that this deck needs ways to not lose. So putting bodies onto the board is good, and there are lots of ways to do that for drawing cards. This also, we talked about this a lot for decks towards the beginning of the stream, but what is the resource that your commander gives you, and how do you how do you then complement that? So Vinwixit, what it gives you theoretically is a lot more cards in hand. You're going to hit your max speed, and then all of your card draw is doubled. So you're always going to have resources here, which means your deck should compensate by doing, by providing you the other resources. So I would stuff every single rock that I possibly could into this deck. You're always going to have cards. I assume that no Soul Ring is a choice. That's fine, but put everything else that you can ramp with in. There's not a lot in blue, but like Mind Stone is great. Ramps you early and then turns into 2 card draws because of your double card draws. Sure. Fellwar Stone. Somebody's got to be playing blue. Anything would put lots more in. If you want a weird mono blue ramp spell, I think this is funny. Oh, that's $7. Jeez. Retraced image. Reveal a card in your hand, then put that card into play if it has the same name as a permanent in play. So use reveal an island. So it's blue, mono blue ramp. You don't have a lot of options, but hey, it's 1 mana, put an island into play.
I don't understand. Like, I do, but no, that can't be the best option.
It's 1 mana, put an island on the board. I run this in Eluge, which, like, granted, really needs there to be islands on the board, but like it's 1 mana, and the thing that this deck does best is fill your hand back up. So I would honestly run this card. Also because it's silly. But I think it's genuinely good in the deck. Okay. I don't know how this is trying to do a lot of bracket 4 things, because we're trying to win with like Thassa's Oracle and stuff. There is a card called the One Ring that
I've heard of that.
Yeah, is like, you can recommend it for whatever deck. The card is just generically good, really good, blah blah blah. But it is specifically what this deck wants to do. Not only does it protect you for a turn against every single threat that's coming your way because you have no way to defend yourself, but also then starts to draw cards like so much. Like every single time it getting an additional one that is then doubled. Absurd. I think you should run a Seagate Restoration in here, because that wins you the game and is just a card that replaces a land. Seagate Restoration. Let's ignore the price tag.
Oh, I actually assumed that was in there. That's the one that draws. Yeah.
Yeah, draw equal number of cards in your hand plus 1. No max hand size. This probably wins you the game.
I assumed this was in the deck.
Man, that needs a reprint. Teferi, but this Teferi Master of Time. So you can activate it on any player's turn. So that's at least a draw 2, discard 1 with Vindwixit online. But also another way to protect yourself from people trying to smash your face in.
Yeah.
Because you can just instant speed phase out their creature.
That does seem good. It does what the deck wants to do and protects you. Mm-hmm. Solves some of those problems.
Yeah. Yes. Some of you all, our patrons actually put me onto this card. I've been trying to play this card more often. I just miss that it is really fun. Struggle for Practical Purity enters. You choose Brotherhood or Enclave. Either at the beginning of your upkeep, every opponent draws a card, and you draw a card for you draw that many cards. So it's like, oh, everybody draw one, I'll draw three at every one of your upkeeps. That's the part I like. Or also, whenever a player attacks you with one more creatures, that player gets twice that many rad counters. Who cares? But the first part I think is great.
That's cool.
Right?
That is a lot of card draw.
It's a lot of card draw. It turns into draw 6 after your Vin-Wixit's online. Yeah.
That's a good way to churn through your deck.
Right?
Assuming you don't die.
Assuming you don't die.
Yeah.
And this is, I think, the last one that I have as a suggestion. Tolarian Winds. Where are you? Tolarian Winds. Discard your hand, draw that many cards. It's 2 mana. That's a very good rate at instant speed. That can either be just a basic wheel. You're like, I don't need the cards in my hand, need more stuff. Or it can be, great, Vin-Wixit's online, I have a big old hand, win the game for 2.
Okay. What about once you get like some of your pieces, right? Once you find your Oracle, what about like the card that like puts half of a... There's like the new artifact that puts 2 into a graveyard, and then you can double the graveyard. Can you do that to yourself?
Oh, right, because I was like, were you not listening to me again? But no, you weren't here when we did the 1 mill deck.
Oh,
it was,
no.
It was Airball. Yeah, we talked about that one on how that's an instant add. No, well, it's probably okay here. I think you can target yourself with it.
I know the 2 mana can because it's any number of players, I think.
Yeah. Here we go. Yeah, any number of players for the mill everything too. So you can use this to mill yourself.
And you already, I mean, you have to have your win conditions in your hand, but like if you just need to churn through your deck, you could be drawing and milling.
Right.
And that seems like a really fast, efficient way to do it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and like who wants to remove the stupid 2 mana frog monument ahead of time? Okay. So I think, yeah, we've got a lot of replacements available for this. The cuts from this deck. I don't think you need the Swiftfoot boots. Is this only here for hexproof? I think so. I don't think there's anything you want to haste in this deck. I don't think we care about the haste at all. It's only in here for hexproof, and that is...
Vin-Wixit's so cheap, you just play him again.
Right. You just play it again, and your mono blue, the one thing you can do is stop the opponent from doing a thing. I don't want to spend... I don't want to spend 3 mana on this. I don't want to spend 2 and have to equip. That's too much. You have so much counter magic. If they... And you only have like 3 things in the whole deck that you're like sad that they removed. So I would just rely on counter spells. I would cut the boots.
I like that.
We mentioned this before. It is cute that it starts your engines. That it increases your speed. But I don't know. I'd rather this be a 1 mana creature that is unblockable or something. Yeah. Because then that means you can play that on turn 1, you can play Vin-Wixit on turn 2, and swing. Automatically your speed's at 2 on turn 2. That means by turn 4, you're at max speed. I don't think the crawler does too much for you. You're not making your opponents draw in any way. So like you're really just giving them free resources at a rate that's not great, as opposed to like the Brotherhood, Struggle for Brotherhood project, whatever it is. That I like much better because you're drawing 3 off of that. We talked about these before. I don't know. I think you're in the chat now. I don't know if you were here earlier or if I missed your response to this. Why do we have Days Undoing and Step Between Worlds? Because my unless I'm missing something big, I don't want to shuffle my graveyard back in. These to me were my first cuts for the deck. They maybe are like outs to if something happens, but I struggle to think of something that's like so big of a problem that I can't still win by decking myself.
Is it maybe just like an oh shit button in case your Oracle goes away, or
maybe? But yes, so maybe we'll hear about those, but I would cut them. We talked about the Racers scoreboard. It might just be fun because it does the start your engines thing, but I would get it out of emergency button for win concern in hand. Yeah, I would find other emergency buttons. I think these really mess up what you're trying to do.
there's a targeted counter spell that puts 4 cards back into your graveyard, or from your graveyard into your library.
Oh yeah.
So just in case you lose a win condition, you can shuffle it back in that way.
Yeah. Yeah. Also, only wheels I had in collection at the time. Yeah, I would just not run the wheels. I think they're not good here. This is... Yeah, this was my other cut. Ley Line of Anticipation. I love a good Ley Line of Anticipation. Flash is fun, but I don't know what this deck wants it for. You are running a boatload of instants, and not a lot of your stuff costs too much to put onto the board.
Flash.
Right. Flash. There, I think if you're, I think that can all be adjusted with playstyle. I think this is a card that I don't want to spend 4 mana to have to put onto the board. You will rarely get to have it in your opening hand. When you do, it's, it's great, but I would cut this for other stuff. Otherwise, I think this is pretty solid. You're very all in on the thing that you want to do. Approve. You have some staples, but you also have some fun choices here. Vin Wixit as a commander, I think, is super fun. Yeah. I would just make sure you have ways to not die.
Yeah.
Propaganda and things that make bodies when you draw cards.
Like then the Teferi. I think Teferi was an excellent suggestion. Makes you difficult to deal with for any taller deck especially. And if you just get like some extra turns, like that's a really good way to be able to set up your combo and get it going before your opponents can stop you. Big fan. I think I died to that in the My Little Pony game.
Yeah.
Whoops. All right, I think that was the last one. So this is from Broseph Stalin. Thank you again so much for your support. All of our wonderful patrons, 11 of you guys submitted a deck today. We really do appreciate it. If you guys would like to have your decks either featured on the show or featured here on our live deck tech section, you guys can always check out the Discord or our Patreon for more information. We do have an open Discord for everybody, so even if you're not a patron, you guys can jump in and discuss the deck lists, share your own deck lists. We have channels for people to discuss and hang out and talk about decks together. Anything you want to add, Veggie?
Nice job, everybody. This was a really fun and diverse group of submissions for this month. I had a lot of fun going over them and looking at stuff, and almost every deck had at least one card where it was like, oh, that's a weird random old card. Excellent.
Yes, there has been some interest, and I was impressed with like the interesting commanders. Like we're not just getting the same Lathril decks over and over again. It's like people actually wanting to do some funky weird stuff, which I approve of as well. If you guys would like to support the channel, don't forget to subscribe, share some of our videos with friends, because the Commander Show could always use some shares and follows. We always appreciate it. And this segment is also a big part of the reason we can do this is because of Tales of Adventure, TOA Magic, and Moxfield. So we have links down below. If you guys could go give our Moxfield account a follow, there's a link in the description. That helps a ton, as well as using code DECKEDOUT at TOA for 5% off your order. Again, we don't get a direct sales kickback, but it it does help us each month because TOA sponsors us monthly. So ensuring that they continue to do so is a great way to help our channel. And you are going to buy those cards anyway. Just buy it through them. All right, Veggie, that is going to wrap up our Patron deck techs. We're going to go ahead and end the YouTube stream. My Twitch stream is going to continue because I'm going to be doing Tarkir Limited set review. So we're going to sign off here on YouTube. Thank you guys again so very much for hanging out with us today. And we will see you guys Monday with a new Commander game. All right. Bye.
Bye.
End stream.